I'm asking you like what you consider like worse welfare or worse well-being, because when I hear a greater amount of deaths, I'm seeing a worse level of well-being. To me, that's what it says.
Well, yeah, that's wrong, right? Just because something dies doesn't mean that it's worse off as in terms of suffering or in terms of disutility, right?
Oh,
For
sorry.
example,
Let me clarify. Like
if one person
after
died,
intentional killing.
like for example, if one person died for like a cure to cancer, would you do it?
If one person, I would still do that if it would lead to a greater amount of savings people.
So just death does not equate to net disutility.
Again, that's not what I'm saying. What I was trying to say is overall death. Okay, so we're talking about net death. There's a greater amount of net death. I already clarified that we're talking about a vegan world. We already clarified that we're talking about a vegan world where there's the necessary level of caloric intake by everyone, and a vegan world where there's not the necessary level of caloric intake by everyone.
It still is irrelevant because you haven't shown there's a net disutility. I don't know why this is so hard.
When we're clarifying this, you say that a greater amount of animal death under one world is not a net use disutility comparative to the same world with less animal death. Appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Polly.
Yeah, exactly. It would have to show that there's net disutility.
Is that disutility? The same world, but there's more deaths under one compared to the other. You didn't answer the question.
What if in that world there's more peace and happiness and prosperity?
Oh, okay, so then you're changing the conditions. In that scenario, you could say that it would then hold up, Mike. You would be then changing the hypothetical I just brought up. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I gave you a world where it's the same as the other one. It's just one world. There's a lower amount of animal death comparative to the other one. Again, from the context of agriculture.
Yeah. Again, what we don't know if in that world we can't assess this because we don't know if in that world there was more prosperity and peace because of that caloric surplus.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if there is this caloric surplus due to the context of being able to eat greater than the necessary level of caloric intake, we could have other types of pleasures we just don't know about. So you would be saying that the possible pleasures that we might not know about would be valued over the known animal death.
Exactly. This is the entire point.
Okay, so what types of things you don't know would be valuable on this side would be valuable? Because it seems like if you don't know it's valuable, how could you say it provides utility comparative to the obvious disutility from the intentional animal death?
Prosperity, peace, well-being, more rights, all the above could be net utility.
But we already qualified that we don't know. Okay, so you don't know what the positive utilities are, but you do know what the negative utilities are, or disutilities are.
Yeah, so the fact that you just conceded that we don't know means that you cannot make a claim that there would be a worse utility or be disutility in the world. Okay, great. So then we don't know. That's the answer. We don't know. There could be.
Okay, so what do you mean by no here?
There would be net utility.
Sure. So again, based upon the premise that I've already established, under that sense, I think that we could establish that we know based upon probability. But if you think that the only way that we could determine we know here isn't through the context of reasoning, but is rather through the context of empirics, you'd have to be agnostic on whether or not you're vegan then, because then you wouldn't know whether or not it would create a lower amount of disutility to go from a vegan world in which there is a lower amount of crop usage, the one in which leads to the necessary level of caloric intake, versus the one in which you don't do that. And you have vegan bodybuilders and you have people that can eat as much as they would pleasure to, right? Just so long as it's plant-based. Does that make sense?
Yeah, unfortunately, we actually do know. There's a study called Against Inefficacy Objections, the Real Economic Impact of Individual Consumer Choices on Animal Agriculture. We have empirics that showed that our choices can actually impact the environment in the animals in a beneficial way. And we would actually be lowering the amount of disutility in the world. So veganism is by far one of the best things you can do for the animals and for net utility. And there's so much empirics behind this, right? I can show you economic advantages, environmental advantages, ethics advantages. I can show you social benefits, right? We talk about homophobia and all these things. I agree. Veganism can actually aid that. We also can see other types of disease benefits like antibiotic resistance, right? All these things can be a net positive utility by going vegan. And it's just so strong. The utility of veganism is so large that the fact that you're here trying to defend slitting an animal's throat is so embarrassing, actually.
No, so what you're doing there is you're comparing it to a non-vegan world. You're not comparing it to the hypothetical vegan world I brought up, comparing the necessary level of caloric intake versus the non-necessary level of caloric intake. So those empirics are not suited to answer the question I'm asking. They're suited to compare against the non-vegan world, in which I would agree with. Yes, the non-vegan world, right, leads to a greater amount of animal death, leads to a greater amount in the context of nature than would a vegan world. I'm actually not disputing that at all. That's not what I'm actually disputing. This tells me, hold up, Mike, let me please finish. This tells me you're not fully understanding my argument because, again, I've tried to clarify multiple times. I'm comparing a vegan world in which there's a necessary level of caloric intake with everyone to a vegan world in which there's a non-necessary level of caloric intake with everyone. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but it actually is not relevant to the topic because, again, you haven't shown net disutility.
Okay, when we're talking about net disutility, we're talking about from these two vegan worlds, which we do not have empirics on. We do have empirics on the vegan world versus like what would be a supposed vegan world, but versus what would be a non-vegan world. And again, I agree. The non-vegan world leads to a greater amount of animal death. Not disputing that. Again, I am talking about these two hypothetical worlds under this view, because if I can critique this and I can say, if you're still willing to accept it, given that you're agnostic, appreciate the subscription, thank you so much, you'd be agnostic on which world would be better. So it seems like the one in which would have a greater level of agriculture wouldn't necessarily be wrong here. That's what I was critiquing here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be wrong. That's why vegan bodybuilding, all these things, eating caloric surplus isn't necessarily wrong depending on your normative framework. It depends on what your normative theory is. Mine is threshold deontology, where I think that it's okay, perfectly fine. In fact, it's a net positive utility for vegan bodybuilders to exist because they spread the word of veganism, right? So in our world, in the real world today, there's so much utility in veganism, and it just this spills over into many different topics around the world. It is so disingenuous for you to not even bring up the topic and to demonize vegans.
But I never demonized vegans. Actually, we had multiple vegans on the panel. The point of that live specifically was not to argue against veganism. The point of that live was to call out the vegan teacher for saying it's okay to use blackface, for using the N-word in her videos, for condoning the usage of white people using the N-word. Those were the, wait, actually, you look at my, click on my page. Click on my page. She said it. It's on recording. It's literally on my page right now. Don't deny it. It's on the page right now. It's also recorded. So you bullshitting and saying it's not real, literally you can click on the fucking video and see it. So right now, let me finish because I haven't finished my point there. So what I just showed you is that it is the case that you then do not base your standard on what is necessary versus unnecessary. That's not what you're putting it on. And if you're not putting on what's necessary and unnecessary, you then have to clarify what your view is because it's based upon what is considered an excessive level. And a non-vegan can just say they don't care about that much. That's what they can say.
Okay, great. So that's where
and there's no justification standard difference.
Look, you have no leg to stand on as a non-vegan and trying to.
You have no leg to stand on as a vegan.
Yes, we do because we are causing that positive utility to the world around us.
Yeah, but that's not what you. That's utility as it relates to what you consider.
Please, bro, let me speak. The point is, vegans are causing a net positive utility. It would be your job to show that we aren't. And the empirics widely back me up by far. No empirics backs your side up.
So utility would just be relative to what your values are, okay? In the context of this scenario, a non-vegan would just say that their preferences and their values are way more in accordance with what the overall conveniences would be of humans comparative to that of non-humans that do not meet this threshold of rationality amongst their species.
So then go ahead and justify slaughtering animals that don't need to be slaughtered.
Again, we can draw the excessive line wherever we would like. And the excessive line that I demonstrate would be that if it's unnecessary for convenience, if it provides nothing as it relates to that, there would be no reason to do that. And there are other standards I can go off of. That's just a typical one I might use.
Great. So did you justify, I didn't hear you justify slaughtering animals. I didn't hear you give the argument for that.
My view is actually that it's agnostic, right? I'm agnostic on it, right? I don't know whether or not I would consider it wrong. Right. But the question that I would say is that why should I be vegan? Because if there's not a difference from these two different views as it relates to it, and it's based upon the exact same standard, why should I stop eating meat? That's the question I would ask.
Okay. Do you think it's okay to eat people? or eat dogs.
Okay, so if you're going to qualify a standard as it relates to people versus humans, I appreciate the win force. Thank you so much. I can easily dispute that because we do not place anywhere near the same level of value on humans as we do non-humans. And I can give a particular relevant distinction, right? Humans are a part of a species in which it meets a particular threshold of rationality. So we could grant greater levels of value as it relates to that comparative to other types of species. Right? That is one reason we could give as it relates to that. But I can just give plenty of hypotheticals to demonstrate this. Right? For example, right? Do you think that 1 year of animal agriculture in the United States is worse than basically like the Holocaust and slavery together?
Stop.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
So go ahead and show me. So you're saying that it's okay to consume an animal product.
Wait, don't pivot and not answer my question. I asked you a question. It sounds like you didn't answer to it and listen to it.
Yeah, it sounds like it's irrelevant because value, the entire point of my argument now is
Wait, what was the question, Mike?
Do you value whatever, people over animals? That's irrelevant.
No, you didn't tell me what the specific question was.
What
was the question, Mike?
Can I speak?
What was the question?
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
It doesn't matter. You didn't answer. You didn't listen to the question, Mike. Mike, I'm asking you to listen to the question.
Dude, you're being so
If you're not going to, I'm not being immature. You're not listening to my question and not answering it. I'm asking you, please listen to the question and respond to it. If you don't listen to the question and respond to it, how are you expecting me to listen and respond to you? Appreciate the win force. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, your question was relevant because value is irrelevant.
It wasn't irrelevant. You were saying that it was comparative as it relates to humans and non-humans as it relates to the human burger versus the non-human burger. That's what you were saying. Dispute that. And not all vegans have to hold to that.
Oh my gosh, relax. I'm not saying that value is irrelevant here. What I'm saying is, do you think it would be morally okay to consume animal
No, that's what you just said. You just said that it was irrelevant. You were just saying the reason why you weren't going to answer and tell me what the question was because it was irrelevant. So you just conceded.
Yeah, no, I did not concede.
You did. It was on video.
What you did was, I'm sorry, Parker, but you just strawman everything I told you. What I said
was the strawman?
Value isn't relevant. And now you're making it seem like I talk about.
You said value isn't relevant?
It's about rights. So again, demonstrate to me.
Wait, Mike, value isn't relevant?
Parker, please.
I'm just clarifying what you're saying because I want to make sure I understood.
Show me the relevant distinction between humans and animals that warrants your slaughtering of animals.
I gave you the reason. I'll extend it again. Right? Humans are a part of a species in which it meets a particular threshold of rationality.
Okay, great. So you're saying species and rationality makes it justified. Okay.
Yeah, I grant this species that is sentient, or the sentient members of this species, a greater level of value because their species meets a threshold of rationality.
Okay, great. So what if there was a person who was mentally disabled and had the exact rationality of a cow? Would you justify slaughtering that person?
No, because they're a part of a species in which meets the threshold of rationality and they're sentient.
Great. So cut out the rationality part. That's nonsense. That's fluff, right? At the end of the day, it's species.
Not true. I just told you what it was. The species meets a threshold of rationality.
Yes, it's species plus rationality, but I just showed you that no matter how rational a person was, you still never hurt them, right? So rationality is irrelevant.
I have a separate standard for rational beings, right? Like I grant rational beings a greater level of value, but this is also a conjunction that I hold.
Okay, great. So the point is rationality is irrelevant because you already agreed with me that no matter how rational a person was, whether they were as rational as a cow, you would still not hurt them, right?
No, there are two different standards. One's a conjunction with species and the threshold of rationality, and the other one's just rationality.
I know the conjunction. What I'm telling you
is... No, there's a conjunction, and then there's a second standard, right? Not the conjunction. The conjunction's one standard. The second standard is of rational beings. So I can value both simultaneously. There's no issue here.
That's what I'm attacking. I'm attacking rationality on its own, independently. I'm showing you that no matter how rational somebody was, you still would never hurt them, right?
Never hurt them. Like I wouldn't try to physically hit them or something.
Slaughter them for food if you don't have to.
If they're rational?
No matter how rational they were.
If they're human?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Because they're a part of the species in which meets that threshold of rationality.
I understand. See, what you're saying is no matter how rational somebody was, it doesn't matter. You still save them. But because they're human, right? So what you're saying is what makes us human is what justifies harming other animals and not humans. The problem is, what if we found out tomorrow that some people weren't actually of the human species? They were a different species. Would that justify killing those people?
Well, what species would they be a part of? And I could grant value to those species.
They'd be called locked in a species or something. I don't know.
I could grant that species value. But like the point I was saying is that, again, the reason why humans have value, the reason why humans have value is because that species meets a threshold of rationality. So all sentient members of that species get granted that value regardless of whether or not they have rationality, because they have the property of being human and being sentient, which human is granted value because of the fact that it meets the threshold of rationality.
Let me explain to you.
I was just finishing my view, but you have to constantly cut me off.
What you're saying is that if there was a being who was just like me but had green skin, was a different species, you would still slaughter that person and put them in a gas chamber. Is that what you're saying?
No, because they have these characteristics that I value, and I can grant that species value on a second standard.
What if what's the other value? The rationality?
Yeah, it would be that their species also meets the threshold of rationality.
What if this was a mentally disabled species? Would you?
So we're essentially just talking about, like, what if we were to say like salmon, right? Like if they just turned into a salmon.
What if there is a species that looked just like me but had green skin?
Appreciate the hands. Thank you so much. And they're not rational. None of them are rational. They essentially are like salmon.
Would you slaughter?
But they look like you.
Yep, they look just like me, but they had green skin. They're a different species.
I could grant them value on aesthetic reasons.
Aesthetic reasons.
Yes, you could grant them value on aesthetic reasons, but would it be to the same value as I grant humans? No.
So what you're saying is you're going to
because none of them are rational.
So what you're saying, Parker, is that you're going to go ahead and slaughter somebody, put them in a gas chamber because of how they look.
No, I just said that. I just said that they wouldn't be as valuable. We could still grant that they have a particular level of valuableness. And as it relates to the aesthetic notions, I could say that I value certain things to a greater degree based upon aesthetic preferences. There's no contradiction with that.
Where's your cutoff, Parker, for your fucking for the aesthetic value? Is it a unibrow? If somebody has green skin, you get to slaughter them?
No. Aesthetics, it would be that, like, they look typically human, right? So if we have like a species in which doesn't look typically human, right? It is completely like they're like globs, right, of slime, right? And these globs of slime are not rational. Would I grant these globs of slime value, right? Probably not, right? Are they sentient though? Maybe I'll grant them greater levels of value if they're sentient. Right? Like it matters what characteristics they have for me to say whether or not I value them to a greater degree.
Parker, it's not about value. It's about rights to live. It's do you sufficiently.
Well, value grounds right to live.
It's, in other words, do you give them enough value, sufficient value to warrant them, rights? That's all it really means. It doesn't mean how much you value them. And the point here is I'm trying to point out
whether or not it meets a sufficient level of value. Wait, hold up. Whether or not it meets a sufficient level of value is relevant in saying, like, how much value does it provide? Does this provide more value than the other one, to know whether or not it meets a sufficient level of value?
Yeah, unfortunately, what you just told me is that if they look like a person, then you get to keep them. But if they don't look like a person, then you get to put them in a gas chamber. Is it, no matter all else equal? Is that what you're saying?
If what we're talking about is something that is non-rational, right, is not human, right, doesn't meet any of these characteristics, yes, I wouldn't see the reason why you would say no. Like, you could say yes, or you could say I'm agnostic on it, right? Again, as I told you earlier, as it relates to the context of non-human animal species, I told you that I'm agnostic on that. I just don't have a reason to be vegan. That's what I would say.
So where's your cutoff between, like, human and non-human? Where's that cutoff lie?
What do you mean? Where does the cutoff lie? Like, in terms of what values?
What exact like aesthetic value would a being have to have for you to not put him in a gas chamber?
Oh, aesthetic value to not put. Well, I mean, again, if we get nothing from like putting it in a gas chamber, right? There would be no reason to put that there, right? If we get absolutely nothing from that, I would consider that wrong. Right? If we're putting sentient beings in gas chambers without reason, if we're going to talk about the context of human conveniences and human pleasures, right, you can then bring up the conversation of whether or not it would be for particular scenarios, whether or not you'd see it to be justified. Again, I've already told you, I'm agnostic. I don't know. I just don't have a reason to be vegan.
It doesn't answer my question, because what you're saying is that if you're going to be agnostic and say, oh, I don't know, what you're saying is that there is a specific bodily feature that a being would have that would grant you the right to put them in a gas chamber. I think that's pathetic.
Intuitive based. It would be solely intuitive if we were to have aesthetic preferences for a greater level of value. Right? Again, I'm not saying the greater level of value then grants that you can put them in the gas chamber. That's not what I'm saying. You're completely changing and misrepresenting what I'm saying. I have never said that. No, you would not be able to put them because there's no other standard for what you would get or what would be coming from this.
You just said it's aesthetic value.
Yeah, aesthetic value can grant greater levels of value. That doesn't mean I'm saying I'm putting one person in gas chambers and not the other. I was just telling you that I grant a greater level of value in certain circumstances based upon particular aesthetic preferences. Like if it looks human.
You haven't answered the question, where's your cutoff when it comes to aesthetic value versus
I gave you a typical preference, right? Which again would be the context of them looking human, right? If it looks human, I'm going to grant a greater level of value. What do you mean by cutoff?
Where's the cutoff in which a person doesn't look like a human anymore? What feature is that?
Like what feature, right? Again, this is just going to be on a typical sense, the same way that you would judge so based upon like your threshold deontologist, based upon the same way that you'd ground thresholds. Again, there wouldn't be like a particular characteristic if changed, but if we would say that we could ground it in a typical sense, given the fact that they have typical what we consider human feet, right? Human hands, right? Look their face, their body, that's humanoid, right? These are just particular characteristics we might use to say that there would be a greater level of value. But essentially, each of these circumstances is going to rely upon me seeing the data, like what it looks like, and then qualifying based upon my own standard, whether or not I say it looks human, right? But I can give you typical indicators.
Blah, blah, blah. So essentially what you're saying is if somebody has a specific foot type, then you get to put them in a gas chamber. If they have a specific leg or arm type.
I gave you different things. If they look human, if they look more, if they're more like, I grant them a greater level of value. I said nothing about gas chambers or anything like that.
Parker, if you don't have a cutoff, I'm sorry. This is a pathetic position to hold in my view. And in the fact that you're going to say, oh, I'm agnostic towards this, I think that's very, very disingenuous.
Yeah, so I would ask, what's the cutoff between a mountain you'd climb on and what's it called? You'd climb on and one that you wouldn't?
We're not talking about
at what point does it become a mountain?
We're not talking about mountain rights. We're talking about animal rights.
At what point does it become a mountain?
Are you fucking serious?
Well, obviously, I know we're talking about animal rights, but I'm just questioning the idea of if you're justifying, like, you don't need to know specifically when the cutoff is. Because again, if we were to say that, then you wouldn't be able to determine when the cutoff is for what a mountain would be. Again, it's just going to be some arbitrary limit.
The problem is that we're talking about animal welfare. We're talking about rights to sentient beings. Vastly different from fucking mountaintops.
Wait, no, what am I comparing? Mike, don't be dumb. What am I comparing?
You're comparing a mountaintop to a cow or
no. What I'm comparing is where do you draw the cutoff, and can you even identify a cutoff? And if you can't identify a cutoff, does it mean that you're engaging in some sort of reasonable error?
I agree that it's not always possible to point to a cutoff, but that the entire
point. So then you just conceded.
No, the entire point of your argument is that it's a pathetic position to hold, such that you would think that there was a specific structure that would grant you the right to put somebody in a gas chamber. That's what I'm.
That's not what the view is, right? That's not the view. I never said anything about gas chambers.
Well, that's what you think it's okay to do to a cow.
That's not. I'm not granting that based upon a cow, based upon aesthetic preferences. I granted that solely on the basis of. And again, I never even actually I didn't grant that. Let me say this. I again said I was agnostic on it. Right? You're confusing me with how much you're going over it. I literally have clarified multiple times I'm agnostic on it. I've said nothing about gas chambers actually.
Right, but do you think it's okay to put a gas or put a pig in a gas chamber?
I don't know. I'm agnostic.
You're agnostic. Do you think it's okay to put a person in a gas chamber?
No.
Okay, great. So what's the morally relevant difference between those two beings that justifies putting
So again, the morally relevant difference is that one is a part of a species in which meets a particular threshold of rationality.
We just went over this. This is the point. This is how circular your position is, right?
This isn't circular.
I don't know. You don't have...
Wait, I didn't give you an I didn't know there. I answered.
Consistent ethical framework. That's the
I do. I just gave you a consistent ethical framework.
No, you did not, because what you said is...
What are you talking about?
Because what you just said is I don't know.
I said I don't know as it relates to the context of whether or not it's okay to put pigs in gas chambers. I don't know, right?
Yeah, you can't
I'm still considering that view. What I'm saying is I don't have current reason right now to be vegan.
Well, if you can't point out the difference between pigs and animals in any morally relevant way, then
I told you. I actually just told you the relevant difference.
No, you didn't. You said it was.
Yes, they were part of a species.
Look, when we got to the
Mike. I gave you. You asked name the trait. On name the trait, I specifically gave you that humans, they're part of the human species, which meets a particular threshold of rationality. That is a relevant difference for name the trait. The other conversation about whether or not it's okay to put pigs in gas chambers, that's a separate question. That is not name the trait.
No, it is exactly the same question, because the fact that you value this animal in such a way would grant you the right to do these things to these animals. That's the point of this entire debate.
Wait, I haven't even grounded that we would necessarily say that it's wrong, right, or that it's right. I said I'm agnostic on these particular ethics. I don't know.
Right. You're agnostic.
Right? I do know about the name the trait. I know what the trait difference is between humans and non-humans.
Right. But the fact that you can't point out a difference between these two beings means there's some kind of... What you did, but the problem
Mike, you're straw manning me. I've given 5 or 6 times what the name the trait is. I've given it to you 6 times, Mike.
I got to be able to explain, right? You say you pointed out a difference, but then when I hounded you on it, what you said is, I don't know, I'm agnostic, right? That to me indicates that your position is pretty much inconsistent because you don't have a consistent ethical approach to this. So again, if you're going to say, I don't know, well, that means then you think it's okay to put a pig in a gas chamber. And then you have to justify that.
No, I don't know. It doesn't mean it's okay. But listen, when you say, I did name the trait specifically, right? I brought it up when you're talking about pigs let me finish. When you're talking about pigs in gas chambers, that's not name the trait, okay? And you're saying I don't have a consistent ethical approach. What is a consistent ethical approach? Are you talking about like generalism versus particularism?
No, I'm talking about the notion that you think it's okay, or it doesn't seem to be just, it doesn't seem that there's a reason why I should be vegan, right? That entire point means that you don't have a justification for harming these animals. And it seems like from my view, you should have a justification. And if you don't, I think that's a bad position to hold.
Okay, so my point is that I don't know whether or not it's wrong, but if, like, for example, right, I'm not going to have to provide. Let me finish. I'm not going to have to provide a reason as to why it's justified for me to engage in every behavior. I'm going to engage in behaviors until I have reason to consider them wrong. That's the view.
So if you're going to say I don't know, then let's
and I'll engage in the behaviors until I have reason to consider it wrong.
Look, my job here is to point to get an answer from you, right? To see what you're saying. If you're going to say, I don't know the entire debate, why the fuck are we debating here?
I didn't say I don't know to everything. I said I don't know to one question.
So then answer the question honestly, right? Where's the cutoff from a human and non-human? What characteristic justifies slaughtering those animals in the gas chamber?
I'm agnostic on the gas chambers question, but if we talk about name the trait, what is the difference between humans and non-humans that grants humans more value than non-humans? Again, all humans are part of the species in which meets a particular threshold of rationality. I've said that to you now 10 times, Mike. How many more times do you need me to answer the name the trait?
The problem is you haven't answered it correctly or honestly.
I did. I honestly did. I did, Mike. You're actually just being dumb here. You're literally just being dumb. Okay? Don't be dumb because you get mad that I'm against your vegan ethics. That's literally it. Right? I just don't know whether or not I hold to it. You can give me reason to hold to it, but don't sit here and get mad at me and say I'm making some reason error when I'm not making any reasonable error.
So now you're going to bully people on your live.
I'm not bullying anyone. Mike, every day you go on live and you bully theists. What are you talking about? You bully theists every day on live.
How do I bully theists?
Mike, are you kidding me, Mike? You literally go on live and you make fun of theists consistently, right? You make fun of them. You say that.
Give me an example.
Oh, okay. So again, on live all the time, you make fun of theists by going up and portraying yourself as a theist. You have a satire account where you go on live and you literally
somebody. How is that bullying?
Wait. Based upon you were making fun of them, right? That's bullying on your definition.
I'm not making fun of people. I'm making fun.
You're making fun of Christians.
No, their religion.
You're making fun of Christians, though. Not only is it their ideology, but you're making fun of the way that they act.
Who am I making fun of in particular?
You're making fun of the way that they act, right? I can literally show you the videos in which you make the way of the fun that they act. You're not just making fun of the way that they believe things. Like, for example, particularly like with Muslims, right? You'll give like the particular phraseology that they use, right? This isn't related to any of their beliefs or critiquing their beliefs. Lydia, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. This is just related to the things that they say, like wallahi, or they say, I appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. Or different types of things like that. Those are behaviors that they have, not belief systems. You're not critiquing the belief systems. You're critiquing the behavior. So for you to sit up here and for you to question that somehow I'm bullying when I was just calling out the particular behaviors that the vegan teacher was expressing is fundamentally ridiculous.
You haven't shown me actually where I bullied somebody.
I gave you the particular circumstance, right? You literally will make fun of particular things that Muslims will say, right, as it relates to like peace be upon them, things like that.
Somebody? Can you give an example?
Well, you're making fun of it.
Give an example of something.
What do you consider bullying? Mike, do you consider bullying? What do you consider bullying?
Give an example of somebody I bullied.
I don't know the particular person. I'm just giving you an example of the behavior that you've expressed.
Give an example.
I just gave you an example multiple times, right?
Give me a specific example where I bullied somebody.
I did, right? You specifically, what do you consider bullying first? Because I just gave you multiple things, but what do you
Harassing
consider bullying?
somebody, calling them derogatory remarks.
So just calling them derogatory remarks, not
for
making
no-
fun of them wouldn't be considered bullying under your view?
For no good reason.
Making fun of them wouldn't be considered bullying?
How did I make fun of somebody?
Again, you make fun of the particular terminology that they use by laughing
Making
about it
fun
and
of
joking about it by
terminology
using your
isn't making
satire
fun of-
account to make fun of
Parker, this is
Muslims and
so
Christians.
fucking
You're making fun of their,
disingenuous.
I'm still finishing, making fun of their behaviors.
Behaviors?
Yes, I told you, I gave you multiple
So-
examples.
Okay, great.
Would you like me to show you?
Is that behavior somebody?
Do you want me to show you? I can also bring up vegans that will
Have
say the
I-
same thing that you also bully
Have
people
I
on this app.
bullied some person?
Mike, you want me to literally show you the videos?
No, can you please explain?
Mike, I will literally show you the videos.
Somebody.
I will show you the videos. They're on your account.
Of
Okay.
me bullying somebody? This is really
Yes.
embarrassing, Parker.
Yes.
Then yet you had people on your live before with the vegan teacher.
Do you want me to give you examples?
Calling her disgusting remarks.
She was literally using the N-word and say it was okay for white people to use the N-word. You don't think that's racist? It's okay for people to use blackface. That's not racist?
No, I don't think
That's what she said. That's what she said multiple times on the live. It's on my videos. You can
If
check
she
the videos.
said
I'll
that-
play it right now. Do you want me to play the video?
No, stop. If she said
No.
that,
Do you want me to play the video?
What's the context in which she said it? But more importantly,
What
this is
context
actually
justifies
all-
using the N-word?
Look.
What
this is
context
all-
justifies a white person using the N-word?
I never said there was a context.
Here, do you want me to show you the video?
No, I believe you. I believe
saying
you.
the N-word?
People say it all the time.
Mercy.
It's a word. There's nothing wrong with saying
we're
a word.
cooked. We're cooked.
When they call me that in my lives,
Where
I
is
say
she
thank you for
racist
the
there?
compliment.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Listen to the whole video
Where is
before you
she
cut it
racist?
off.
Where is she
I'm going to
racist?
show you both of these videos.
Where
I
is
want you to
she
be
racist
Mike.
there?
Mike.
Where's the
Mike. I want you to be quiet during the whole time when I
Where's
show
the
these two
racism?
videos.
Where's the racism?
Can I show these two videos? I will show you.
Where's the racism?
Oh, using the N-word isn't racist? White people using the N-word isn't racist?
If they use it in regards to some person, that's racist, of course. But she never.
White people
Did she
using the
ever
N-word in
use
general is it racist?
Parker, when did the vegan teacher ever use that word in a derogatory way?
Any usage of a white person using the word is derogatory.
No, that's not what I asked you, Parker.
That is, any usage is derogatory. Her using the word is derogatory. She used it as an acronym. She used the N-word as you want to hear it?
Yeah, it's a fucking acronym.
Do you
Yeah,
understand
I know
what I'm
that was
doing there?
weird.
Did you actually watch the video with your brain
quiet, Mike.
intact? I'm literally saying that racism is wrong in that video. Are you able to get that message?
By using the N-word.
Did you use
Yes.
the N-word?
Did you see the video?
Hard R.
Answer the question, yes or no. Did you use the N-word?
And then she made it into like an acronym. Honestly,
Right. I made it into an acronym. Listen
it
to
was a
me.
work of art.
Listen to me. Can I speak for 1 second? My daughter is married to a black man.
That's her justification? Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's because
Where is the
I do not
racism?
want
Can you
her
show me?
ever
Let me finish.
if she is
I already
called
watched this
by
shit.
that
It was
name.
disgusting.
Well, I'm playing it for the live.
Terrible word.
Well, I'm
What I
sorry,
used it as,
but
Mike, I will mute you.
helping your case.
I'm going to mute you, Mike, because you're being ridiculous. Let me finish the video. Mike, stop talking. I will kick you from the live if you don't let me finish. Okay? Let me finish. Are you being that insufferable? You're like literally a person coming up on my live being insufferable,
Wow,
not
now
letting
you're
me
gonna
finish a
bully
fucking
me?
thing.
Now you're gonna bully me.
I'm not bullying. I'm just telling you that you're being insufferable. That's not bullying.
Then where's
Can I please show you the
where's
video?
the racism there?
Mike, can I show you the video?
I already saw.
If you don't stop talking, I'm going to kick you from the live and then I'll add you back once you can let me finish the video.
Wow, bro.
was an
This is so
acronym
embarrassing.
where the N stands for.
No, that would just make it
naturally-
okay for people to call them that. It wouldn't make
Naturally,
them feel better.
can I speak? Can
It
I
would
just tell this guy?
incentivize people calling them that.
Naturally intelligent, gorgeous, generous, exemplary, and radiant.
What was racist? Her using the N-word and making it into an acronym.
Did she
Her
use it
then
in-
saying
did she
in
use
a
it-
live
did she
this.
use
Mike,
it-
let me finish. I told you I was showing you two videos.
So
There's nothing wrong with a white person saying the N-word?
People say it all the time.
Mercy.
It's a word. There's nothing wrong with
Oh,
saying
we're
a word.
cooked. We're cooked.
When they call me that in my lives, I say thank you for the compliment. And that's it. It's done.
No racism detected for Mike.
Say thank you for
Where's the racism?
compliment in
Where's the racism?
context of-
Really? Where's the racism, Mike? Where's the racism? White people saying the N-word isn't racist, Mike.
Show me where she was racist.
I just showed you. I literally showed you.
Where
Her
exactly
saying
was
it's okay to use the N-word
Where
is
was the
racist.
racism? Where is the racism there?
Her saying it's okay for white people to say the N-word is racist.
Problem is when
Say it then. Say it then, Mike. Say it.
words- No,
Say it, Mike.
It's usage.
No, you won't say it. Why won't you say it, Mike?
It's the usage. I will not say it because people are sensitive. right? Of course.
Oh, just because people are sensitive,
Can I
right?
speak?
That's fucking ridiculous.
Can I speak? Okay.
No, when you're justifying white people using the N-word,
No,
that's
I'm
fucking
not.
ridiculous.
Can
Regardless
I
of whether or not you're a vegan, you don't have to hold this view. It's not
Bro,
sensitive
Mark,
to be against white people using the N-word.
I can't believe this. Look, saying a word is just a word. The usage is the issue. And when somebody uses the word in a negative way, that's wrong to me, of course. But the vegan teacher was not using it in that way. And that's why there was no racism there. And the fact that you try to pinhole her into this negative assertion is ridiculous. So can you justify where the racist remark was?
Okay, if a white person is engaging in blackface, right, but they're not doing
That's
so in a
wrong.
manner to make fun of
It's
black
wrong
people,
if they do
is it
in a-
wrong?
Right. It's wrong if they do it in a derogative way, of course.
If they're doing it in a way in which it is the case that they are not trying to make fun of people, right? Is it okay for them to do blackface?
You can have black makeup on. That's perfectly okay.
Do you think it's okay for people to do blackface
put
so long as they're not
you
trying to
can
make
put-
fun of black people?
Is it wrong to put makeup on?
Answer the question. Is it wrong to?
No, it's not.
It's wrong to do blackface. It's wrong for
not
white people to do
wrong
blackface. Yes.
It's not wrong to put makeup on. Okay.
It is wrong for white people to use blackface, regardless of whether or not they're trying to be mean.
It's wrong if they're doing it for the purposes of hate and bigotry. That's wrong.
Okay, so a white person using blackface, as long as they're not doing it in hate, that means that it's okay for you.
Yeah. What if somebody's using blood?
Yeah?
What if somebody? What if somebody has stop this garbage?
What do you mean this garbage? You just said it was okay for white people to do blackface.
What if somebody?
Richard the Galaxy,
No, I
thank
did
you so
not
much.
say that necessarily. What I'm saying is,
Yeah,
what
you
if
did.
somebody? What if somebody has black makeup on? Is that wrong?
Black makeup and blackface are two different things, right?
No,
Using like
that's
black
the-
makeup
that's
as it
the
relates to
thing
that is not
about
putting black makeup as your whole
Parker,
face to portray yourself as a black person.
Stop. Is it wrong to you to put black makeup on?
No, because you're not trying to portray
There you
yourself as a
go.
black
That's
person
my
when you're
point.
not.
That's my point. It's not wrong to put black makeup on. Is it wrong?
You're trying to portray yourself as a black person.
Exactly. No.
That's why it's wrong.
That's not necessarily the case.
Oh, okay. So you don't think? Okay, again, you don't think blackface is wrong in that scenario?
It could be for a play,
No, the black makeup. We're just talking about like if you were to do mascara, not if you're about to put on your entire face. Black makeup on your entire face. That's wrong. Absolutely, if you're white. Absolutely, that's wrong.
You just agreed that it's perfectly okay to put black
Wait, I
makeup.
thought you were talking about mascara.
Okay, great. So if I put black makeup here and here, that'd be still immoral?
Yeah, that's racist. Yeah,
How is it racist?
because you're doing blackface.
No. Blackface is in the context of like being dishonest or being.
You're trying to portray yourself as a black person. That's what you're doing.
No, that's actually not the case, right? What if I'm at my house and I just put black makeup on my face?
You yourself as a black person.
No.
Okay, so I'm talking when you're portraying yourself as a black person.
Okay, great. So then you agree there are contexts in which you can put black makeup on.
Not in manners in which to portray yourself as a black person.
Okay, great. But you agree that there are contexts where you can put black makeup on if you're not.
Yeah, like if you're using mascara, yeah.
Yeah, what if you're putting it on your cheeks and your forehead?
If you're trying to portray yourself as a black person, no.
But what if you're not doing that? It's okay then?
If you're doing like a charcoal face mask, that's different, right? Because the charcoal
Okay,
face
great.
mask
So then
isn't to
you
portray
can
yourself
put black
as a
makeup
black
on.
person,
Great. So
right?
you-
We were talking about
then
blackface.
you agree.
Wait, let me finish. Let me finish, Mike.
Look.
Let me finish, Mike. Let me finish. We're talking about blackface where you're intentionally, literally putting makeup on your face to portray yourself as a black person, as a costume.
I agree that's wrong. I agree that's absolutely wrong.
Wait, no. Okay, even if they're not trying to make fun of people?
If they're just doing it in their house and they're
They're doing it as a costume for Halloween, but they're not trying to make fun of people.
This is
I was just clarifying the question, Mike.
Yeah, I'm trying to clarify for you. Look, if somebody is in their home or like for doing a show or something and they have black makeup on their entire face, I think that's perfectly okay. Now, if you're going to use that in a negative connotation, that is wrong to me, absolutely. But you have still yet to show where exactly the vegan teacher was racist. And then you have to justify slaughtering animals, which you haven't done yet.
Again, I told you I don't know as it relates. I already gave you my answer to that, but like specifically as it relates to the context of blackface. Again, hold up, Mike. Let me please finish. You were crying in this entire live about me not letting you finish. Right? Unbelievable. Right? If we're going to talk about this, you are saying then it is okay for a white person to put on makeup, black makeup, as a manner to do blackface, as long as they're not making fun of black people.
That's wrong.
Wait, no, let me finish the entire question. Is it wrong for a white person to put on makeup on their face to portray themselves as a black person and not in a manner in which they are trying to make fun of people?
If they're putting makeup on their face for a show or a play, I think that's perfectly okay.
Can you answer my specific question? If they're trying to portray themselves as a black person.
I just did. If you're putting black makeup on for, your house or whatever, I think it's perfectly okay.
You're just doing blackface at your house? Like, Mike?
No, it's not blackface. It's just makeup.
What? I'm talking about blackface.
Stop
changing my question, Mike. I'm asking, is it okay for someone to do blackface who's white?
Blackface is always wrong, obviously. But when it comes
Okay, we're always wrong. Okay, so it's always wrong for a white person to say the N-word.
Depends on how you use it.
Oh, it depends? Really?
Yeah.
Depends?
What if you...
give me a context in which...
Look, words don't have meaning. They have usages, right? If you're going to use the word in a negative way, that's always wrong to me.
How about this? You're in a car by yourself and you scream the N-word and you're white. Is that wrong?
It depends on how you're using it. And in the way that...
No, I gave you the context. Someone's sitting in their car alone and they scream the N-word out of anger. Is that wrong?
I would say that's wrong because people could be sensitive
Why?
to that. Because people could be sensitive to that.
Wait, no one's around.
Well, if nobody's around, then it's okay to say a word. It's just a word.
So it's okay to scream the N-word as a white person as long as you're by yourself.
Just a word. The problem is how you...
It's just a word!
Yeah. Do you think words have meanings?
Dude, I swear, like, people who are like 10 years older than me just don't get this. I don't know what it is, right?
No, Parker, the problem is that you're not understanding that words don't have meanings. They have usages. And depending on how you use them, they're wrong. Now, let's get back to the debate here.
So again, to clarify, a white person screaming the N-word in the car that's angry by themselves is wrong.
Bro. It's just a word.
It's just a word, bro. Yeah, that's racism, okay?
How?
A white person using the N-word in that context is absolutely racism.
Where's the racism?
The white person saying the N-word.
Yeah, where's the racism in a word?
They're saying the N-word. Say it then.
Where's the racism in a word?
Say it then.
No, because people are sensitive. Where's the racism in a word, though?
They're using the N-word.
Where's the racism?
Wait, so Mike, let me ask you this question. When we get off the live, can I video call you and you'll say the N-word in the live?
Yeah,
in the video call?
Where's the racism there?
No, Mike, when I get off this live, we can FaceTime call. Will you say the N-word to me?
Yeah, where's the
Picture the money gun. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so where's
the money gun? Will you say it to me on a FaceTime call, Mike?
Yeah, so where's the racism?
Yeah, you will?
No.
Picture the money gun. Thank you so much.
Where's
You'll say the N-word to me on a FaceTime call.
No, because people are sensitive if I say it.
Wait, no, but it would just be me and you.
No, Parker, in the context of
Mike, you said it's just a word. Why won't you do it?
No, because it depends on how you use it. Now, if you're going to say it, Mike, say it. Well, of course, that's going to be wrong because now you're going to...
No, on a FaceTime call with me and you.
Parker, please listen and relax. We both agree here. It's wrong to use the word in negative ways. The problem is that everything is just words. The problem is how you use it. Now, I will not say it because people are sensitive to it, and I think it's a bad word to say here on lives or in the context of situations like this, where people are listening in and are sensitive. But words are just words, and you haven't shown yet where the vegan teacher was racist, or anybody here was racist. Number one. Number two, you haven't shown your justification for putting animals in gas chambers yet. I'm waiting for that still.
Okay, Mike, I've already told you I'm agnostic as it relates to that. And again, I told you, Mike, on a FaceTime call, will you say the N-word to me after this debate?
No, I just said no.
No, but it's just me and you.
No, the problem is that you're going to record that and put it in the wrong context.
No, I will literally sign a contract. I will literally sign a contract. I won't record it.
That's the
I'll
reason.
sign a contract, Mike.
It doesn't matter. I was still
Mike, I will sign a contract that I won't. Will you say it?
No, because you're sensitive.
No, okay, so then what? It's just a word though, Mike.
Because if I use it in front of you, you'd be sensitive to it.
Okay, so only because I was so if I wasn't sensitive to it, you do it?
Exactly.
Okay, so if I can get racist from the comment section, stop with them and say it to them?
No.
Oh, but they're not sensitive to it, Mike. They're not sensitive to it, Mike.
That would be used in a negative way.
Wait, no, but you wouldn't because again, they're not sensitive to it.
In a negative way.
If you just say the word, how is it? Okay, wait. That's my point. It's always negative for a white person to say the N-word. You just made my point, Mike.
Bro,
Mike, you just made the point.
Parker, look, this is such a reach. Again,
how is this a reach?
I'll probably never feel comfortable saying that word because of how sensitive people are to it. That's why I will never say it. However, words are just words at the end of the day. Number two, you haven't shown the racism involved with the vegan teacher. Number three,
on a video.
Okay, great. So in what
that's not racism to you, Mike. That's just sad.
So in what context was she racist?
I just gave you the multiple contexts. I gave you the videos.
No,
I showed you everything, and you're still sitting here justifying, saying she's not being racist there.
Show me the exact racist.
Showed you the video.
Context, right? Show me the.
I showed you the video.
No, I saw the video already. I'm looking for like where the exact racist part was.
That I just told you, right? Her using the N-word as an acronym. Her justifying the usage of white people saying the N-word, and again, her justifying the usage of blackface.
So why was it acronym racist?
Because she's using the N-word.
Why was that racist?
And she's white.
Why is it
white? A white person saying the N-word is always wrong.
Why is that racist?
I just told you. I said I think that a white person saying the N-word, right, is racist in this context.
Why? Why is it racist?
Again, I've just told you that it's defined as racist. That's literally just applies to the definition.
Why is the word racist?
Because it's a white person using a term in which it's historically been used to oppress people.
Why is that racist?
Yeah, you're just really asking why it's racist for white people to say the N-word.
Why is it racist in that context?
Yeah. Again, I just think that's crazy, right? Again, what is racism?
You said it.
Mike, what's racism?
Being derogatory to a certain race.
Okay. Is it derogatory?
Why?
Is it derogatory for white people to use the N-word?
Depends on the context. If you're going to
so a white person screaming the N-word at the top of their lungs out of anger by themselves in a car is not derogatory.
I think that is derogatory depending on people listening in. That could be sensitive to.
Wait, no one else is there. It's just them.
Okay, great. Then yeah, I would agree that if nobody's there and it's just a word, it's just there's no racism there.
Okay, for white screamed the N-word in a car by themselves.
Show me where vegan teacher was racist. You have yet to.
That's what I think is racist, Mike.
Why? Why is it racist?
I just told you.
Why?
It is a white person using the N-word.
How was the vegan teacher racist?
It's a white person using the N-word.
How was the vegan teacher racist?
I just told you.
So every time I say a word, like the N-word, that means I'm racist automatically?
If you're a white person using the N-word, yes, I think it's racist.
So in every context, even someone that
yes, I think yes.
Like me, even someone who's not racist like me, and I said the word, it would be racist to you?
You are racist. Yeah, in that context. Yeah, absolutely.
How am I racist if I'm just saying a word?
You just use the N-word. You're white.
Why does that mean I'm racist?
Again, that is literally just under the definition of the term. I consider it prejudice for white people to use the N-word.
If I say a word.
Okay, right? Again, you're just
sense.
Again, this all just comes down to you saying it's not racist for white people to say the N-word. So after this live, right, will you make a promise with me to by yourself say the N-word?
Yeah, Parker. So again, you haven't
because apparently there's no one sensitive there to it.
You haven't shown the context.
So again, the context in which someone who's mad in the car by themselves screams the N-word.
In what context was vegan teacher racist?
I just told you multiple times, but let me give you another hypothetical to demonstrate this.
By saying the word.
Yeah, she's racist by saying the N-word, absolutely. And I'll give you an example I'll give you an example to demonstrate this. For example, Mike, for example, right, a person, right, sees someone on TikTok, right, that is black, right? They're still by themselves, they're not in a call, no one can hear them, they're not in a live, they scream the N-word at the top of their lungs. Did they do something racist?
If people are around watching, absolutely they're racist.
No one's watching. I just told you no one's watching.
If nobody's watching and they just use the word with no intention to harm anybody, or
when they're looking at a black person, yes,
that's wrong. Obviously.
Wait, why is it wrong, Mike?
Because you're looking at somebody.
Wait, but it's not using it towards someone. You're just looking at someone.
If you're just going to say it to yourself in your bedroom, is that racist?
Yes.
With no intention of being racist. That's
yes. I don't care if you have an intention. It's absolutely racist.
That's contradictory.
How is that contradictory?
Because you're saying you have no intention.
Name the contradiction, Mike.
Can I explain? You're saying it's racist, but then it's not racist because a person's not having any racial intentions to it.
Wait, that's not the way I'm defining racism. So you just engaged in equivocation. Great.
That's not
I never used racism based upon intent. I actually clarified multiple times in this conversation that me using the term racism is not necessarily in the context of someone intentfully being that way. So you just disputed, right? Not my definition. You just said I engaged in a contradiction when you engaged in an equivocation fallacy, Mike. Nice reasoning.
Yeah, the problem is that if there's no intention to be derogatory towards somebody, it's not racist at all.
Dude, so yeah, a white person scrolling on TikTok sees a black person, screams the N-word. If they didn't mean to be racist, you don't think they were racist.
That's a clear, obvious case.
Wait, no, but if they didn't, they said they didn't mean to be racist. They just said it.
If they just said it and they were not being, and there was no intention at all to be derogatory, that's perfectly okay. It's just a word.
A white person sees a black person, screams the N-word, and it's not wrong to Mike. Like, that's crazy, dude.
If they had no racial intentions there, I think that's perfectly okay.
If someone had no racial intentions in enslaving a black person, was that wrong? Or was that racist?
That's what racism means, right? Racism means...
Wait, if someone had no racial intentions in something racist.
Look, racism means like you have like a derogatory attitude towards somebody, right? Obviously, that's never okay to me. But it's just a word at the end of the day. Right. If I said blah, 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 or what if somebody had Tourette syndrome and they said the N-word, would that make him racist?
So again, in this particular scenario, right, they didn't intentionally say the word specifically, right? Whereas the person who is saying the N-word in the other circumstance did intentionally say the words.
Point.
No. One person's intentionally being racist, where the other person did not intentionally say the words.
Thank you. And let's get back to the fucking topic.
Mike. There's a complete difference there. Let me explain what the difference is.
No, it's
Mike. Can you please listen to me? Stop cutting me off.
No,
stop cutting me off, Mike. Okay, I'll just mute you, right? In one scenario, they didn't mean to say the words, right? In the other one, they did mean to say the words. That's the relevant difference, Mike. Does that make sense, Mike? What did I just say?
Thank you for conceding me to my point.
What did I just say, Mike?
Great. So
what did I just say, Mike? Tell me what I just said.
Back to the topic. They didn't.
Mike, tell me what I just said.
They didn't intend to use that word.
What was the difference between the two?
There is no difference. That's the point.
You understand the point. I just explained it to you. Listen, use your ears, Mike. Use your ears. I know you don't have to reason much when you talk to theists, but listen here, right? It is the case. In one scenario, they meant to use the words. In the other scenario, they did not mean to use the words.
Yeah. So if somebody's looking at the screen, they just have the urge to say the word, right? Because they have Tourette's or some kind of other disorder.
I'm not talking about Tourette's. I'm saying someone intentionally uses the words.
Yeah, right. But if they just had some kind of like mental like reason for doing that, just randomly, it would be okay to you, right?
No, because they intentionally use the words.
No, they didn't intend to do it. It was random. Like it was just a random response.
If they have Tourette's, then no.
Okay.
They did not intentionally use the word.
Exactly. So there's no intention, then it's perfectly okay to you. Now let's get back to
no. The difference is that one intended. No. Mike. We're talking about differences in intentions. You're equivocating. I'm saying intention to say words, and you're saying intention to be racist. So they can still engage in the action without intention to be racist, and it's not bad for you. Whereas for me, if they intended to use the words, even if they did not intend them to be racist, I can still consider it wrong.
Exactly. So I agree. So now let's go back.
No, you don't, because if you agree on that, then you'd agree that she was being racist.
No. Look, let's go back to the topic at hand. You conceded to my point that if not used.
I didn't concede. You literally said it's okay for white people to say the N-word. You said it's okay for people to use blackface so long as they're not trying to be derogatory.
I never actually said that blackface word, but you
did. You actually did, Mike. I have this recorded, Mike.
Okay. Well, if I did, I was mistaken. If somebody had.
Okay. Well, we were talked about it for a bit. Okay. So
now the funny thing is, you have yet to justify slaughtering animals.
I told you I don't know.
Okay, great. Now, would that be a good justification? Like, if I went to grape somebody,
I'm not justifying it.
Parker, listen to me. If somebody raped somebody, and their justification, what they said was it wrong? And they said, I don't know. I don't know. Would that be okay to you?
Well, I have reason to consider it wrong, Mike.
Okay, great. No, I'm talking about the person who committed the crime, right? Like, if somebody committed a crime,
that's what their view is. I have a different view.
Look, if somebody committed a crime and their view was, well, I don't know why it's wrong, but I just did it. Would that be okay?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, great.
So because I have reason to consider what they did wrong. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
So then under your,
no. You can reason if you can. Right, but as it relates to, say, right, humans trying to get pleasure off of graping animals, I consider that wrong in all scenarios.
Okay, great. So, would you say that it's okay to breed humans for consumption and grape them? Would that be okay to you?
No.
Okay, great. So now you're going back to name the trait, which you have not.
I'm giving you the trait.
No, you have not.
Yes, I gave you the trait that's different between humans and non-humans. Humans are part of a species in which is meets a particular threshold of rationality. Yeah. I told you that many times, Mike.
And then I countered by showing you that you value humans no matter their rationality level, right? So even if a person was disabled mentally, you would still value them.
Because I value the species based upon them meeting a particular threshold of rationality.
Great. So if we found out tomorrow that some people were not the human species, would you slaughter them?
They wouldn't be people, right? And I would value that species because they're rational.
Okay, great. So if there is a mentally challenged being who is just like me with green skin, would you slaughter that person, that being?
No, I can grant them particularly value, right? Because I can grant their species value on the basis of the fact that they meet a particular threshold of rationality. If they are part of a different species, right? If it's a part of a different species, well, then we're talking about something completely different. If we're saying someone transformed, right? If we're going to say someone transformed from being a human to being non-human, I still grant them value because they were previously at that particular point, right? I can grant that, right? Like a completely different species from inception, Appreciate the Galaxy, thank you so much. If they don't meet these particular characteristics, they wouldn't be granted as much value.
Okay, great. So imagine if we had like a DNA detector or something, and one day you would use on beings. Imagine like one day we used this DNA detector and we found out that like it beeped whenever somebody was not a human species. One day it started just beeping at me or something, right? Beep, beep, beep. Mike's not human. Would you then put me in the gas chamber and slaughter me?
No, Mike, because you're rational. No, Mike, because I know you're human.
What if I was not rational? Like, what if I wasn't rational?
I know you're human, and it is the case that you're rational.
Okay, what if I wasn't rational and I was a non-human?
I know that you're human.
But the detector in this hypothetical scenario detected I was not human.
So, like, we had DNA come back that you weren't human.
Yeah. Would you slaughter me?
Appreciate that you're amazing. Thank you so much. What species were they a part of?
Would you put me in a gas chamber?
Appreciate the money again. Thank you so much. What species are you a part of? If you're not rational, you never were human.
I'd be another species. Yeah.
Wait, Mike, were you ever human?
No, doesn't matter.
It's not you, Mike. Then this isn't you. Why are you portraying it as if it's you? If they're not human, if they don't have your subjective experience, if nothing is the same.
Yeah. Do you know what hypotheticals are?
That's not you then. Mike, hypotheticals have to be logically consistent. This is not a logically consistent hypothetical.
Where is the inconsistency in my hypothetical here?
Because you're saying that it's you and not you simultaneously.
No, I'm not saying it's me. I'm saying it's
who are you, Mike? Tell me what you are.
Look, this is the point.
No, when you define who Mike is, tell me what it is.
Stop, bro. If there was a being who looked just like me, okay, is that better for you? And was not human and was not rational, would you put them in a gas chamber?
So they look exactly like you. They're non-human, non-rational. They're sentient, and they never were rational, never were human.
Yeah.
I still wouldn't put you in a gas chamber because of aesthetic preferences.
Okay,
because you look typically human.
Great. So what you're saying is there's something.
And also, I don't put rocks in gas chambers. Like, as where you just put it in a gas chamber if you don't value it as much. Doesn't make any sense because I don't value rocks as much, yet I wouldn't throw them in gas chambers.
Okay, great. So then your entire view hinges upon the notion that there's something physically attractive to you that makes you not want to harm me, right? And versus put me in a gas chamber. So what exactly is the cutoff there? We already talked about this, but you said I don't know the cutoff. So where's the cutoff?
Mike, we already showed you that. What is the cutoff?
No, Parker, please listen. Where's the cutoff in a person who looks sufficiently enough to not harm?
Okay, Mike, we have already gone over in this conversation. We can't identify cutoffs in this type of way. We can talk in typicals. Like, again, when does it become a mountain and when is it not a mountain? Right? There's going to be a cutoff point in which is extraordinarily arbitrary and dependent upon the context of the scenario of me comparing a particular data set. Right? Let me finish. I see something, I indicate whether or not it particularly meets this criteria. Otherwise, right, we don't necessarily have to be able to identify a specific cutoff point. The same way that when you're a threshold, Mike, please stop talking. Mike, when you're a threshold deontologist, right, you don't know the specific cutoff point for each different rule or principle.
But we weigh the utility. You are not weighing the utility. That's
but as a threshold deontologist, the weighing of the utility is an arbitrary standpoint.
Yeah, but it's based on
Mike. There you go. You just conceded. You don't know what the cutoff point is until you have a specific circumstance.
It's weighed on empirics.
Mike, you just conceded by being a threshold deontologist.
Your entire view hinges upon the notion that there's something physical about me that allows you to not harm me. So where is your cutoff there?
Mike, you don't know what the cutoff is as it relates to
What's the
threshold
trait?
deontology.
Is it
I could ask you
unibrow?
the exact same questions related to
What's the
deontology,
physical
as it
trait?
relates
What's
to
the
mountains,
physical
as it
trait?
relates to almost anything. Most things we don't know the
what's the
exact
physical-
specific cutoff unless we're given a particular
Parker.
scenario and we can identify the differences in them.
Okay, it's great. So what's the physical trait then that distinguishes a non-human from a human that justifies slaughtering the non-human?
They're a part of a species in which is
Not
it's a threshold rationality.
Okay, what if they're disabled?
Again, and that's in conjunction with sentience, by the way.
You're not following the line of reasoning here, right? You're
Okay.
just pivoting. You're not really understanding what I'm telling you.
What am I not understanding?
Look, erase to rationality. We agree that we both agree that rationality is irrelevant to valuing somebody in terms of their moral ethics. You're talking about species, and you're saying that there's a difference between a non-human and a human aesthetically. So what exactly is that trait that distinguishes aesthetically a non-human from a human that would justify or warrant slaughtering those beings?
Yeah, again, we don't know the specific standpoint in which there is a cutoff. Similarly to you don't know that as it relates to your
Right,
threshold
but-
ontology,
okay, but could it
as it
be-
relates to mountains. Mike, I don't know how many times we have to go over the exact same thing
right.
where it doesn't know where specifically the cutoff is unless we have particular circumstances where we can compare and contrast.
Right, but it could be like a eye color or hair color or skin color. Could that be it?
No.
My organ type?
No.
Could it be my brain type? Could it be my finger type?
No, not as it relates to humans. If you're talking
Could it
type
be
of
my-
human,
Could it be like my nose type?
no, because we're talking type of humans.
Okay, so could it be my foot?
Like, can I give you a difference? Like,
could it be
let's
my
say,
foot type? Could it be my knee type?
I like how you're still trying to hit the particular cutoff
my
point,
penis
which
size?
we've already gone over that, Mike, multiple times. Well, it's too small for you, Mike. So again, if we want to talk about this, we can
yeah.
determine this based upon DNA.
Okay, great. So what genetic material would be sufficient enough to put somebody in a gas chamber?
Again, right? I just told you human DNA, right, along with the context in which they are sentient,
what exact gene would allow you to put someone in a gas chamber?
Human DNA. What is
Great.
human DNA?
So what
Mike,
gene-
what is
what-
here? I can ask you this
Parker,
question. What is
how
the
do you
point
not
where human DNA becomes non-human?
How are you not understanding this?
Evolutionary
What's
steps, right?
the
What point does human DNA become non-human DNA?
What's the gene?
At what point does human DNA become non-human DNA?
There are many different types of genes, but
Give me a specific gene.
I'm asking you.
Mike, give me a specific gene right now.
Parker, I'm asking you.
Wait, I'm asking you for the cutoff point. What is the cutoff point between a human and a non-human as it relates to the genes?
I don't have your position.
Wait, no, but you say
I
that
don't
there are
know your
differences between humans and non-humans on the basis of DNA.
Yeah,
You already
I-
agree with that.
I think there is no difference. I think there is no.
So you could call a dog a human.
No, I said.
Okay, so what is the difference between these
Parker,
characteristics,
let
dog and
me-
human?
Dude, let me speak and explain myself.
Mike, tell me the differences between dog and human.
What I'm saying is that there is no gene, in my view, that would justify putting someone in a gas chamber. To you,
You're not answering my question. What's the difference between a dog and a human?
You gotta let me speak, bro. I'm sorry.
If you answer my question, Mike.
Bro, you gotta let me speak.
Mike, I'm telling you, if you don't answer my
gotta
question,
let
I'm
me
not going to let you
speak.
speak
You
because you can't answer this right now. At what point is a human a dog? Or at what point is a human a non-human?
There are specific genes, of course.
Tell me the genes.
There are many. I don't know the exact names. of all
Oh,
the
okay, so
genes.
you don't know the exact cutoff point, yet you still think it's reasonable for you to say that there's a difference. Mike, you just
Yeah,
did the exact same thing. You
and
said it
that's-
didn't make sense for me to do.
That's not the point. I know you don't know the fucking genes. I know you don't know much about science. The
I
problem
don't know the genes.
Okay, great, exactly. But the problem,
Mike,
remains-
you don't know much about economics.
Can you please let me speak? Okay. The problem remains that to you, there's a particular genetic code or a particular molecule that justifies putting someone in a gas chamber versus not. Do you see the problem here?
Again, it is the basis of, again, the reason. And again, I never said that it's okay to put pigs in fucking gas chambers. I said I don't know.
Okay, great. So if you don't know, then you have no justification.
Okay, I'm not saying I have a justification or not. Like, for example, I don't have a justification
Great. Then that's why we're
for.
debating. That's why we're debating this fucking
I
topic.
can give you an example.
This is why we're debating this topic. And the fact
No. Like, let me give you an example. I don't have a justification for, like, say, walking like 10 steps, right?
that's not what I'm asking you. Look, I'm asking you.
I wouldn't be like, oh, I have to justify
I'm
me
asking
walking these
you-
10 steps before I do it, right?
Look,
I would be like,
Parker-
I'm going to do these steps until I have reason to consider it wrong.
Parker, your entire view hinges on the notion that there is a specific genetic material that justifies or warrants your slaughtering an animal. That's
Again,
the
I don't consider it just you're showing justified. Right? I'm not doing that.
Then give the justification, and you're going to say,
Wait, what justify? I'm not arguing that.
okay, great. So if you don't know, right, you're going to say, I don't know, then why the fuck are we debating? You're just going to say, I don't know the whole time.
I didn't
right?
say I don't know the whole time. I gave you answers with basically everything. I gave you I don't know as it relates to 1 or 2 questions.
Look, the entire point of this debate is that you are harming animals on an extraordinary scale.
Wait, no, Mike. I want to make one point before you say this. Right, when you say I don't know as it relates to the why the universe came here, right? The theist could say the same thing to you. If you're just going to say I don't know in this entire conversation, right? Then how are we going to have any conversation? Why are you going live every single day to debate theists? Right?
Yeah,
like that makes no sense, right? Obviously, you can have an I don't know to one question, and then you can know as it relates to plenty of others.
Right, but the problem is that you are doing an action without justification. That's the contention in this debate here. I'm asking you.
Wait, Mike, I already responded to that.
You. Look, I'm challenging you on your view, and it seems like all you're going to tell me is I don't know. That means you don't have a justification for putting him in a gas chamber.
Mike, I never said it was justified to put pigs in gas chambers. Secondly, Mike, stop strawmanning me, by the way. Secondly, Mike, let me finish. Secondly, Mike, right, I have already told you, right, in the same way that you see that there's a difference between humans and non-humans as it relates to DNA, the same way there's a difference between non-humans and humans as it relates to identifying that an individual is human, to then say that humans, because they meet a particular threshold of rationality, are going to be granted more value, sentient humans, than other types of sentient beings. I'm not saying I don't grant value to other types of sentient beings. I'm just saying I don't grant the same level of value.
I agree. That's it, but that's not relevant. That's not relevant, right? What's relevant here is you're saying, like, when it comes down to it, it's species that allows you to kill and slaughter and rape animals. So I'm asking you, what gene?
Again, I told you I don't know. Mike, I did not say it was okay to do this.
What gene allows you to rape an animal?
Mike, I told you I don't know. I don't think it's. I'm not saying I think it's okay or good to grape and murder animals, right? Or kill animals, whatever definition you want to use. I'm not saying that. Let me finish.
So then, are you saying that
Mike, stop cutting me off. Right?
Are you saying,
Mike, what is going on, man?
You're saying you're not willing to be pressed on this issue?
No, I'm willing to be pressed. I just don't have a position as it relates to this.
So then go ahead. I'm pressing you. What is the gene that justifies putting an animal in a gas chamber?
Mike, I don't believe that I don't think it's okay to put pigs in gas chambers. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't have a reason to consider it wrong.
Okay. Now we're going to go back to square one, right? Do you think it's wrong to kill a person? Yes. Do you think blah, blah, blah?
Yeah, and we already named the trait, and I named the trait multiple times. Mike, I don't know why you keep going back to this.
We're going to go back here because you don't have an answer.
I gave you an answer multiple times.
All you're saying is, I don't know the gene, right? Is that
No. The descriptive claim of whether or not they're human is... You agree with that, Mike. You don't dispute that, okay? If you don't dispute that, well, then you have no position here for saying that they're like not a human or something like that, okay? Right? Yeah. Really, the only question here that I would have to justify is the reason, right, I grant more value to humans rather than non-humans. Not how I identify them as a human, but the reason I grant them humans over non-humans. Pretty sure the Corgi thinks he's human.
Look, being vegan doesn't mean you don't value humans or you value them the same as humans. I value...
Oh, Mike, I never said that. I've actually clarified multiple times. You do not have to hold this view as a vegan. I said this on the vegan teacher debate. I said this plenty of times.
Nobody fucking agrees with that. Like, not even the vegan teacher thinks that. Okay.
So, well, actually, she was kind of holding pretty similar stuff to it, but not fully that.
No, she wasn't. More importantly, though,
it was very similar. She literally said it was worse for 1 year of factory farming comparative to the entirety of slavery in the Holocaust.
Okay. So now, do you agree that if I were to tell you to harm somebody or grape them or, whatever, because they have a specific gene in them, would that be okay to you? Would that be a good justification for graping somebody?
That's not the because, by the way.
Oh, then
the because.
What's the because?
The because they have this trait of being human, and the because is because they're a part of a species in which meets this threshold of rationality. That is the reason. I don't know how many more times I have to give you this reason, Mike.
Look. If there is a being who had no rationality but they were human, would you slaughter them? Would that be okay?
No, it would not be okay because they're sentient, right? And they're a part of the human species. So the human species and them being sentient is granted because, right, the human species is meets a particular threshold of rationality. So again, right, I am not granting it because only because of the gene. The gene specifically indicates that they're human, and then because they're human, I have a reason that the species meets a particular threshold of rationality. I don't know how many more times I have to go over this.
Great. So now what you're saying is you agree with me that no matter how rational somebody is, you would not harm them. So it comes down to species again. So what is...
No, it's a conjunction. I just told you it's a conjunction, Mike.
I know it's a conjunction, but we could just separate.
So it doesn't just come down to that. So you're misrepresenting me. You're strawmanning me intentionally then.
No, look, I literally told you, I really deduced this. Like I showed you that just because somebody is rational, no matter how rationality they had, you still wouldn't think it's okay to harm them. So rationality is just irrelevant here. What's relevant, the relevant distinction is being a Homo sapien, right?
The relevant difference is, again, I appreciate the Forever Rose. Thank you so much. Right? It is literally both. It is both them being a part of the human species because the species meets the threshold of rationality, and also rationality, right, is a part of the whole valuing of humans, right?
Okay,
because
so
the species meets the threshold of rationality. I don't know how many more times I have to say it. Like, is this not clear to you, Mike? I don't know why this is hard.
It's clear to me that way, but it's not clear when you say that there's something about the species that justifies harming somebody, right? It seems like when it comes down to it, you're saying that if there is a species who is not rational.
Actually, Mike, that's not what I said. I didn't say it justifies harming them. What I said is that grants different value. That's all I said, Mike.
I didn't finish yet. So
yeah, Mike, you misrepresent my view for the 19th time on this debate. I just was fixing that.
Yeah. So what you're essentially saying here is if there is another species, if there is a species of humans that had the same rationality, you would not harm them. But if there's a species who was not rational, let's say that they were mentally challenged, right? That's okay to harm them.
So they're not human. They look like us, and they aren't rational.
Right.
I grant that on aesthetic reasons. But they're not granted the same,
so then what it comes
same
down,
value as like me or you.
So then the crux of it comes down to...
Lights, thank you so much.
Then the crux of this comes down to you think it's okay to slaughter animals and harm them because they look different from humans.
No, that's not the view. I said...
the view, bro.
I've clarified multiple times the difference between humans and non-humans is that their species meets a particular threshold of rationality. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So it's the sentience plus the meets the threshold of rationality. If you're bringing up other circumstances, I can have different standards of values. Okay? Does that make sense?
You did not answer my question. I don't know why this is so difficult for you. I already explained to you that rationality is relevant. It comes down to aesthetics. You just told me it's not.
No.
Okay, but you just agreed that no matter how rational they were, you would still not harm that being who was like a human.
Sorry, say that one more time.
You agreed to me just now that if no matter how rational somebody was, if they were a human, you will still not harm them.
No, yeah, because again, it's the conjunction, right? Because the species is what's granted it due to the species having a trait that indicates that a particular threshold of them are rational.
Exactly, it's the species.
The species is granted that due to this reason. That's what you're not understanding, Mike. How many more times do I have to explain the same view?
Because you're not really answering properly.
Mike, I promise you I'm answering it.
What you're saying here is that you get to harm an animal because of the aesthetic value they have, right? Essentially.
Again, I'm not arguing that it's okay to even harm animals right now. Look, I already told you as it relates to, like, is it okay to kill an animal, right? I don't know. I've told you that multiple times.
Okay, but you think it's wrong to kill a person who's an animal?
Oh, well, we're talking, when I said animal there, I was meaning non-human, but yeah.
Okay, great. Now, if you can't point out the distinction, then your ethical framework is garbage.
I did multiple times, Mike.
Okay, great.
I named the trait already multiple times.
The problem is, when it comes down to it, you're saying it's aesthetic value. I'm asking you for
from the other species and this one.
Yes, I'm asking you now, what particular trait?
What goes from I don't know to know? Well, because they look typically human.
Right. So you're saying if they look human, you get to save them. They don't look human, you get to put them in a gas chamber.
If they look human, right? If they look typically human, right, and they are sentient, right? I am going to grant a greater level of value. Yes.
Okay. So again, where's your cutoff here, right? Like, where's the aesthetic cutoff?
You keep asking I don't know what I do. Again, it's the same type of cutoff scenario as you describing the difference between a human and a non-human. Okay. Mike, that's
Yeah,
literally the same
problem is
difference.
You're not elaborating as to like what aesthetic
Because
value.
I've already given you the morally relevant distinction.
I already-
You're now asking
I
for
already-
like
I
the
already
descriptive
asked you,
difference between the two.
Like I already asked you, like, is it like the skin color? Is it the eye color?
No, it's not those things. I just told you. It's again
So
whether or
what
not they
is it?
look
What's the
typically
aesthetic-
human.
So then what's the aesthetic trait?
Again, it's whether or not they look typically human, right? If you're asking what a typical
Right.
human looks like, I can tell you.
I know you can tell me what a human looks like. I'm asking you, like, what's the cutoff between human and non-human aesthetically?
Mike, you're not asking. I've answered this how many times, right? How many times do I have to answer the
You're
same
not
question?
answering it. You're just saying.
I've answered
I
it
don't know.
plenty of times. It is
You're just
the
saying, I don't
exact
know.
same. Yes, I appreciate the little thank you so much. It's the exact same as asking me what the difference is between a human and a non-human in a descriptive sense.
Okay, great.
All you're asking is for the descriptive distinction aesthetically. Okay, and you have descriptive distinctions aesthetically as well.
Okay, great. So what you're saying is, aesthetically, there could be some trait, such as, hair color or skin color or skin type, that would justify harming a being. It could be, right?
Again, I'm not saying skin type. I'm not saying skin color. I'm not saying hair color. Right?
But
I'm
they
saying
could
whether or
be.
not they look
This could
typically
be,
human. If
right?
you said you already know the typical humans, none of those traits that were qualifying. Because again, humans will
So-
have differing traits as it relates to those.
Right. So I'm asking you to where the cutoff is. I'm trying to gauge where that is. I'm trying to press you on this, right? Like, what particular trait? Could it be like, maybe size of feet? Like how many arms they have? Would that be the point where you get to slaughter somebody?
Again, I never argue that it's okay to slaughter, right, an animal. I've clarified that many times. I don't know what you're asking at this point. I've already answered this, right? I told you we don't know the cutoff point specifically. And I can ask you the same question, Mike. Let me give you another example. What the morally relevant difference between different types of insects and between animals that justifies the differences in values that you base between the two?
Values are relevant to the ethics of veganism.
No, I'm just asking you what the relevant difference, because again, we're describing this so that you understand when you keep asking me for this cutoff that it's not really a good question, because I'm specifically showing you here in this particular example how you won't be able to show it, yet you still have these different types of reasonable notions.
Yeah. So again, you're not really showing me where exactly the difference is. I don't know why you
Can you
can't
answer
do
my
it.
question, Mike? Stop being disingenuous, please, and like answer my question. I've answered that like 15, 20 times. That's useful so you can understand how I'm relating to this question.
Yeah. The problem is, like, you agree with me before that if somebody were to grape somebody else and they said, I don't know why I did this, right? I did it, but I don't know what justifies it. I think that would be a bad
Yeah,
reason.
they don't have good justification. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Because I have
Right.
reason to believe that is wrong. What is your reason, Mike?
No, you're not. Just like analogously speaking, you have no reason. You are not giving a reason for what justifies harming those animals. Your actions.
Because I told you, right? I don't know as it relates to that. How many more times do I?
Just for doing that.
Because I'm not providing a justification, right? I said I don't know. Do you understand what saying I don't know means?
I do, and that's the problem, right? If I say, "Oh, I just raped somebody," I don't know why, but it was
I can give
good.
you a reason why it's wrong. Can you give me the reason?
Why harming an animal is wrong?
Yeah, as it relates to other types of ethical models, because like, the reason I actually
think
identified you.
harming
Hold on,
something
let me
wrong
finish. The reason I pushed you down to was that you then based it upon what's considered an excessive level, because it wasn't based upon the necessary standpoint. And if it's based upon what's an excessive level, well, that's just going to be an intuitive distinction between you and between a non-vegan, right? Which is not a reason. That's an intuitive distinction.
Yeah. So again, you haven't shown the distinction between animals and not.
Mike, I mean, are you just like incapable of reasoning, Mike?
You're saying I don't know, and this is not a
Mike, I've given you responses to this multiple times.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have, Mike.
No, because all you're saying is I don't know, but that would not be a good justification.
What's your reason for justifying eating plants?
They're not sentient.
Okay, they're not sentient. Well, they're not part of a species which meets a particular threshold of rationality. Couldn't someone say the same thing? Again, I'm not saying that, but couldn't someone say the same thing?
Right. The difference is I have a justification. You are not giving that justification for harming a being.
Because I don't know.
Okay.
As it relates to that view, I don't know.
No. But
I'm
you
simply
don't
not
know.
convinced that I should be.
Exactly. Right? You don't know. That's why we're here to debate this topic. Right? Imagine if I went to a theistic discussion and said, I don't know.
You say that
would be
about
weird.
where the universe came from all the time, and you don't see it as an issue.
No,
reasonably speaking.
imagine if that was my entire argument. I don't know.
That isn't my entire argument.
Yes, it is.
Mike, respectfully, we've been having a conversation for an hour and 40 minutes, right? And we've had plenty of conversations about things that I've given you answers to. There have been literally 2 or 3 questions that I've given you an I don't know response to, and that is the same as it relates to atheist conversations, right? I will say I don't know to a few questions as it relates to the conversations that theists might pose to me. Yet I still think I'm acting reasonably against theists. Similarly, I think I'm acting reasonably here, even though I might not have knowledge of what I consider this wrong.
Right. The problem is,
if you could give me reason, though, I'll be vegan.
The problem is that there's such a stark, like when asked you, is it wrong to rape a person? You said, yes, it's wrong. Like, there's just such
yes, because I have reasons for this.
Hold on. There's such a stark contrast between you saying it to humans versus non-human. I'm pressing you on this issue, and it seems like you're saying, I don't know. And to me, with all the net utility that can be increased by being vegan, that you're not willing to even listen to. Like, I haven't even talked about the environmental reasons, the antibiotic resistance reasons, the economic reasons, since you love economy, right? We can talk about the economic benefits. $1 trillion net positive if we all tomorrow in the next case. Societal reasons, all right?
How do you qualify that?
Changing how... We have lots of empirics for this.
Name the study.
Sure. Other evidence shows, so for example, this one says the analysis and valuation of the health and climate change co-benefits of dietary changes. This shows that vegan diets could save us.
No, the $1 trillion one. What was the $1 trillion?
Yeah, that's it.
So the title is what?
Analysis and valuation of the health and climate change co-benefits of dietary change.
And wait, analysis and what?
Valuation of the health and climate change co-benefits of dietary change.
Health and climate change. Climate change what?
Co-benefits of dietary change.
Dietary change. And where does it say the specific $1 trillion point?
Yeah, it says vegan diets could save $700 billion to $1 trillion per year by 2050. This is on page 40. It's on page. Sean, look for it. I'm just looking at it today.
Okay, so this isn't for the U.S.
Yeah, well, it is for the U. It's for any country. Like, the point is that the food system would change. In the US,
So we can save $1 trillion by 2050
per year. Yeah, by because of the health benefits.
It does not say per year.
It does.
Read where?
Let me find you the exact.
And also it says.
So it's on page.
Could.
It's on page 4148, top right.
Full text links. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. So
You said what page?
4148. It's the second. It's the third page, top right column.
41. There's 6 pages.
Top right column.
Third page, top right column. So what does the left graph say? Two graphs. What does the left one say?
Yeah. So again, they did it on the world. It says the world, development countries, high income countries, Western, Middle, Latin America, Sub-Sahara, all those. There would still be lots of savings. So from 700 billion to 1.4 trillion, depending on the country.
So this is change in emissions, not in terms of economics.
No, it's GDP.
It says emissions. If you read the side of it, if you read the y-axis, it is literally change in GHG emissions.
That's not what I'm looking. That's not what I'm looking at.
I'm on the third page at the top right, looking at the graph.
You're not looking at the column. Look, so go into the wording document.
And what column is that?
See the column where it says using the cost of illness approach. You see that part?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. Yeah, go down like a couple paragraphs and you'll see what I'm talking about.
It says moving to the diets based on dietary guidelines from the HGD. What's the HGD?
like
The healthy eating and energy intake. That
Yeah,
has nothing to do with
recommended
vegetarian.
No, it does. It says recommended
The
diet.
VGN diets are down here. So in the VGT diets. So I'll tell you, VGT, let me see. This is from HGD that says 735 billion. So comparing the HGD to the VGT, there's much of a difference. Greater savings occur with the adoption of vegetarian diets, 973 billion, range 644 billion to around 13,000 billion. And vegan diets, 1,000 billion, range to is 700 to 1,428 billion. As the percentage of expected world gross domestic product in 2050. Hold up, these savings amounts to 2.3%, 1.5 to 3.1% for HGD diets, and for vegetarian diets, it's from 2 to 4%.
Yeah, that's
the
veganism. Okay.
No, so if you hold up, Mike, you're not letting me fully explain this data. Okay, so if you want to talk about the context of, and actually, by the way, I do just want to say this. I actually do think the climate argument is a better argument than the other things you have. So you'll find a lot more argumentation, me agreeing here, because I agree in terms of systems you should change. But I wouldn't say individually it would be wrong for them. But this would be like, as a system, we should adopt a vegan model. This is different than saying whether or not on an individual standpoint you should do this.
This is just one of many.
Two, no, like for example, like as it relates to the climate crisis, right? I wouldn't necessarily stop driving gas car right now. As a system, we would change. So it would be similar to that, but it's not like I have to stop eating this right now. Secondly, if you want to talk about this, the expected value specifically as it relates to this is, I think, increases by like, what is it? Okay, so it's 2.3% for one, and then it's 3.3% for the vegan diets. So there's a difference in about 1%, right? So that difference is about how many $billion? That's about $200 billion in expected values across listen, Mike, across the entire world. Okay, so this isn't just in the U.S. This isn't just in one country. This is across the entire world. We're talking 200 to $300 billion across the entire world.
No, it doesn't. Where does it say entire world? It says USD.
Yeah, but that's the in terms of dollars.
Yeah,
dude.
What does it say the world?
Dude, it's in terms of dollars, right? That's saying USD dollars. USD is into dollars.
It's going to be per country.
No, it's not. Let's say per country. Show me where, because this is an evaluation of literally the entire world. That's why it has qualifications. I mean, in the graph above about the world, it's talking about the world. So if you're going to save $300 billion across the entire world, well, there are plenty of other things that we could do that could save hundreds of billions of dollars, way more than this, right? Trillions of dollars, right? That don't relate to the context of veganism.
Yeah. So the problem is,
Mike, I just want to say, I think it is really lagging bad. I don't know how to fix this, but we could hit a restart. Yeah. It's up to you, because it's like completely frozen, I think, on my screen.
Start. Yeah.
Yeah, we can try that. All right, I'll see you in a second. All right, everyone, we're restarting. Wait, does it fix it now? When I go out of this, does it fix it? It could just be having them on. Do you hear me now? Chat, do y'all hear me now? Okay, yeah, I just had to restart the app. Mike, send a guest request back, man. Here, I'll just invite him. It should be fine now. All right, it should be fine now.
Okay.
Ignored.
Okay. Yeah. So the point is, it says here in the column right before it, it's region specific data.
I got lag again. Can I restart?
Yeah.
I apologize, man. I don't mean to do this. I wanted to finish this. All right, y'all. I'll be right back, everyone. I'm restarting the live. Give me 1 second, everyone. Give me 1 second. Why we brought up the vegan teacher thing. It wasn't for veganism. But yes, let me get Mike up real quick, and we'll continue the debate. You there?
Yeah.
For sure. I think it's fine now. Chat, is it glitching? It might lag. Some people said lagging issues across the whole app. Okay. Okay, it's good. All right, let me know if it's lagging in chat, everyone. If it's lagging, I don't know what we'll do. Maybe we'll set it up for a different time, or I don't know. I don't care what we do. So did you read it? Did you find if it said annually or
well, yeah,
I mean not
so
annually, if it said by world or by country?
It says region specific, so I'm assuming it means region.
Where does it say that?
The first column.
The first column?
Yeah.
You mean on the right side?
Left side.
That's not talking about the same stuff. Yeah, it says region-specific diets. The region-specific diets are the VGT, VEG, and the HGD. That's not talking about the estimation numbers for the economic impact.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, whether or not it's global or countrywide.
It actually changes a lot, yeah.
Yeah, but look, even 200 billion a year is a huge amount of savings, right? The
No, it's
point
not.
is,
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You know how big the global economy is?
$200 billion per year.
As compared to the global economy. Mike, what is the GDP of the United States?
Look, you think saving $200 billion a year is
Mike,
bad.
I want you to tell me what the GDP of the United States is.
It's like 21 trillion.
Yeah. So that's a small percentage of the entirety of the world, right? If you talk about the world's overall global assets, we have like 140 trillion. Okay, saving $230 billion
In
right?
America, bro, $200 billion.
No, not just. Hey, Mike, Mike. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Parker, this is so disingenuous. Just listen to me. I can't believe you're actually saying.
Can I finish the explanation?
Do you think $200 billion in savings is better than $200 wasted?
Yes, obviously. But
Okay,
like I'm saying,
why the fuck would you be against this?
Mike, I'm not, because I'm saying that as it relates to the priority. I'm not going to do absolutely everything because it's going to save this, right? If we specifically reduced consumption in a particular category by a little bit, we could also save a few $100 billion globally, right? If we all directed that action in that particular way, right? So there are plenty of other things that we could do that would save money like this. Okay, so if we're talking globally, this isn't an extreme amount of money to like hinge. Wait, hold on, Mike. This isn't an extreme amount of money to hinge an argument on, right?
Bro, I can't believe you're actually doing this. There are clear benefits and utility to going vegan, and this is just one of a myriad of examples, right? Like the economic reasons.
Sure, you could say that this is a small benefit. Yeah.
Did you know that promoting veganism and closing the gap between humans and animals actually promotes less racism and less bigotry and less racism and less homophobia? Did you know that?
Can you give me a source?
Sure, no problem.
That there's a causal relation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely is.
Give me a causal relation.
Yeah, gender differences in vegetarian identity. Here's
That's
one.
a correlation.
Here's one called animalizing women and feminizing.
No. I want one that gives a causation.
Yeah, right here.
Gender differences what?
Animalizing women and feminizing vegan men.
No. And what was the first one? Gender differences in what?
The first one was gender differences in vegetarian identity. But that was just showing you that people that are vegetarian have, I don't know, they are construed differently in terms of their gender.
Wait. So where in this source specifically?
That was not the one I was trying to talk to you about.
So then why are you giving me that as a source?
I gave you this one. Give me this one now. Animalizing.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to like not read it or something? Like, I can't believe this.
No, I don't know why you'd give me a source that wasn't relevant to what I was just asking for. Like you said it. I was just clarifying, dude.
Yeah, so animalizing women and feminizing vegan men, the psychological intersections of sexism, speciesism, and meat and masculinity.
I'm not going to be able to remember that off the top of my head. And so, animalizing women and feminizing men. And then what's next?
Yeah, the psychological intersections of sexism, speciesism.
Psychological intersections between veganism. What else?
Between sexism, speciesism, meat, and masculinity.
Sexism, speciesism, and masculinity?
Yeah. What it basically shows is that like people who are like you, speciesist, that's typically tied.
You're actually speciesist as well, Mike. You already conceded that to that earlier.
I'm actually not. Okay.
Yeah, you are, because you have completely different values for humans and non-humans.
Doesn't make you speciesist.
Yeah, that's exactly what a species
No,
is.
because I think all species should have rights.
Oh, okay. So you just define speciesist as like you don't consider all animals should have rights?
All animals should have rights.
So squirrels should have rights?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
They have right to live. They have right to live and be free and be happy.
Yeah. So like, should we try to prevent like from like what's it called? Species from killing other species?
We should if we can.
We should if we can. So we should go into the ocean and stop, different types of ocean life from killing each other.
If
Really?
it's going to lead to a net negative and we can easily solve that, fuck yeah. That's what we already do.
Mm-hmm.
We already do this.
So we go in there and we specifically like we'll put some of them in prison if they do something bad.
We don't, unless they're in prison. What I'm saying is.
Oh, so you just like wipe them out?
We actually do conservation.
So do you wipe them out? Do you kill them?
No, we don't wipe them out. We conserve the species, right?
And how do you conserve the species?
We, protect the environments. We
by doing what?
Wipe out predators or do things like that.
Wipe out predators? So you think it's justified to kill predators?
If they're causing a net negative utility, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
But the point is that like we have to be practical about this, right? Practicable. Most of the time, it's not going to be morally, easy or accessible.
So why don't we put lions in prison? Because like killing them would be more net negative, right?
I never said we put lions in prison.
No, we should though, because that would be more humane to treat them by putting them in prison rather than like killing them. Because killing them would be a moral wrong because they're sentient.
Stop. This is so ridiculous.
I know. Why not? Why not? You put humans in prison. Why don't you put animals in prison?
Stop, bro. Stop. This is so disingenuous.
Wait, how is this disingenuous? You just ran NTT. I asked the same thing back.
Stop. Let me speak, bro. Okay. I'm not saying to treat lions like people. What I'm saying is all living beings, all animals have the right to live. We should not go harm them if we don't have to. Now, of course, under my threshold deontics, I would say that there is a threshold in which the consequences of not doing anything are going to be severe enough to warrant, perhaps bending the rules a bit. But the point is that you are speciesist because you think that some animals don't deserve rights. Okay. And that's what's tied a lot to sexism, dehumanization, right? To women, misogyny. All these things are related to each other. In the study I just presented to you.
Those are just correlations. Nowhere in this study does it say causation.
Yes. And the study shows that, efforts.
Show me, where does it say causation?
Just because correlation can point to causation.
Okay. So then show me how it's pointing towards causation.
Because we've shown that a lot of research has shown that closing the gaps between humans and animals reduces outgroup dehumanization, right? So
it can lead to lesser levels of this because there's correlations.
Can I finish? It actually helps people's perceptions in more favored of, social justice.
So all this tells me is that vegans are more likely to be involved in social justice, which is likely to be true because...
No, it's not on
Can I
vegans.
finish?
It's not on vegans.
Yeah, vegans and vegetarians are more likely to be involved in social justice. That's the only claim that you're making here.
No, the point is that when we close the gap of this, like you think that humans are superior, but when we close this gap, right?
You do too.
No, I don't. I don't think they're superior in terms of rights.
In terms of value, I mean. Because like if you look at the common definitions for speciesism, it's just saying that like humans are more of important value comparative to non-humans, which you actually agree with. So you're a speciesist based on that definition. Based on this new definition you're using that you're showing here, you wouldn't be a speciesist, but based on the common definition that people use of speciesism in terms of the importance or value that individuals would have, you are a speciesist.
No, speciesism means like you treat a certain particular group of species a certain way, all right? That's what I'm not doing, right?
So it says, in applied ethics and the philosophy of animal rights, the practice of, I appreciate the galaxy, thank you so much. The practice of treating members of one species as more morally important than members of another species, also the belief that the practice is justified.
Yeah, I don't think humanity is more important than any other species in terms of...
the belief, I read that wrong. It says also that the belief that this practice is justified. So the practice of saying value is greater for humans comparative to non-humans. That's what the Britannica definition indicates.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not my position. I don't think that that humans have any more rights over the animals or that we are somehow superior as a species.
So we're not superior in value?
Individually speaking, of course, I'm more valuable than you in my view, right? Like the point is, the value is irrelevant.
Really?
Absolutely.
Mike, I'm not more valuable than
for
you
example,
under my view.
Like, for example, if there was like a situation where I had to survive, I would definitely save myself over you.
But that doesn't mean morally speaking I see it to be justified.
That means I value
Whoa, Mike, that doesn't mean I morally speaking see it to be justified.
And you value me more. You value yourself more than me, right?
No, I value us equally as humans.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So if
Like
you were
from a moral
starving-
standpoint, yeah.
So if you were starving, you would allow me to live.
Mike, actually, I'm genuinely serious. I would.
Okay, great. So you would allow me to live if I were starving. What if somebody had to die? They had a gun on you or me. Would you pick me or you?
I would pick myself to die.
You would die for me.
Yes.
No, you wouldn't, Parker. You would not die for me. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. You would really die for me.
If I'm indifferent to the value, I would like it rather to be me rather than be another
That's
person.
a big fucking lie. Okay, look.
Okay, if you want to sit here and call me a lie, whatever, I don't fucking care. I'm
Okay,
telling
great.
you my view is, and I've
Let's
expressed this view
let's
on my
just say you're
live.
right.
Well, hold up, stop talking. I've expressed this view on my live so many times.
Let's just say you're right. It doesn't matter. Like, it's not about value. It's about treating a particular species in a certain way, which I'm not doing. You are. You literally are. Your entire argument is, oh, this is not a human species. Let me go ahead and slaughter it. That's your position.
Wait, say that one more time, sorry.
Your position is, oh, this is not a human species. Let's go ahead and destroy them and exterminate them for no
No,
reason.
it's not what my view is.
Yes, it
You're
is.
completely strawmanning me.
Okay, great. So then do you think it's wrong to slaughter a pig or slaughter a cow?
I don't know. I don't know. Mike, I told you my view is that how many times?
You can't keep just saying, I don't know. I don't know. That's not actually justification.
I'm not giving. I never said I was giving a justification. I've clarified, Mike,
Great.
multiple
Well,
times. I'm not
that's why
giving a
we're
justification.
debating.
I say I don't know. I just don't have a reason to be vegan. That's what I'm saying.
I gave you several reasons.
No, you didn't. You. What actually we reduced down to was that we just have a difference in intuition. That's actually what it was.
Okay. Do you think
Some of your views are a bit more incoherent. Like if you say that you don't value humans more than non-humans,
Okay,
you're going
do
to
you
get absurd reductios. Like, can I give you one real quick? For example, right, there's a human that has the exact same characteristics, right, as it relates to rationality, as it relates to consciousness, everything as a squirrel, okay? Would you be indifferent to either the squirrel or the human dying?
No, of course I would save the human before the squirrel, but that's irrelevant.
Wait, but they have the same characteristics. So you do place more importance and value on humans rather than non-humans given the same characteristics. Therefore, you're a speciesist, Mike. Actually, I have a reason to justify that. You don't.
No, I do. No, the problem is that there's more net utility on the human.
No. Again, they have the same characteristics. So there's no more net utility.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. No, there's not. How is there more net utility?
Human beings have inherently more net utility than a fucking squirrel.
Okay,
Right.
that's literally what speciesism is, Mike. You just conceded to
No, it is
speciesism.
not. No,
That is by definition speciesism,
Okay,
Mike.
great. What's the definition of speciesism? And give it to me where it shows that it has to do with utility.
Speciesism is in applied ethics and the philosophy of animal rights is the practice of treating members of one species as more morally important than members of other species.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not saying it's
That's
more.
literally what you literally just said. Humans are more inherently valuable
No,
than
I think
non-humans.
that animals should have moral rights just like humans have. It's the same rights, right?
No, I'm not talking about in terms of rights. We're talking about in terms of value. You just
Yeah,
said
it's not
that
value.
humans
It's
are
not
inherently more valuable. Don't be disingenuous, Mike. This is to a next level. Okay, you just said this.
No, you're not going to do this. You're
I'm not doing anything. You're the one gaslighting.
Stop and listen to me.
Mike, stop being a dumbass and listen.
Stop and listen to me. It's not about value. It's about rights, right? In my view, I think all animals deserve equal rights. Okay? Value is separate from speciesism. Okay? Even though I value an animal more than you, or an animal more than, a human more than an animal, or me more than you, that doesn't mean I'm speciesist or racist or Parkerist, right? So again, it has to do with rights. Now, you think that we get to slaughter an animal because they don't have rights. That's the problem. That's what
Mike, I've actually disagreed with that multiple times. I literally say I don't know. Mike, how many times more do I have to say that? And by the way, I apologize. I apologize for what I just said. I really don't mean to do that because, like, But you just gaslit me. That's the reason why I did that, and I feel bad, and I don't want to do that. I apologize for that, by the way. But again, based upon the definition that again you place more moral importance and value upon one comparative to the other, that literally by definition is speciesism. If you're using a different definition of speciesism, then you're saying given two different definitions. If you're just saying the one based on rights, you're not a speciesist. If you're saying the ones on value, you're a speciesist. The way that I use the term is based upon value.
Stop. I pressed you on this in this entire debate, and you have no answer. Your literal argument is, I don't know. I think that's a problem. I think that you're not only being...
Mike, that's not an argument.
It is, because you don't have a counter.
Mike, what's an argument?
Justification.
No, Mike, what is an argument?
To not be vegan.
What is an argument, Mike?
You don't have a reason to not be vegan. You don't have an argument to not...
No, what is an argument?
Logical syllogism.
Okay, so it's going to be something in which there are premises and a conclusion.
Yeah.
Me saying I don't know isn't premises and a conclusion, Mike.
Yeah, the problem is that the fact that you have no reason or no justification means you have no argument, right? You have no reasoning behind it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've clarified. I don't have an argument because I'm saying I don't know. But you just agreed it's not an argument, Mike.
The argument is that you have no reasoning or counter or justification for harming animals. That's the argument here.
I don't have a like. What do you mean? Like, as it relates to this, again, I don't consider it right or wrong. I don't know.
I'm pressing you. I'm literally pressing you this entire time on veganism. You have no answer, right? I told you about the.
I've given you answers to plenty of things.
I told you.
I literally the only thing that I told you I don't know is I don't know as it relates to the context of killing animals.
Parker. I talked to you about the ethical reasons, the economic reasons.
Is it wrong to kill an ant?
Societal reasons. Yes, it's wrong to kill an animal if you don't have to.
No, I said an ant.
Yes, it's wrong to kill any animal if you don't have to. They all have rights.
Okay, so if there's a spider in my room, is it wrong for me to kill a spider?
Why do you keep pivoting on this?
I'm not trying to pivot. I'm just trying to ask you genuine questions.
I'm not going to do this shit. I'm going to press you on this because you're not taking it seriously, right? Like, I gave you the ethical reasons. I gave you the economic reasons, the societal reasons, the antibiotic resistance reasons, the health reasons. All these reasons I'm putting as a case towards going vegan, and you're just going, I don't see a reason. That's shitty. Right?
Wait, no, I don't see a morally relevant reason. Again, when we're talking about the context of like my health could be better, Mike, people can tell me there are different diets that are more healthy that are non-vegan than the one I currently use. That doesn't mean I'm going to say that's morally justified to then hold to that or something, right? That's just going to be a healthier view for myself or something like that.
It's not
right?
health is not the only reason. Like, look, I
was giving a response to that. If you don't let me respond to all of these things individually, I don't know how I'm going to respond to them. Do you want me to like give some reason that encompasses every single one of them? I don't know what you're trying to get me to respond with here.
Look, I'm trying to press you on where your ethics is. And
I'm answering, and you're getting mad when I'm answering.
No, it's just that it seems like you don't really have an actual answer. You're just saying, I don't know to run away, right?
I said I don't know to like 2 questions, dude.
So why can't I press you on this further? Why are you going to run away? Are you going to run away and say, I don't know next time?
Again, I don't say I don't know with everything. I'm just saying I don't know as it relates to the killing of pigs and stuff like that. Okay? I don't know how many times I have to tell you that I'm literally just saying I don't know as it relates to that. That's not running. I've been very clear with my answer.
So why don't you know? What do you think justifies slaughtering those pigs?
I said I don't know. I mean, Mike, how many more times? That's the only question I've said I don't know on.
This is why I can't debate this.
Mike, name one other question I said I don't know on. Appreciate the paper crane.
You don't know the trait that distinguishes humans from non-humans.
I told you.
You don't know what justifies.
I told you that already. You're fucking disingenuous as fuck, Mike. The trait that's different is literally that humans, right, are a part of a species in which meets a particular threshold of rationality. I have said that to you 20 plus times on this live. Yeah, you're literally just saying things to disagree for fun.
And we went through this line of reasoning. Thank you. We already went through this line of reasoning, and
I've gone through it 20 plus times with you, dude.
Yeah, we already went through this line of reasoning, and I showed you that it's not rationality. It's really species. The crux of the issue is the species. You think that we are, as a species, more superior.
No, the species is granted that because it meets a threshold of rationality. I don't know how many more times I have to say that to you, Mike. You're a terrible reasoner.
Yeah, can I please finish? Okay. So we already went through the line of reasoning, and you stated that it's aesthetic value that justifies harming the animals, right?
No, I literally told you I don't know. Right? I've told you on harming animals. I literally have told you I don't know. That's the question. One question. So, I've told you I don't know on. I don't know how many more times I have to say the same thing.
Look, if you're going to say I don't know to everything, then you don't have any argument.
I didn't say it to everything. I said it to one thing.
You don't have a counter. You don't have an argument at all.
Mike, I literally said I don't know as it relates to this one question, and you're like trying to say that I'm saying I don't know to everything.
This is literally the biggest question in the room. Right?
Name one other question. Name one other question.
Question in the room. Like this is the reason why you're
okay. Someone as a theist could say you don't know what came prior to the context of the Big Bang, right? This is the biggest question to the theist conversation.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, I could say the same thing.
No, it is not.
Why not?
Because the difference is when it comes to the universe, right? There could be a universe with God where there's a beginning or not. But in this situation, you must have a reasoning for doing your particular action, which would make you vegan or not vegan, right? There's a difference in the question.
You can be agnostic on it, though. You could be a naturalist or a non-naturalist.
You could be agnostic.
Right? You could be a non-naturalist or a naturalist, and you could also be agnostic.
You could be agnostic, but then that would mean you definitely don't have a justification for harming others.
Wait, I don't have it. Yeah, I just told you I don't have an argument. I don't have a justification for harming animals.
So, okay,
right?
Great. So you say it again for us. You don't have a justification.
I don't have an argument for harming animals.
Okay, do you have a justification?
I am saying I'm agnostic, and I don't have reason to be vegan.
Let me hear you say you have no justification.
I have no argument for being vegan.
What's
right?
your justification?
I mean, not vegan. Sorry, I don't have any. Sorry, let me finish. I don't have any argument for being non-vegan. Right? I am simply asking for a reason why I should be vegan. Similarly to when I walk down the street, right? I'm not providing a justification for walking down the street, right? I'm going to do these actions until I have reason to consider it wrong. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much.
So do you think this is a good way to do ethics? Oh, let me go ahead and rape and murder. I have no reason to think it's bad. Is that good?
Well, I can provide you reason to say it's bad.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that your justification is shitty, right? Your entire justification.
Wait, I didn't have one. I just told you.
Okay, great. So then you have.
Yeah, because I'm agnostic.
So then
that's like saying you don't have a justification for your position when you're an agnostic. Like what? That doesn't make any sense.
So do you concede you have no justification for harming animals?
Because I'm agnostic.
Can you please concede to that statement?
I'm agnostic. I don't have a justification for a position I don't have.
Okay. Do you agree that you have no justification for harming animals?
For a position I don't have. Yes, I don't have a justification for a position I don't have.
So do you agree that you don't have a justification for harming animals?
I don't have a justification for a position I do not have.
Oh my God, bro. Be honest this time.
I told you I'm agnostic. I've said it so many times, Mike.
Do you have a justification for harming animals? Yes or no?
No. Appreciate the handout.
Thank you. You have no justification.
Mike, I'm agnostic. Of course, that's my position.
So,
I like how he's gonna try and clip this and run with it. Like,
there you go.
Come on, bro.
There you go. So the point is, you have no justification. So now I'm showing.
Wait, I've told you multiple times, right? I literally am agnostic. I don't have a justification for a position I don't have.
Great. So you don't have a justification for harming animals. Now, what if there was somebody who walked around and raped and murdered, and they said, I have no justification, but I'm going to do it anyway? Is that okay in your view?
No, not under my view, because I have reason to consider it wrong. Okay, so you might be able to say under your view, you don't consider what I say is wrong. You consider that what I do is wrong, but I'll ask you what the reason is, and you can provide it.
Parker, you're not understanding. I'm not telling you that the actions are, I know the actions are wrong. I'm telling you, your justification is ridiculous. The reasoning behind
there's no justification because there's no view.
Can I finish this? Okay.
Mike, you're misrepresenting my position so hard, man.
If you just let me speak for a second, right? Your reasoning for harming animals to me is bad, right? It's a bad reasoning. Because in the same context, you would think it's wrong for somebody to just simply go ahead and harm people with no reason, no justification. Yet you're here doing it. You're harming others with no justification. So please give the justification or go.
Go, it's my life. I see a difference between a human and a non-human. I've already granted that to you. I don't have a reason to say that I should be vegan, right? I'm going to keep engaging in the same actions unless I have reason to consider it wrong, right? Again, if I then later on figure out that it was wrong, I would go back and condemn the prior actions that I did, eating meat. But again, I don't have that reason right now. Therefore, why would I say that? Like, I don't know what you're trying to say here, man.
What if I were to show you that there's immense suffering to the animals? Would you go vegan?
Say that one more time.
What if I told you that there was immense amounts of suffering entailed by not being vegan?
In humans, or like, what do you mean? Like, what type of suffering? Are you talking about like ant suffering, or are you talking about cockroach suffering? Or are you talking about
like all together, right? Like, what if there is a reason to be vegan, like such
all together? I care mostly about humans, right? Human suffering, right?
Why? Why do you care about humans only, but not a dog or a pig?
They're a part of a species in which it meets a particular threshold of rationality.
Great. So go ahead.
Mike, we're just having the same conversation over and over again at this point.
Because you're not answering the question, right? What exactly?
I have answered the question a million times, Mike.
Yeah. What exactly is the trait that justifies harming the animals? What exactly is that physical characteristic?
I've told you multiple times, right? I literally don't have justification because I don't hold a position. I'm agnostic. Okay? Mike, how many more times do I have to tell you the same thing? That I don't hold a position, therefore it wouldn't be for me to provide a justification for a position I don't have.
Your ethical framework is not consistent, right?
What do you mean? What do you mean what do you mean by consistent? What's the contradiction?
Like you're saying it's wrong to not have a justification, and then you're saying it's okay to have a justification.
I never said it was wrong to not have a justification for things. It's representing it.
The reason why is because there's immense amounts of suffering when you entail by eating dogs.
Okay, so you're saying there's suffering in the context of dogs, right? Again, when we talk about these types of things, we would then have to go, is your standard based upon necessary, or is it based upon what you consider to be excessive? So if we go back to the standard of what you consider to be excessive, well, then that's just an intuitive difference. You have no moral high ground. You have no broader reason.
I'm not talking about my ethics. I'm talking about yours, right?
Yeah, but we're comparing the two because you're saying that you have a reason for why I should be vegan. And if you have a reason for why I should be vegan, well, then it shouldn't just be an intuitive distinction. It should be a reason.
That's why I'm asking you. Do you think it's okay to eat a dog?
Again, I don't know.
You think
you can't just like go kill someone's pet or anything like that, but I don't know.
Okay. Do you think it's okay to eat a dog just for the heck of it?
Like are you consuming?
Yeah.
And is it someone else's pet?
It's just a dog.
No, so it's not someone else's pet?
It's just a stray dog.
Okay. Yeah, you what's it called? I don't know as it relates to this. I would say that the same thing as it relates to the context of cows and pigs. My position is still, I don't know.
Come on, bro. Like, you can say, I don't know and run away.
When you keep asking me the same question over and over again, and you keep saying, I don't know. It's the same question. You still haven't given me a reason for. Right? You keep asking, Mike, this entire debate.
An animal doesn't want to fucking die.
I understand, Mike. When you keep asking me the same question over and over and over again, there's nothing progressing in this conversation.
Okay. Do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's okay to kill a dog if they didn't want to die?
Do I think if it's for the context of human consumption? I don't know. I've already answered the same question a million times. I don't know how many more times you want me to answer the same question.
This is why we have to go back into NTT. Because it shows you that you're being inconsistent.
No, because if you ran NTT, then you're going to run into an issue because you can't provide the relevant difference between the human that has the exact same characteristics as a squirrel and a squirrel. That means you would save the human and not the squirrel.
No, that's not even relevant.
You said it earlier that humans are inherently more valuable than non-humans. You already said it earlier. I'm not pivoting. Mike, stop being disingenuous. I'm not pivoting. I'm giving you a response specifically to what you said.
Parker, you have not named the trait. I'm sorry, you haven't done it.
I have named the trait a million times. The trait that's different in terms of humans versus non-humans is that humans are part of a species and meets a particular threshold of rationality. I've literally shown you the difference plenty of times. Okay, but you didn't. All you showed me, Mike, was that you think that humans are just more inherently valuable than non-humans. That's all you said, actually, Mike. So you didn't provide any justification. I did.
Veganism, right? Like what's relevant to veganism is, do you extend...
Wait, but we weren't just having a conversation about veganism there. We were talking about the values we have with non-humans versus humans because you brought up name the trait.
Yeah, that was
name the trait isn't just a vegan position.
That was your pivot, right?
That's not a pivot. You saying everything is a pivot isn't a good response to anything I'm saying.
Okay, let's get back to the debate here. What justifies harming dogs that don't have to die? If you're just saying, I don't know, that's not a justification.
I've already told you a million times, I don't have a justification for a position I don't have, Mike.
Okay, so then you would think it's morally acceptable to go up to a random stray dog and eat it?
I don't know.
You don't know. You're going to run away.
Mike, you keep asking the same question. I don't know how many more times you want me to answer the same question.
We can go back to NDT if you want, and then you can say, well...
And I'll say the same thing that we already said, because we already had that conversation.
Then I'll ask you, where is the aesthetic value difference? You're going to say, I don't know.
Again, right? As it relates to that, I already showed you specifically that you do the exact same thing. As you're qualifying a distinction descriptively speaking between a human and a non-human, I would ask you what particular gene indicates the difference. Right? You wouldn't be able to demonstrate that. You wouldn't be able to demonstrate at what point something becomes a mountain. You wouldn't at what point something becomes a chair. None of these things would you be able to give me the exact moment that Mike, please let me finish. You wouldn't be able to show me at the exact moment in which there is a distinction or what the cutoff point is.
You're just running away because you're scared.
I'm not running away from any point. I've actually, Mike, I've been extraordinarily honest with you. Okay, you are being extraordinarily disingenuous when you are literally not acknowledging the fact that I've responded to these things probably 20 plus times. Okay, Mike, I don't know how many more times you want me to answer the same question over and over again.
Okay, so what exactly is the aesthetic value that justifies harming a dog, for example?
Are you asking for the cutoff point again, Mike?
Yeah, is it like
Mike? I'm gonna give you a few more times, right? Mike, you're asking the same question we've gone over earlier, right? What is the gene? What gene specifically indicates the difference between humans and non-humans that gives humans more values than non-humans?
What's the trait that justifies killing a dog but not a person?
Again, I don't think it's justified to kill dogs, right? I was saying I don't know as it relates to that. As it relates to the context of humans, right? The reason why I see differences in values with humans versus non-humans is that humans are a part of a species and meet a particular threshold of rationality. Okay, Mike, if you ask me the same question one more time, respectfully, I'm not going to continue with this conversation. I think I've literally gone over this multiple times with you, and I've given you my responses to these things. Okay?
You didn't.
At this point, you asking me these questions is inherently disingenuous because I've answered it 50 fucking plus times. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You've given no responses to my reasoning.
Imagine if I did that on an actual debate. I don't know. That'd be, you look.
I didn't say I don't know to everything. I literally, two questions I answered I don't know to. One was where the cutoff point is, which you would do with every scenario. And two,
where's the cutoff?
Yeah, I can ask you the same thing with humans. I can ask you the same thing with chairs. I can ask you the same thing with basically how everything is defined.
There is no cutoff to me. There is no cutoff to me.
Wait, there's no cutoff between a human and a non-human?
That justifies harming them? No.
No, I'm not talking in terms of morals. I'm talking in terms of traits.
We're talking about ethics.
Wait, I already gave you the ethical distinction. You were asking for the descriptive difference.
I'm asking you, what is the trait that justifies harming an animal morally?
And I told you a million times, it's that they meet a particular threshold of rationality.
Okay, great. So if there is a disabled person, you would harm them.
No, because they aren't a species that meets a particular threshold of rationality. Okay, actually, so Mike, your view is that someone who is disabled that has the same traits as a squirrel is just as valuable as a squirrel. Here we go. Unless you were to go back to the point in which you say that the distinction is just because one is more inherently valuable than the other, which you've already said on this stream.
I'm sorry, bro, but that's not a good answer.
Mike, you just saying it's not a good answer isn't a response to anything I just said.
Look. Unfortunately, you're actually trying to run away from the question.
I'm not running away from any question. I've addressed every question completely head on in front of thousands of people. I've done it literally in front of everyone.
Answer the question head on this time. What's the aesthetic value or trait specifically that justifies harming a dog?
Mike, okay. I'm going to answer this one more time. If you ask me the same question after I answer it one more time, I'm done with this debate for today. Okay. Is that clear? Is that clear, Mike? I will respond, but I've answered the same question a million times. Okay. You asked, what is the trait that values humans over non-humans? It is the fact that they are of a species in which meets a particular threshold of rationality. That is the trait.
Okay. So if it's a disabled person who's not rational, you would still not harm them, right?
So if they're a human being and they are sentient and they are not rational, I would not harm them because they are human, which means that they're of a species in which meets a particular threshold of rationality, and they are sentient.
And the sentience. It's a human and sentience. Okay, great. So animals are sentient too. The dog is sentient too, okay? It's really a human trait to you that justifies it. So now I'm asking you, where's your cutoff between human and non-human that warrants your right to slaughter a dog?
Again, you just asked the same question. The morally relevant difference is the fact that humans are a part of a species in which meets the threshold of rationality. If you're asking what the descriptive difference is of how we identify what a human is versus a non-human, you're going to have to answer the same question as it relates to the context of their DNA. Appreciate the handouts. Thank you so much. We've already had this conversation multiple times.
You didn't answer my question. What
did I not answer, man?
What's the trait that separates a human from a non-human that warrants the
human DNA? Because that is of a species in which meets a threshold of rationality.
Okay, great. So where in the DNA is the specific gene that...
Wait, now you're asking, now he's asking exactly what I was just saying. The descriptive difference between what a human is versus what a non-human is. And this is qualified by both me and you as a descriptive claim, not a morally prescriptive one.
So you're saying, so you're saying there could be a particular gene that somebody has that would make them non-human such that you can harm them and slaughter them and put them in a gas chamber.
Again, not my view that you can harm them. It's, I would say, I don't know, comparative to saying I know. Again, as the difference would be either human versus non-human.
So you're saying, again.
Say specific, my answer for cows is going to be different than my answer for humans.
Parker, you're saying that there is a specific gene in a specific being.
Yeah, there's DNA, right? There's DNA. There's a specific gene that identifies a human as a human and a non-human as a non-human. Appreciate the cap, thank you.
Listen this time. There's a gene, you're saying, in your view, there's a specific gene that says this is a non-human, this is a human. You're saying a gene allows you to put somebody in a gas chamber. That to me is...
No, I'm not, Mike. I've just said multiple times, I don't know as it relates to that one question. If you keep harping on the fact that I don't know as it relates to those, literally the two questions based on the cutoff point, and as it relates to whether or not it's wrong to kill animals, right? Again, I don't know what to tell you. These are literally two questions I don't know the answer to, okay? That is completely legitimate. Reasonably so, we say, I don't know, in the context of conversations about God, about where the universe came from, about plenty of things, and you think it's completely reasonable to do that.
Yeah, let me ask you another question here. What if there is...
By the way, I just want to clarify to the chat. Saying that I'm agnostic on something isn't a defense of a view, okay? It's saying I don't know. It's not having a view. You can't, like, you wouldn't say that an agnostic would be defending a particular view when they're agnostic as it relates to theism. Why would you say it here?
Okay, so Parker, if there was a specific being out there who looked like a human being, and I said, well, they had a X gene, and this gene allows me to rape them, would that be a good reason or justification too?
No, because you didn't provide any reason, right? I gave you reason, Mike. Right. Particularly, again, I never said it was okay to grape anyone, by the way. I never said it was okay to grape anyone, by the way. Can you please let me finish, Mike? Right. I never said it was okay to grape anyone. I said plenty of times, the reason why humans are more valuable than non-humans is because they meet a particular threshold of rationality.
Okay.
Right. I literally, Mike, if you ask, I'm actually putting the barrier here because I don't want to have to cut off this conversation because you're going to take it as a fucking W because you keep asking the same question over and over again. And we're literally not having any productive conversation. Okay. I'm genuinely serious. There's nothing productive coming from this conversation.
Yeah.
I've tried plenty of times to make this conversation legitimate and you have literally failed to do so every single time.
Yeah. So I'm going to ask you another question that's not, that same one from before.
I've established this boundary like 6 times too, by the way.
So if there is would you say
you'd walk over it like so many times, bro? It's unbelievable.
Would you say it's wrong to harm somebody because they had a specific gene in them that you thought warranted your right to harm them? Would that be okay to you? Would that be good?
Never said that a particular gene warranted a right to harm them. I said it warranted a different answer to a question, right? Like I grant them different value. So would it make sense to, because this gene says that because there's a threshold of rationality, right? Would I say that this is more valuable? Yes. Similarly, you say that sentient life is more valuable than non-sentient life, right? Cellular life is less valuable than sentient life. Right. And you qualify distinction based upon intuition. Right. So are you saying a different type of life is grounding of the value to grant a greater amount of value? Yes, you'd answer yes. And that's the same question I just answered multiple times.
Would you say it's wrong to harm somebody for the reason that they had a specific gene that warranted the right to harm them? Would that be a wrong to you? Wrong, yes or no?
It depends on the reason, right? If it is the case that the gene, right, is indicative of a human versus a non-human, right, and the human specifically meets a particular threshold of rationality, we would say that. Similarly, you think the distinction between a plant and an animal is genetic, right? That is a difference in genes that allow for sentience to occur versus non-sentience, okay? You understand that every single... hold on, let me finish, please.
Look, this is
every single value that you have for animals versus non-animals as it relates to the context of plants, right, is going to be predicated off of a genetic basis for particular traits to be expressed. Do you understand that, right?
So, yeah, this is a simple reductio though, like on your position, because it's like you just said to me that you would think it's okay to grape somebody if they had a specific gene.
No, I don't think it's okay to grape someone. You said kill or something like that, right? Again, right?
Okay,
I said that it's okay. Like for example, I think it's okay to kill like an ant. Right, because an ant isn't sentient and doesn't meet the particular threshold of rationality as them being a part of the human species. Right, those two characteristics. You could ask about sentience and you could ask about the human part. Right, do these characteristics then grant a greater amount of value? Yes. Like I don't know what you're saying, man.
I'll ask you one more time. Do you think it's wrong it would be wrong to justify raping somebody because they had a particular gene.
I'm not arguing that it's okay to grape anyone. And you have to say grape, by the way. It's
Oh my God! Oh my God! Can you answer the question, please? Do you think it's wrong?
No, it's not okay to grape anyone.
Do you think it's wrong to grape somebody if they had a particular?
It's not okay to grape a human. No.
They had a gene that rendered them a non-human, but looked just like somebody that was human.
Are they rational? No, it's not okay to do that.
So if they were not rational, that you would grape, they would think it's okay to grape them.
No, I would say I don't know, as it relates to the context of
You don't
say
know.
like and by the way, as it relates to kill, not grape. I've clarified multiple times. I do not hold this for grape because you can't grape a plant, right? Like I'm talking about in terms of killing, right? I've clarified plenty of times.
It would be another animal, bro. Look. I'm sorry, bro, but you just are not answering these questions honestly because you know you don't have a good argument.
Mike, I've answered the question so many times, Mike.
Okay, this is an honest with a yes or no. If you're going to say
Honestly, Mike,
no,
I've answered the question so many times.
okay, great. Do you think it's wrong to rape somebody that was non-human because they had a particular gene that rendered them non-human?
No, I don't think it's okay.
Okay. There you go. But do you think that justification...
That doesn't contradict any of my positions,
think that
too.
justification would be wrong?
Do I think that justification would be wrong for wanting to, like, grape a human?
For their genetics.
Wait, sorry, restate the question.
Do you think it would be a wrong justification to rape somebody, to think that raping somebody is okay because of their specific genetics?
I don't think that it's okay to grape someone just because they have particular genetics, right? That's not my view.
Okay, great. Well, it actually is.
No, it's not. Again, I gave you a conjunction of characteristics.
Okay, great. Now, yeah, and you just contradicted yourself.
I didn't name the contradiction. Give me the P and not P.
You said, you just said before, it's okay to grape somebody. It's okay to harm somebody that is non-human with no rational.
No, I didn't say it was okay. Nope. Completely false, Mike. Mike, that's actually the question I've answered.
Great.
I don't know on. So the fact that we're this far in the conversation and I've answered that question so many times and you've continued to say this over and over again is fundamentally ridiculous, Mike.
Okay, great. So do you think
it's fundamentally ridiculous? So you've said that you've gone over the same thing. How many fucking times, dude? How many times?
Do you think it would be wrong to use a justification?
Do I think it would be wrong to use a justification for what?
Slaughtering somebody or murdering them or raping them because they were non-human.
So killing, say, something that's non-human without justification, right?
Because they had a particular genetic, particular gene that rendered them non-human.
Like killing a plant?
No, not a plant.
Right now, like let's give a particular example, like a plant. Right? Do you think it's okay to kill a plant?
We're talking about sentient beings, right?
Okay. So if you want to qualify sentient beings, right? Okay, then if we talk about specifically sentient beings, right? Do I think it's okay to kill one? I'm not making an argument based upon killing. Again, I told you many times, I don't know as it relates to the killing of non-human animals. I've told you that many times.
Okay.
My position on that has been consistent this entire conversation.
So then you would think you would not think it's acceptable that to harm these animals because there's no justification there, right?
So I don't think it's acceptable. So I'm not arguing that it's acceptable or unacceptable. Again, I told you I don't know.
You don't know if it's acceptable to rape somebody because they were.
I don't know if it's acceptable or non acceptable to kill non-human animals for the consumption of meat.
Okay. So do you think it would be okay to harm somebody who was or grape somebody who was non-human at all?
Do I think it's okay to grape someone? I don't think it's okay to grape anyone.
Okay, great. So if it's wrong to grape somebody always, why is it okay in your view or acceptable or you don't know?
Mike, we've already responded to this.
When it comes to consuming them and slaughtering them, why would that be?
Though you're asking two different questions.
Okay.
And also, again, I've told you, I don't know as it relates to the context of the harming of animals in this context many times.
Okay. Do you think it's acceptable that people consume animal products?
I don't think it's acceptable or not acceptable. I don't know. Mike, it's the same question.
Do you think it's wrong to eat animals?
No, I don't have a view of whether it's wrong or right.
Again,
you keep asking the same question, Mike. Like you're not doing anything.
I don't know, or run away.
Like, no, I'm serious. Anyone who actually knows what's going on in this conversation, knows you're not doing anything, Mike.
No,
You repeating the same question is like not doing anything for me.
The problem is we're debating ethics, and you're going to say,
Mike, respectfully, is there anything new you want to bring up?
Yeah. I can give you many more reasons to go vegan if you don't want to hear them.
Okay, give me the argument for being vegan.
Animals suffer and don't have to.
Is that an argument?
Yeah, it's a proposition. Yeah.
That's not an argument. That's what?
Animals suffer.
That's just a claim.
Animals suffer when we don't have to.
Animals suffer and they don't have to. That's just a claim, right? I'm asking, what's the argument for veganism?
That means we ought not harm them.
Okay, so we ought not harm them because they can suffer? Is that your view?
Sentience, they don't have to be harmed, yeah.
Okay, so would you say that with every being on the planet, whether it be ants, whether it be microorganisms or anything?
Why are you asking me questions? I'm asking you the questions.
Because you can harm a microorganism.
I know, they're not sentient. That's why I said sentient.
Okay, so if it's based on harming a sentient being, well then I'll bring up particular scenarios like
questions, Parker. I'm asking you the questions. Do you think it's okay to do that? And you're asking me questions. No.
Yeah, I say so you're asking me if it's okay to do what? Sorry, refer that again.
I forgot the question. The reason to go vegan is to reduce harm and suffering to the animals. Do you agree?
You said the reason to go vegan is to reduce suffering on animals.
Yeah.
Is that an argument?
Do you agree?
Is that an argument?
It is if you agree with it, right? If it is,
okay,
it is
based upon if we were to apply that same premise. Hey, hold up, Mike. If we were to apply that same premise, that would reduce you down to saying that vegan bodybuilders are wrong because they go above the necessary caloric intake. Okay.
First of all,
we already went over this conversation.
First of all, that's not actually true at all. So again, I agree that under my threshold deontology, there would be a threshold where utility is overpowering the amount.
So that's where you go to the excessive point. Oh my God.
Great. There you go.
You just went off of the necessary point and you went on to the excessive point. So you think some level of killing animals is justified in so long as that it's okay for you. That's literally, you said, I'm okay with some level of this above the necessary level.
Bro, you're just running away every question I asked you. Look.
I'm not. You just said again, I think it's okay for animals to suffer above the necessary level of caloric intake, right? Just to whatever point I intuitively think is wrong. That's what you're saying.
Look, do you agree with me that it's wrong to harm animals that don't have to be harmed?
Not in all scenarios, no. Like for example, right? Eating above the necessary caloric intake is going to harm unnecessarily rodents and different mice.
I'm talking about your ethics. My ethics is perfectly fine. I'm talking about your ethics, which is trash. Do you think
whatever you think is trash? I could say your ethics are trash.
Well, the problem is that you literally are here trying to think it might be okay to grape somebody because of their different genetics.
Again, I said I don't know as it relates to the context of killing animals, right? If we're talking about, hold up, you just love engaging and not letting me finish after strawmanning me.
The second you say I don't know, it means it might be the case that it's okay to grape somebody because they don't have genetics like yours.
Again, I'm not arguing that it's okay to grape particular members who are human, right, or other things like that. I'm not arguing that grape is okay. What I'm specifically arguing is that I do not know if it is wrong to kill a cow, right, for your consumption.
So
okay? Do I think it's wrong for a human to grape a cow, right? Yes, it is wrong for a human to have intercourse with a cow. Absolutely, that's wrong.
Great. So why is it so easy for you to answer about the grape, but it's so... You can't answer.
I've already established it. Unnecessary for human convenience as it relates to consumption.
Okay. So you think if convenience is enough, you get to rape an animal? Like what if you got to grape?
No, not grape. Never grape. I never said grape was okay.
Oh,
right?
But
I specifically.
So it's not convenience.
No, I'm saying. I said for consumption. Did you hear me?
You said for convenience.
For consumption. Right. Listen. Convenience for consumption. Did you hear what I said?
Okay, great. What if it was convenient to consume an animal if you grape them? Would you do it?
What? Can you give me a scenario where that can happen?
Are you kidding me? It's a hypothetical, right? What if, for example, in order to...
What? I just don't understand what you mean. Candy, I appreciate the 9-month subscription.
Wow.
Thank you.
Nice job not answering the hypothetical. Right? What if
I just don't know what you mean. Can you just clarify what the hypothetical means?
So, like, what if there's a particular situation where it was more convenient to consume the animal if it was raped first?
No.
You would think that's wrong?
Yeah.
So there's a contradiction, right?
No, there's not a contradiction.
You just said
because there's no scenario in real life where it is the case that
for convenience of consumption, and then I raised your point, and you said no, that'd be wrong. Right? That's
no, I don't see that as contradictory as to what I'm referencing at all. How is that contradictory?
Because you just stated that it's okay to do it for convenience of consumption. Then you said it's wrong to do it for convenience of consumption. That's a contradiction.
So I said it's okay to do it for convenience as it relates to consumption. And then actually, I will concede on that. I think that view doesn't make sense as it relates to the convenience for consumption. I think you could change the view, particularly to like, as it relates to like not a principle, right? Like a typical apply, right? So how a threshold deontologist would apply like this, they wouldn't apply it in a principled manner. They would say like, I appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. Right. We're going to apply this, right? Unless a particular scenario, we'd say reason as to why we wouldn't apply this. Like for a scenario, I would never think that graping them is okay in the scenario, even if it led to a greater amount of taste preference, like as it relates to that, like a human having intercourse with it. So I would concede on that point.
Appreciate that honesty. Thank you. Now, the problem remains that there seems to be a more fundamental contradiction in your understanding. Because do you think, look, when you say I don't know, what you're conceding to is that it might be the case that slaughtering or raping an animal, or slaughtering an animal or consuming it, it might be the case that slaughtering it is okay if a being had a particular genetic type, right? Would you
if they're non-human and they're not sentient, like if they don't meet my particular like qualifications, yes, it might be the case that I consider it okay to like kill a cow for consumption.
Right.
Okay.
Well,
like
right. So what if this being looked just like a human, but it was not a human and was not rational?
Mike, I've already responded to this question, Mike. Respectfully, dude. Hey, man. Respectfully, Mike, I've responded to this question how many times?
And I'm asking you for the aesthetic value that distincts those two.
Yeah. And you're asking for the cutoff point, which again, we've already established that cutoff points, even if they can't be specifically determined, right? They are intuitively determined based upon particular typical characteristics.
Right.
So you'd have to give me a particular circumstance, and I have to tell you whether or not it applies in a particular circumstance. You've already asked me this question how many times, Mike?
So we can go across the board, right? Like, is the no?
Mike, if you just want to ask the same questions over and over again, I could keep sitting here and asking you the questions about the N-word over and over again. You think it's okay for white people to say the N-word? And I'll just keep asking you the question. You think it's okay for white people to say the N-word? Mike, you think it's okay for white people to say the N-word? Oh wait, Mike, you still think it's okay for white people to say the N-word? Mike, you think it's okay for people to use blackface, right? Like in the same way that you keep asking the same questions, right, over and over and over again, and I've already given you responses to this, I could do the exact same thing to you. But actually, I have responses. I have reason. You didn't give me any response. You just said, how is it racist for a white person to say the N-word, right, when they're by themselves? Yeah. How is that racist? How is the vegan teacher being wrong right here? How is she doing anything wrong by saying it's okay to use blackface in the scenario we're not trying to be derogatory? Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think you're just like trying to run away.
I'm not running away at all. Mike, I've been on here for over 2 hours, 2.5 hours at this point, arguing the same conversation with you, where repeatedly we've gone over the same questions.
Do you think?
Thank you.
Can you answer the question this time? Like, do you think,
Mike? I've already answered the question.
What's the aesthetic value that distincts a human from non-human that justifies slaughtering them?
I think what you're trying to do here, because I've answered this question a million times. What you're trying to do is you're trying to ask me the same question over and over again until I get to a point where I don't want to have this conversation with you anymore, and I kick you off the live because you keep doing this. Appreciate the champion. Thank you so much. And then you're just going to claim that I'm running away. That's what you're trying to reduce it down to at this point, Mike. And I think this is a disingenuous method of engaging in debate, because it has nothing to do with whether or not I was wrong in this scenario or whether or not you provided an argument against me, but whether or not you were able to go against my ability to, have patience for this conversation when answering the same question over and over again. Thank you for the epic GG. Thank you so much. Right? I'm willing to have conversations about veganism. Right, Mike? I'm not willing to have them anymore with you. Okay? I'm down. I'm going to talk to friends about veganism. Right? I will talk about it on live, not with you. But Mike, you have asked the same question over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? And you're just trying to get me to a point where I am not patient enough to deal with it. Okay, that's disingenuous.
You're not answering the questions, though, right?
I am. I promise you, I'm answering the questions.
Okay, great. So answer it this time, right? What exactly is the aesthetic value that would distinguish an animal from a non-human from a human?
So when you just ask the same question again, you're just waiting for me to be able to kick you off. I already told you. Again, we can't. I don't know as it relates to, these are the two questions I said I don't know to. Again, we don't know because
Okay,
right, we
great.
can't define particular conditions. Similarly to we can't identify the descriptive difference between like the particular gene that identifies a human as a human and a non-human as a non-human. Right. Similarly, I'm not going to know the particular physical characteristics in which would be able to classify in my brain. I appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. What particular things, right, in the necessary and sufficient sense are going to identify this. We apply these in typicals. Okay. You would do that's the same thing with threshold deontology.
Right.
Mike, I've explained this to you so many times. I'm done. I'm done explaining this to you.
So you're
If you
saying
want to
that-
have conversations with other people
So
on
you're
this
saying
live,
you
I will
could-
host it, but I cannot go through this conversation with you
So you're saying it
anymore.
could be
You've
the
exhausted
ears.
my level of patience.
So you're saying it could be the nose, it could be the ears, it could be the mouth that justifies putting them in gas chambers. It could be those things.
Does anyone know the same question you asked? And again, I told you I don't see it to be justified. I told you I don't know as it relates to that. So not
Yeah.
only have you continually strawman my
You
view,
say, "I don't
but you've
know."
also asked me the same question so many times insofar as that I become impatient enough to literally not want to further engage with this conversation.
Yeah. So when you say I don't know, it means that maybe it's the case that the nose or the ears or some aesthetic trait would justify just putting someone in
No,
gas.
I don't think there's a here, Mike, I'll give it to you this way. I don't think there's a necessary and sufficient condition. Appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. I think it's defined in typicals. The same way that we define chairs, the same way you define mountains, the same way you define your morality with threshold deontology, the same way that you define the difference between a human and non-human, etc. I've given you this reasoning 10, 15, 20,
Yeah,
30 times
I'm
for the
giving-
past 3 hours, right, on this date.
But do you concede that it may be the case under your view that, for example, an ear?
I don't think that there are necessary and sufficient conditions.
No, but this is what it would reduce down to.
Mike, it doesn't reduce down to that because I don't hold necessary and sufficient conditions.
Okay, great. So do you agree that when you say, I don't know what the aesthetic trait would be, you're conceding that it may be the case, that it might be the nose or the eyes or the hair that would justify sovereignty?
No, it's not any of those redundant characteristics you brought up. I just told you there's not necessary and sufficient conditions. We're not going to be able to identify the specific condition in which would identify the difference. And the reason why that's true is because we do this in plenty of scenarios with threshold deontology. We do this with the difference between human and non-human. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. We do this with everything. Mike, I actually will sit here for the next literally 3 hours I'm on live and I will answer the same question over and over again. Right? Do you want to keep doing this?
Look, Parker.
Let's test your stamina.
No, Parker. I completely understand where you're coming from. I agree.
No, you don't, because it's actually so annoying that I have to answer the same question over and over again. It's frustrating. It really is.
Just let me speak here. Look, I understand that we'll never always have the cutoff points to everything, but that's not.
You just conceded.
The issue is not you don't have the cutoff.
Mike, you just conceded.
The issue is that having a cutoff at a particular trait, like an eye or a nose or an ear, that to me and to you probably would not justify slaughtering somebody or raping them. Do you agree that it may be the case that an eye or an ear or nose might be the thing that causes you to rape someone that's non-human? Or
no, because it's not, because we don't define these in necessary and sufficient conditions.
Somebody that's non-human.
No, Mike, I've already answered this. No.
Well, then you're saying
there's
that
not necessary and sufficient conditions, Mike. You're misunderstanding how necessary and sufficient conditions work, which means you're misunderstanding your own ethical stance, by the way.
Look,
appreciate the wind force. Thank you so much.
If the conditions are met, right? All the other conditions are met. It's just that one remaining factor is that their genetics are different, right? In your view, it may be
dude, I've already asked you the same question.
In your view, it may be the case that a particular gene would render you the ability to slaughter them.
If you're just going to ask me the same question, I don't know how you want me to respond to this.
It's not a question. I didn't ask you a question. I told you something as a statement.
What was the question? You asked a question.
There was no question. It was a statement. The fact that you said, I don't know, means that somewhere in your ethical framework, there is room for the notion that there might be a particular aesthetic trait, like a nose or ear or eye, that would render you the ability to slaughter somebody.
I don't accept that inference because these are based on necessary and sufficient conditions. There isn't a relative cutoff point that we can identify. Same thing as I could ask you, right, based on threshold deontology or the context of humans as it relates to versus non-humans, the descriptive difference, you would be able to not identify a specific condition which would identify the necessary and sufficient conditions otherwise. Okay.
It's not what I told you, right? What I told you is that it necessarily follows.
And Mike, I'll let you respond to this. I'll let you finish this. And then I'm just letting you know, I'm done with this conversation. I will let you debate someone on my live, but I'm done having this convo, right? Because I'm answering the same questions over and over again. You can restate this last position though. Thank you for the wind force.
Okay. Yeah. The statement is like the moment you say that I don't know what justification would, or I don't know what trait aesthetically would justify, would separate us from non-humans. The fact that you're saying I don't know means that there's room for the possibility that there may be a particular aesthetic trait, like ears or eyes or nose, that might allow you to justify your slaughtering of a being that's non-human.
Yeah, I'm going to let Danny go on for now because I think I already responded to this multiple times that there's not necessarily sufficient conditions, right? It's not going to be identified in terms of how you establish a cutoff, similar with chairs, similar with non-human versus human in those descriptive sense.
That's irrelevant.
Same thing with threshold deontology. I've already responded to this. I've already given you a response to this.
That's irrelevant.
I'll let you talk to Danny though right now, right? I'm done. I'm not going to even butt in. I'm completely done.
Oh, so it's 2v1 now?
No, I told you I'm completely done. I'm not one. It's a 1v1 versus you and Danny.
Well, first of all, I'm sympathetic with both. My personal view is, well, the ideal world is I get meat without killing animals, but we don't know how to do that, right? Maybe one day we'll get there. I don't really value killing certain animals. So, look, I'm sorry, I don't care about crickets. I don't care about roaches, and I don't think you can get me to care about those things. But I care about, Bambis. I care about cows and pigs to a point where I would say that I'm actually inconsistent in eating meat.
Thank you.
I think that we would be in a better world if we stopped eating those kinds of animals. But I just can't help myself. That's my position.
Thank you, Danny, for being honest, at least.
Well, but now I said I sympathize with both views. Okay, so on the other hand, I think that it's very difficult to provide a philosophical argument for why someone should be a vegan. I think what you have to do, the only way to philosophically convince someone of veganism is you have to start with their values, right? And you have to, do they value Bambis, right? If they don't, they rather hunt them. I mean, there's not much talking at that point. I mean, you could show them.
So it's not really about value necessarily. It's about, having sufficient reasons or sufficient enough reasons to morally consider an animal, to extend moral consideration or to extend rights to other animals. It's not about how much I value them. Like I value Bambi more than an ant, of course, right? It's not about value. It's about, hey, should animals have rights in the first place? And I think they should. All animals should have rights.
Yeah, I think it's really important that I think values are integral in the conversation. I think reasons might motivate our values.
Well,
right?
It's not about the degree of value necessarily. It's about, having sufficient value to, it's not about degrees in terms of in regards to other animals. It's about, having sufficient enough reasoning or value to not harm somebody.
Okay, I don't know if we're disagreeing, but the point is that I'm not a fan of the name the trade argument. I really am not. Now, I think I'm not a fan of it if it's supposed to be an argument. Now, consistency tests are fair, right? Like I get that, right? Like we do consistency tests on each other all the time. Those are fair ways of discussing these sorts of political issues. But if you can't catch them on an inconsistency, I don't really know what there is to accomplish. Yeah,
no, I agree. As a moral anti-realist, there's no independent argument that's going to make someone become a vegan. Logically, there's always going to be those other ethical reasons, economic reasons. But when it comes to pointing out inconsistencies, that's why vegans debate. That's why I'm here debating. I'm trying to point out inconsistencies. That's all we can do when it comes to ethics. I don't think ethics is something that's, I think ethics are subjective. I'm a subjectivist. But that's irrelevant to the topic, right? What's relevant here is, hey, are you being consistent? And at least Danny's saying, no, he's not being consistent. Parker seems to be having a hard time.
Well, I don't know Parker's values well enough to say that he's inconsistent. He seems like he doesn't know, and he's actually open, right? And it might be at the end of the day, he says, yeah, I'm inconsistent, but I can't help myself. It's kind of like, I look at meat like a drug almost, I probably shouldn't do it, but I do it, maybe he'll feel that way in the future. I don't know. He's thinking about it. He's an agnostic, right? And I don't think that, we should let people think about these positions, right? We live in a society where people eat meat every day. So it's it takes a lot to get to that point.
Right,
but,
right.
The point is you try to do the name the trait thing. And, I'd ask you, do you kill cockroaches when they're in your house?
Yeah, so I'm like as a threshold deontic, my position, my normative theory is like threshold deontology. What I'm saying, what that means is essentially, I think that animals should have rights inherently, but there are specific points, there are certain thresholds at which like the consequences are severe enough to, kind of break the rules and, infringe on others' rights. So if, for example, if somebody's trying to come into my property, like even a person with trying to take away my house or steal my stuff, I'm going to do what I can to get rid of them. The same with a cockroach, right? If a cockroach is coming into my house, I'm going to get rid of them as if I have to.
Yeah, but one you would kill, the other one you'd call the police, maybe, right?
I would kill a person who's invading my house for sure.
Wait, okay, but maybe after, what if they're like trespass? You kill a trespasser?
If they're trespassing and my life is threatened and my house is threatened, yes, I'll do what I can to get rid of that being.
But they're not, let's say it's a kid that, that like get off the lawn kind of situation. Okay. You wouldn't, if it were a cockroach, you'd just kill it right then and there. No question, no warnings, no nothing. Right. But for humans, you'd consider a little bit more as to what you're going to do. And so I could do the same thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So then we could do the name the trait thing. What about the cockroach makes it such that it's not, you don't treat it the same way as a human?
Well, because a cockroach doesn't have the same rationality level, doesn't have the same sentience level. But that's not relevant to, it's not relevant to veganism, because veganism does not say that we're supposed to treat humans the same as animals. What we're saying is that they should have rights as humans do, not the same rights necessarily, or not the same privileges, not the same values. It's about, do they have sufficient rights, sufficient value to not want to harm them if you don't have to? And
I think it's very different though. Like presumably you think invasive species, do they have the right to life?
Every animal has a right to life. The problem is if you start doing something wrong with other beings, you start, trying to take away their property, or if you try to threaten their life, that's where we start going into, extermination.
You see, but what it seems like is I'm asking similar questions you asked Parker, and you're giving very similar answers. Like, because for instance, in the state that I live, we have something called apple snails, right? They're extremely invasive. I live in the South. There's a lot of crawfish farms here. They're they impede the crawfish business, which I guess is probably good for you. But the point is that it's an invasive species.
Yeah, this is all irrelevant, right? Because the point is,
why don't they have the right to life?
Look, what you're attacking here is my normative ethics. You're not really attacking veganism here, right, Danny? All you're doing is saying, well, under your normative theory, there's something wrong, which I may agree. I don't think there is. I can answer your questions, but you're not really attacking veganism. You're attacking my normative ethics. And again, veganism does not necessarily entail that we treat every other being the same. That's not what it means. Okay,
so were you attacking, when you were asking Parker, what's the difference between, why is it that it's permissible to kill, a pig and not a human? Were you just testing his normative ethics?
I'm testing his meta ethics, right?
No, y'all had the same meta ethics. Y'all are both anti-realists.
I'm testing his. I'm testing his ethical positions.
That's normative ethics.
They're consistent. It doesn't necessarily entail his normative theory.
What a normative theory is,
I'm testing his ethical propositions that he's making and seeing if they're consistent.
Yeah, to me, this is normative ethics, because what I take normative ethics to be is what's the secret ingredient that makes something right or wrong. That's basically normative ethics. Like what Parker what's the secret ingredient to making a pig, eatable and a human not eatable?
No, this is wrong. I'm not like, he can be utilitarian. He could be a deontologist, a virtue ethics, right? Ethicist. That's irrelevant, right? I'm attacking his specific propositions that he's making. Now, Parker could be consistent, but it would have to bite a big fucking bullet, such that he thinks it's okay to slaughter somebody if they have a specific gene. I think that's absurd. I think that's a huge reductio. But that's the point. Like Parker could be consistent.
Okay, I'm not getting it. So this is what maybe you can help me understand. So I asked you, when we put bounties on Nutria, they're about to put a bounty on Burmese pythons in Florida because they're invasive. And I ask you, okay, what is it? Why is it that Burmese pythons and apple snails and lionfish, they don't have the right to life? What about that species makes it that they lose their right to life and not, let's say, a pig or you, right? And then you're saying, well, that's an unfair question. That's a test of normative ethics. But it seems like
No, it is a fair question. But the problem is that even if I couldn't answer it, it wouldn't attack veganism, right? Like, I could. The answer is obvious, right? Net utility is increased when we get rid of those snakes, right?
Okay, so net utility. If we enslave a percent of the population and net utility increased, would that be fine?
No, it wouldn't be fine.
So there's something other than net utility.
Deontics. It's deontics that supports that.
Look, here's the point.
This is very important to recognize, right? Like, it's my deontics, my deontic values that grounds the notion that humans have rights and not to be enslaved, just like animals do.
Okay, I think
this is, now you're strawmanning me. I'm not a complete utilitarian.
Okay, but the point is that there's other stuff that you're considering other than utilitarian calculus that makes it such.
Yes.
Okay, but that's what we want to know. Why is it that you're presenting a utilitarian calculus when it comes to Burmese pythons and not on humans?
Because there's a threshold of utility, right? If it surpasses that threshold, then we get to, do what we have to get rid of that species. It's that simple. Well, look, but this has nothing to do with veganism. You're not really attacking veganism. You're attacking my normative theory.
I get that. In the same way, when you were criticizing why couldn't he give the cutoff for what the difference between human and non-human animals, you're not giving an argument for veganism. You're just attacking his normative ethics, right? So I think what would be fruitful is to say, hey, these are the values that I have. Do you have those values? Okay, if you do, then you're committed to veganism. I think but asking these cutoff points, look, I think that our moral lives are so untidy. I'm a particularist. Threshold deontology is a type of generalism. Like for those that don't know, generalism, you hold to principles. Okay, particularist, you don't hold to principles. It's based on context. It's very untidy. I'm a particularist. I think it's very difficult to get. Oh, why is it that you ate this at this particular time and not that at this particular time? Or why did you choose to do? Like, it's all very untidy. To ask like where our cutoff points are very, very difficult.
That's not the point. You're missing the entire point, right? The point is to show you the reductio in his view, right? I think that under Parker's view. Look,
what is Parker's view?
Under Parker's view, it might be the case that there is a specific gene that renders you the ability or right to grape or slaughter somebody. That's his view.
Yeah, but you have something similar. There's something specific about Burmese pythons and utility that it's okay to slaughter them.
It's okay to slaughter them because they're causing a net disutility.
Yeah, it's not that much different, right?
It's not different at all. The problem is that under his view, which it probably is inconsistent.
I didn't say that.
Look, if I asked most people on the planet, they'd probably say, no, it's wrong to grape or slaughter somebody because of their specific genetics, right? I think that would be a okay assumption to make, right? That's the point here. I'm trying to show you this insane reductio from his view, whereas my view has no reductio like that.
Okay, well, with that, look, part of these questions, I think the questions I'm asking you are a little bit unfair, right? Because I think that, again, the way that we calculate value, the way that we come to, okay, it's okay to unalive these species because it's invasive, but it's not okay to do it with these species. Like, getting all those values in order is a really difficult project. In many cases, people don't know the answer as to what.
I agree. It is hard, but it shouldn't be this hard.
But that's what you were doing to Parker.
But the particular question I asked him was not very hard at all, right? Hey, do you think it's wrong to grape somebody, or do you think it's wrong to slaughter somebody? That doesn't seem like a very hard question to ask somebody.
Well, to be fair, very intuitive. To be fair, you talked for 3 or 4 hours. I don't know how long you talked, but I remember asking about a cutoff. Like, what makes a human not eatable? What makes pig eatable? What's the cutoff? What are the traits, right? I just don't really, I think it's fair to say, look, I see a difference. The difference is just that one belongs to a certain species, the other one doesn't. That's as far as I know. I don't have an opinion past that. I don't see why you didn't accept that answer.
Well, it's not that I didn't accept it. It's that I was trying to point out a reductio he was not willing to answer, right? Again, under his view, he thinks that it might be okay. It might be the case that a specific gene might allow you to slaughter somebody.
But Parker's shaking his head like he didn't say that. Well,
okay, if not, then
I clarified this with the necessary and sufficient points like multiple times, and I think he understood it when we brought up like the point about like it's hard to identify these cutoffs, but he just like keeps going back to it. I don't know what's going to happen with that, but.
Well, I guess, look, I'm just saying, if Parker, I'm saying everyone has these problems because, like, I could point out, like, there's going to be an arbitrariness to why you apply utilitarian calculus to.
Of course, but that doesn't really attack veganism, right? It's not attacking veganism.
Okay, do you have
Like, it was like, even if I couldn't answer your questions, it would still be better to be vegan, like all else equal, right? It could be the case.
Okay, but just because Parker can't answer your questions doesn't mean veganism, he ought to be a vegan. How could you present a reductio if he's agnostic, if he's thinking about it?
No,
You see what I mean? This is the same question I asked.
Look, because he said, I asked him, what's the aesthetic value that distincts a human from a non-human? He said, I don't know, which gives
He's running NTT. He's running NTT.
which
Wait, no.
gives
I asked you what the trait was, right? You're then asking for a descriptive difference between a human and a non-human as it relates to their DNA, which is not a prescriptive a prescriptive judgment from my behalf.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that under your view, there might be a possibility of a specific gene that would allow him to slaughter somebody. It's that simple. Like, it's not that hard.
Well, it is. These questions are hard, right? Like, I mean, again,
if you ask, let's ask the chat. Like, is it hard, guys? Like, if there was a gene in somebody, would that allow you to slaughter them if they were like a non-human?
well, I'm presumably. Look, we can value. I don't think a lot of people are motivated by genes. They're motivated by like the type of animal that they are is independent from genes. I mean, like, but the genes explain the sort of traits that we value and disvalue, perhaps. But the
47 no's, 67 no's.
Okay, watch this. If you're not vegan and you think that I'm right in this conversation, type 1 in the comment section.
well,
Oh, they're still saying no.
I mean, I don't know if there's what more to say. I just wanted to point out that if he can't provide that cutoff and you can't either, then
Look at that, Mike. 252 people. Look at it.
Yeah, most people are not vegan. That doesn't do
But we
anything.
all
for
agree.
you.
Okay, but we all agree that the ideal world
That's
is
a different question. Like, you're just an ad property.
He appeals to the chat, and then when it doesn't work in his favor,
No,
then he's like, "Oh no."
It's a different question, right?
Sorry, I don't mean to
asking-
cut off. Go for it, Danny.
You're asking non-vegans about, hey, is veganism good? Of course, they're going to say no.
I think this is the way we should. This is the way. If I were, I'm not a vegan. I'm far from it. But I wish I could be, but like I'm just so weak-willed. But the way I see it is that we all agree here that it'd be better. The world would be better if we could eat meat without killing anything, right? Like we all agree.
Yeah, lab meat is. I think lab meat is.
Parker agrees to that, right?
I think lab meat would be like the biggest.
Yeah.
Grace.
Okay. Lab meat is optimal. Now, I don't get the people that want their meat specifically from a dead organism when they could just get the exact same thing from a lab. Those people are weird. But so all right. Now, if we value certain animal lives like livestock and poultry and all that, then what are the competing values here? I think the competing values are convenience and taste. That's basically it, right? And so, and then you just weigh those values. And some people say, well, I think convenience and taste matter more than the lives, in which some people say, well, I think that the lives and the suffering of animals matter more than convenience and taste, but I'm too lazy or weak-willed to do anything about it. And then you have the people like you that are not weak-willed and that agree to that. That's how I see the conversation. I don't see why we need to do the name the trait thing.
Well, because the reason for the trait is to point out inconsistencies. And I think that if you're going to be agnostic, that's fine. But the problem is, down the road, it's going to lead to ridiculous reductios that I don't think even Parker would hold to. Most people wouldn't hold to. That's what I'm trying to press him on. Like, he can say, I don't know, but that, number one. But number two, there's so much more utility that I wasn't really allowed to actually talk to in the debate about, the positives of veganism that seemingly he doesn't want to talk about.
Okay, but wouldn't those reductios exist on like your view as well?
Not the same reductio, not at all, no.
Well, okay, so I understand this is not an attack on veganism. We're seeing whether you're consistent, or if you're arbitrary, right? That's like the point of the name the trait thing is either you're inconsistent or arbitrary and you look like a monster, right? So the idea is that you Burmese pythons or nutria, these are invasive species. We put bounties on the head. Now, first of all, do you think it's good to kill these animals? You would say yes because of utility, right?
Yeah, I would say there's a net positive utility.
Okay, and so then you take that trait that it's permissible to kill them because of net utility, and then you what they use a term, I forgot what they use, the name the trait people. You put that trait on humans, right? So let's say there's a group of humans where if you unalive it increases utility. But we'd be against that, right? So then the question is, why is the
No,
utility?
not at all. Not at all. If there were people destroying crops, right? If there were a bunch of people destroying crops and causing the same amount of harm that pythons are, of course we'd eradicate them.
But you understand,
We put
there's
them
a
in jail
targeting.
to eradicate them as hard as we can, right? If these people would not listen to me and would just continuously just try to destroy the world, I would say that eradicate them. Absolutely.
Okay, but the thing about these, you're targeting a species. It's like literally like animal genocide, right?
Yeah, that's what.
So if
non-vegans
there
are
was,
causing.
if there was,
Causing
let's say, a
genocide.
race or a nationality that was roaming rampant, this would be a justification for genocide.
No. It depends on the context. If these people were causing the same amount of harm as a python, if they were killing people, if they were destroying predators, destroying small creatures, or destroying land or killing people,
Okay,
that
let's
would be
take the
wrong.
Vi-
that,
let's
that
take the
would justify.
Vikings.
That would be a self-defense thing.
Okay,
Right?
let's take the
It's
Vikings. And
self-defense.
I don't know very much about the Vikings, so we're gonna have to stipulate some stuff. I don't know my history, so let's just pretend. Let's say the Vikings were very, very violent. Okay, like kind of like the way that we think of it. I don't know how violent they were. They looked pretty violent. They pillaged, they raped, they did all that.
Point is, if they're harming us, let's harm them back if we have to.
Okay, so then there are cases where you would say that genocide. Do you think that let's pretend, I don't know my history, so chat, forgive me. Let's pretend that the Zionists are correct, okay, for a split second, okay? And let's say that Palestinian people are a threat to the Israeli state.
Look, guys, they're saying to bring up here.
Would Israel be justified in genociding the Palestinians?
If you'd like him to go in for you, you can.
Look, I think that people who have rationality have the ability to talk things over, right? I'm for peace
You didn't say that about the
treaties.
Vikings.
I'm for constitutions. I'm for peace treaties. Of course we should do those things. The context is completely different. But a python doesn't speak English. It can't write a constitution. It doesn't know what peace treaties are. So of course we're going to treat them differently because they don't have the same rationality. Not just because they're a different species, but because they have different rationality. That's the point. And people in the comments are saying to bring up Amdir.
Yeah, Amder's a vegan, and he'd probably have a good things to contribute. I don't know how much he heard of what I said, but the point
I
of
can
what
bring
I'm
him up if
doing,
you'd
you
like.
might.
I mean, if you want to make this if you want to keep it a 1v1,
Well, it's your.
it could
I'm
be.
sorry for your
We can
live.
do it in for Mike, or we can do it 2v2. I don't really care. I'm just kind of tired after today, but I'm down to do that.
I'm fine with it, but the point, Mike, is I don't think some of the questions I'm asking you can. It's very easy to make someone look like a monster, right? Because they don't have well thought out cutoffs. Right,
Right, I agree, but the problem is the question's completely different, right? Like I think it's trivial to say that I wouldn't harm somebody because of their specific genotype, right? I think that's a simple thing to say. It's not comparative, really, to self-defense, situations.
Well, I want to get Anders' thoughts on whatever he heard. I don't know how much he heard.
Well, I haven't been around for the whole conversation. Right, let me turn my camera on. I kind of only got in when Danny got up here, but there we go.
Okay, well, I'm no fan of the name the trait argument. I was just trying to parody kind of what I was just trying to kind of parody the argument, I suppose, because there are certain animals that vegans are fine with unaliving and not others, and so I was doing the whole name the trait thing to show that these are not easy questions, and a lot of people don't have cutoffs. I don't think they even need to have an articulated cutoff. But what are your thoughts?
Well, I do think there's a question: do you need a cutoff and do you need an articulated cutoff? Those are two different questions. I think it's true that you need a cutoff. It's not true you need an articulated cutoff. You can have a cutoff and not articulate it, maybe not even be aware of what the cutoff is. That's fine. So, but the point of name the trait is to self-reflect on what the cutoff is. There's kind of two things you said I want to address. One is you mentioned that you're a particularist. I also consider myself a particularist. I don't think name the trait commits you to moral principles. I'm not sure if we disagree about that.
No, I don't think it does. But I think Mike is not a particularist. So
okay. Second of all, depending on what you mean by reductio, I think it's clear that you can be agnostic on something and have reductios. If I asked, do you think that it would be right or wrong to unalive a human that just had cow hair? And you said, I'm agnostic on that. I think that would be a reductio.
Yeah, that's fine. I think part of I don't know how much you watch with Mike, but a lot of when these questions were asked of Parker, he just said he didn't know. He didn't have a cutoff, and then he had to think about it. So I think for those people that are thinking about it, they should think about they can think about a cutoff. But I mean, I think we should leave them to thinking about it.
I think that if you kind of ask the name the trait question and someone's agnostic to it, you can the conversation doesn't have to end there. You can start kind of just going through the trait equalization process, and at first more broad. If there's a human that has cow rationality, there's a human that has cow hooves, there's a human that is different, their species is shifted from a different human, and see whether they're agnostic on each of these different cases. Then when you find out what they are and aren't agnostic on, you can start to get more granular, and you can kind of together go through this kind of self-reflection and find out.
So how would you answer the reverse name the trait thing? So I'm certain that you're comfortable with killing cockroaches and other pest-like things, right? What if
I'm
what?
not convinced cockroaches are sentient, so that's going to be the trait that I would name.
Okay, so so if it were sentient, you wouldn't kill it.
Yeah.
Okay. If an ant was sentient, you wouldn't kill it.
If they were so that there might be some non-trivial amount of sentience I care about. I might say something like, if an ant is non-trivially sentient, then think you should avoid killing it. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, because they're different, I guess, spectrum. There's a spectrum of sentience, I would say, really for me, it's by sentience. What does that mean exactly? Is that just that it can have conscious states, mental states?
Some sort of first person experience or subjective experience, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because what matters to me is more about the sort of intentional states it has. I'm sure that would you say you're less sentient if you can't see color, or no?
Are you less sentient I don't think you have less of a first person experience if you can't see color.
Okay. I mean, so really for you, it's black or white, right? Whether either something is sentient or not. It's not a spectrum.
Well, there might be some spectrum. And maybe somebody is less sentient if they can't see color, but it would be a really minuscule amount, I think. It would be something that's really unimportant.
Because if scientists told me that ants are sentient, I'm not so sure if I would care. But
what if they told you that they were as sentient as a human? What if scientists told you?
Yeah, then I would care. It would be I would care a lot, right?
They told you, actually ants, they have the experiences that you have. They actually, they hold funerals for their grandmas when they die, all this
But that's
stuff.
the point, is that let's say, I mean, I'm not convinced, I'd have to think about it, but let's say sentience is on a spectrum. Oh, whoops. Let's say sentience is on a spectrum. I mean, are you going to know when the cutoff is? I mean, so some kind of Sorites paradox, that.
I don't think that you need to know where the cutoff is to think that it's weird to say that if you have some human that's just the intelligence level of a pig or something, that you would find that wrong. You don't need to know where the cutoff is to think something like that.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood you earlier about needing to know a cutoff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't say that you need to know a cutoff.
Oh, okay. What? I thought maybe I misheard.
I said there needs to be a cutoff. If it's not true that there's a trait true of the animal that, if true of the human, would justify unaliving it for cheeseburgers, if there is no such trait, then and you do think that it's morally permissible to slaughter it's morally impermissible to unalive the human for cheeseburgers, then you would have a contradiction on your hand. But I didn't say you need to know the trait or you need to know the cutoff.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what I interpreted you, because Parker was saying, I don't know the cutoff, right? I don't have one, right? I mean, that's what, by have one, he means there's not that,
No, there's no articulated one. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, but there's one thing to know it and there's one thing to articulate it. Those are two distinct things. So it seems like there's three things here. There's there being a cutoff, something that explains why you suddenly there's a difference in value, and then there's knowing about it and there's articulating it.
I'm saying there needs to be a cutoff. You don't need to know it or
you don't need to know it. Okay, that's what I want, right? To focus is that you don't need to know the cutoff I think.
But what I'm saying is, I don't think, like, even if you don't know the cutoff, it doesn't mean that the sort of name the trait game that just ends and we like pack it up and go home or something.
Well,
like, there's still somewhere the conversation can go.
Well, after 3 hours, maybe you want, but like, I don't know how long they've been talking, but yeah, no, I agree. I mean, more or less, I agree that, you could always talk more after, someone says, I don't know what the cutoff is exactly, but the point is that you shouldn't demon, oh, you don't know the cutoff? You don't know the cutoff? Like, I mean, that's
actually not what I was doing, right? Look, having no cutoff, what I'm saying is, I agree that Parker can say he has a cutoff and we can end there on that topic. But the problem is, I was trying to show him the reductio in his view. He was not willing to actually answer the question exactly where it was, right? I was going to go into, is it this particular trait or not? And it seems like he didn't want to answer. He just said, I don't know. And, and that
this has been recorded, Mike. Like, I can't believe you can sit here and say that after it's been recorded.
Oh,
like,
okay, great.
Literally,
so, like, what's the trait that, makes a non-human a human that would justify harming a non-human?
Are you asking for the cutoff?
Yeah.
He just did it. You literally just asked for what the cutoff is.
Yeah, so
remember we said that there's not an articulated cutoff.
Like, what's the physical trait? Like,
that doesn't mean somebody can't ask for it. Then you would just say, well,
I would just say we don't have an articulated physical trait. Like,
and then we say, well, okay, let's say that we have a human and they just have pig hooves and they just have pig hair. Are you agnostic on this case, whether it would be okay to unalive them and turn them into?
No, because they would still be human.
Well, that's fine.
Because his aesthetic points was something completely different. That didn't even relate to being human.
No, this is just like step one. The point is that we have a human on one side, we have a pig on one side. We start taking things that are true about the pig. Okay, it's true it has hooves. It's true it has some level of intelligence. It's true it has however many stomachs a pig has. We start making these things true of the human. We can just kind of ask you as we go along this process at different steps of the process, we can just ask you the question, are you agnostic about this case? Are you agnostic about this case? We might get more information about the sort of where the gray area is and what the areas are that you're more sure about. And maybe there's something weird on your view that comes out of doing that.
Danny, you're muted, by the way. Mine was like, Danny, you're muted, man.
I was just sorry, I'm muted. I was muted. I think Parker said something like, well, look, it's going to be the trait that makes the difference between whether it stays human or not. That's what Parker.
We're asking the particular trait, like we're asking a particular physical feature.
But he doesn't have an answer as to what that trait is. And I don't really think that, I mean, is that a problem in one sense, but it's not like something that like I would give anyone shit over because I don't know the answer to that question.
So you would think, Danny, that it might be okay for someone to say, yeah, because this person has hooves, we get to slaughter them for food? And put them together.
No. I think the point is that what Parker said, I remember in the conversation, is that you could do the trait equalization, but there's going to be a point where the second that you transfer this particular trait, or maybe even a set, it's no longer human anymore.
Okay, great. So if there was a non-human who looked just like me, but he had hooves and was green-skinned, you would think that would be okay to slaughter that person, that being?
No, I'm sorry, maybe I'm not clear. He's saying that when you do this trait equalization thing, there's going to be a point where you transfer so many traits that it's no longer human. We're just a pig again. It's just a pig.
Yeah, we're asking for that cutoff, right? We're asking for that cutoff.
I don't even know the answer to that.
My point is that if someone is agnostic on the cutoff, then what you can do is you can go to sort of ranges. So you can just go like, well, right here, are you agnostic to it right here? How about further down the line right here? Are you agnostic about it here? How about further down the line? Are you agnostic about it here? That's the sort of exercise I'm interested in.
Yeah, but there's going to be, okay, so, but as soon as Parker recognizes the human turns into a pig, then he's going to, so whatever that cutoff is, we could do that test, right? Like, but that's going to be, it's going to be.
That's the part I'm interested in.
Okay. So, but
which is exactly what I told Mike he should have done, and he didn't do it repeatedly.
But then it just becomes a question. Okay, when is it? What makes a pig, right?
Well, that's just. I think that's like a semantic point. I don't think that's too relevant.
That's literally what I was telling him it was, because it just comes down to a descriptive difference of when you see it to be a human versus a non-human.
I can reword it. At what point do you perceive it as a pig?
At what point? Well. I don't know what you mean by perceive it. Like, do you just mean that you look at it and you think that it's a pig? Clearly you don't mean that, because you could you know, you can imagine a scenario where you have like a Freaky Friday situation with a pig and a human, and you would look at it and you would think it's a pig. Like there's something else meant by perceive there.
But let's use the word perceive as a success term, right? Like let's contrast perceive versus misperceive, right? So yeah, in the Freaky Friday situation, if Parker knew that it was a human trapped inside of a pig, he'd count that as a misperception, and to some extent.
Well, that's gonna depend how the person's like using the term pig. So now then there's a question like what are the application conditions of the term pig? But I think that's just what we're asking about. So
but that's like that's like I don't even know if there's a good answer. I mean, do you have a good answer to that?
Well, like what a pig is? I don't think I have a good answer for that, but I don't think that I would name pig is my answer to this question.
Yeah,
and then
that's the point. That's the entire point here, right?
Like if you do name that, then I think you don't need to tell me what are the application conditions. Well, like if you don't know what the application conditions are of the term you're using, then I think in certain contexts I know the application conditions. I don't think that there's like application conditions independent of the context. That's one thing. So right now I might be able to look at a pig, say that's a pig, and tell you what it means for me to be saying that successfully. But
Parker can definitely identify what traits would make it sufficiently a pig. But if the cutoff, I mean, the point is that where is the point where you have like,
we're not even saying pig. We're saying like non-human, right? Like that's a way easier thing to do. And we're giving.
But the point is, for pig to be applied successfully is just going to end up being that like some other predicates apply to this thing, right?
You have to go over that for me.
So like for the term pig to be applied successfully, that just means that there's some other predicates that apply to it. So maybe by pig you mean, you know, pink thing with not very intelligent with the tail that swirls. And if those predicates apply to it, then pig applies to it, because pig is just pig has application conditions. Those are just other predicates. So when we're asking like you know when we're going through this process, like we don't need to use the term pig. We can kind of just look for those other predicates, right?
Well, look, why don't you play the game? Just play the game with him and see what he says, right? I mean,
yeah. So the way that I would start is like it's a human. So it's like a human. Looks like a human, except it just has hooves and a hair. Is this a pig? Or sorry, not is this a pig, but is it permissible to unalive it?
I appreciate the hand. Thank you so much. I never said it was even permissible to unalive like a cow or a pig or anything. I said I was agnostic on that.
What was like the name of the trait thing that you were setting up, Mike? What was the scenario?
He was just kind of asking me why I have difference in values.
No,
That's really all he was asking.
So he said it's conjunction of rationality and being human. So I said, okay, no matter if there's a mentally disabled person who has no rationality, would still not harm them. He said, yeah. So then it's not rationality. That's just fluff. It comes down to species, right? So then
this is not what I said at all, by the way.
What is the distinction between a human species and a non-human species? And he said aesthetic value. Okay. So then I asked him, what was the aesthetic value, that trait that justified harming that non-human?
I'm asking like what are the two, what is the scenario? Because usually name the trait as something like what's true of the animal that if true of the human would justify unaliving it for cheeseburgers.
He said aesthetic value, and then I said, okay, great.
That's not what I said. No.
Parker's saying that he doesn't think that it's permissible to unalive the cow or pig for cheeseburgers. So then are you setting up name the trait like what's true of the human, or what's true of the animal that if true of the human would make you agnostic on whether the human.
Yeah, and Parker
that's
said,
why you're setting it up? Okay.
Parker said aesthetic value. He said that.
He wasn't saying the accent.
I'm just trying to get
the relevant here. Let me clarify this, Amdir, because Mike is just like his active listening skills are negative. Right. I was saying for the context of humans versus non-humans, right, that humans, right, they're sentient and they're a part of a species in which meets a particular threshold of rationality.
Right.
That was the view.
Then I asked you, If there is a mentally challenged person who had the same rationality of a cow, would you
Yeah, but
think
they're sentient and they're of a
No.
species in which has a particular
Okay,
threshold of
great. So
rationality.
it's species. All
I
animals are
thought that
sentient.
we were agnostic on the trait. I'm getting a little bit confused.
No. I'm agnostic on whether or not it's like morally permissible to kill animals, right? What I'm not agnostic on is the trait that defines the difference between whether or not humans are more valuable than animals. I know that humans are more valuable than animals under my view, and this is the reason I give. Does that make sense?
But vegans aren't saying and humans are not like more valuable than animals.
I know. I've clarified that to Mike
Bro.
plenty of times. I don't even know why he's asking me at this point.
He said
'Cause I've
aesthetic
literally
value-
clarified this since the beginning of the convo.
Yeah. So Parker said aesthetic value was the distinguishing trait between humans and non-humans that would justify harming them.
No, it's not, dude.
Yes, you actually. That's what you said, though.
No, it's not.
Okay, great. Let's do it again then.
Wait, can I just? So it seems like a better way to do this might be Parker's agnostic on whether or not it would be okay to unalive a pig or a cow for a cheeseburger. But are you agnostic on whether or not it would be okay to unalive a human for a cheeseburger?
No, I'm not agnostic on that. And the relevant difference is that, again, the points I brought up. Did you remember my point? I can bring it up again. Appreciate the androids.
Yeah. So you said it was a conjunction of sentience and being part of a species that meets some threshold of rationality. So I think, okay, so just to reiterate for the audience, like the question there would be what's true of the animal that if true of the human would cause you to be agnostic to whether or not the human, it would be morally right or morally permissible to unalive the human for a cheeseburger. I don't think sentience is, that just seems like something the cow and the human both have. That seems like a category error is like an answer. So the relevant part there would be just being part of a species that meets some threshold of rationality.
How is it category error if it's a conjunction?
Well, I guess one part of the conjunction would just be trivial there. I mean, the point is that the
No, because it's if both of them are true, this and this, then it would be true. It's not this or this.
Yeah, I realize that. But the point is that when we're asking for something that's different between the cow and the human. So naming something that is in common between the cow and the human.
One meets these qualifications of having these two at the same time.
Gotcha.
The other one does not meet this.
Gotcha. But the sentience thing isn't really doing anything. Like you can remove it,
It is
and
because it's in conjunction.
No, it's not. It's not doing
okay.
anything.
Well,
Yes, it is.
This is not important to get hung up on, anyways. So what is when you say being part of a species that has this threshold of rationality, do you mean that they're part of a species where 51% or more of the members have this threshold of rationality, or what do you mean by that?
That would be majority. There would be some like arbitrary threshold that we'd probably outline, and that would all be applicable to different cases where I would have like intuitions about like this or whatnot, right? About like, oh, this species, whether or not it has it, right? There's not like a specific case where I'd be like, oh, it has like 17% of the species is rational, right? And then I'd be able to like, we wouldn't really have examples in real life to say this, right?
So so hold on. So you just mean that there's some, I thought you meant a threshold of rationality. You mean a threshold of members of the species which are rational.
Yeah.
Okay. And then that, you're not sure where that threshold is. That's fine. But it's somewhere, greater than animals where it's presumably 0, and then like less than humans where it's probably quite high, like 95 or something, right?
I mean, it would definitely be lower than 95. I mean, I can conceive of circumstances where 50% is like rational. I'd still care about that, right? Like,
okay.
But like,
so
we
then,
would have no like real world examples to apply that to or anything. So it's just all like hypothetical.
That's fine. So then, well, just to be clear, one last thing for clarity here is, what do you mean by rational exactly?
Like ability to reason or something like that. Like I would just use some typical definition,
Like
or
maybe like
say higher level
ability to make
intelligence.
inferences, think
Yeah,
abstract
sure. You can
language,
say that.
all those sorts of things, or maybe some threshold of having those. Yeah,
just how we typically define the term rational. Or
so then,
reason.
so then you said you don't think it's like 100% of humans that have this. It's something more like 90, 95, maybe even less. So if you were to take one of these humans that don't have this ability, maybe somebody who's severely mentally handicapped or something, and you were to find out that they were not part of the human species. That actually their genetic makeup was just different enough to qualify as a different species. Would you be agnostic as to whether or not it's permissible to unalive them for a cheeseburger?
Well, I would ask, is that species going to be like, first of all, were they firstly human, but they were, are you saying they're never human? I mean,
They're never human.
never. So they were never human, right? And it is the case that they're not part of a species in which is majority rational.
Right. Well, it's not, it doesn't, it's 0% rational, actually. The species they're in is 0% rational.
The species is 0% rational, right? But they just like look human.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is where Mike found the aesthetic difference. So I would say that like because they look typically human, I might value them more. But this is not the difference that I qualify for all humans.
Yes, it
This
is.
just like
That
they
is-
look
wait,
human,
wait,
right? I might
wait.
grant them more value than if they didn't look human. Does that make sense?
That's fine. But the question was, would you be agnostic to whether or not, would you be agnostic as to whether or not you could unalive them for a cheeseburger? Or would you positively say no, you can't?
Oh, I would positively say no, you can't, because I think that the aesthetic preferences of them being like typically looking human, right, would grant them enough value for me to care about it.
Okay, but then when you named that as your trait, you would have contradicted yourself.
Where's the contradiction?
Yeah, the contradiction is that what's true of the animal that if it were true of the human would make you agnostic to whether or not it's permissible to unalive that
Can't use a separate standard though.
for a cheeseburger is and is not having this threshold of or belonging to a species that has some threshold of rationality. So it's both is and is not that trait. That's the contradiction.
No, because I'm applying a separate standard, right? It's like a completely different question. I'm not applying the original standard of the conjunction. I'm applying a second standard of, I also care about these aesthetic preferences. So the aesthetic preferences, I didn't even have to bring up in the first part of the conversation because we were just qualifying the difference between a human versus non-human, where these particular traits would be existent. Whereas like I could care about the aesthetic preferences of a particular human to a greater degree, and I wouldn't have to be agnostic on that. And it's again a different standard.
Right, but the question
How's
was
that a contradiction if it's a different
the
standard?
question was what if true, so if it were true of the human would cause you to be agnostic to whether or not it would be permissible to unalive it for a cheeseburger. So the thing that you named there was this threshold belonging to a species with threshold of rationality. That was what was if true of a human would cause you to be agnostic. So what I did is I made that true of the human.
Wait. No, that's not what I was trying to say. If true, it would grant a human more value. That's all I said.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question that you answered.
I wasn't saying if true, it would deny the value of the animal, right? I was saying if true, it grants a greater level of value for human.
Wait, do you okay, what question, when you named that trait, what question do you think you were answering?
When I named I was giving an answer to the question of what makes humans more valuable than non-humans.
I phrased the question like very carefully because I said, Parker, you're agnostic to whether or not it's permissible to unalive a cow for a cheeseburger. You said, yeah, I'm agnostic towards that. I said, are you agnostic to whether or not it's permissible to unalive a human for a cheeseburger? You said, no, I'm not agnostic. I think it is impermissible to unalive a human for a cheeseburger.
Maybe what I'm saying is that this isn't the only trait that, if true, would grant higher value.
Okay, so then I just want to make sure.
Like I can grant a separate standard. I don't see how this is a contradiction.
Wait,
'Cause I'm just granting higher value for humans.
I'm trying to explain. It's fine if you. So I just want to make sure that you understand. Like before I move forward with your answer to this question, that you actually understand like the question that I asked. Because the question I asked is, since you're agnostic towards the animal case, you're not agnostic toward the human case. So I wasn't asked, this is what I was not asking. I was not asking what's true of the animal that, if true of the human, would make you not value the human more. That's not what I was asking you. What I was asking you is what is true of the animal that, if true of the human, would make you agnostic to whether or not the human, it's permissible to unalive the human for a cheeseburger. The same way you're agnostic in the animal case. That was the question.
So what trait, if true, would make it that I'm agnostic against animals? Maybe I misunderstood the question originally because I thought we were just referencing the difference in value. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. I wouldn't say that if it is true that the humans have this value, I would then be agnostic on the non-humans.
Okay, because what I was asking is.
So I must have misunderstood your original question.
Because what I was asking is like you're agnostic in one case and you're not agnostic in the other. So since I'm not running like name the trait as if you're positively saying it's permissible to unalive animals for cheeseburgers, I'm just seeing if there's something that if it were something true of the animal, that if it were true of the human, you would be agnostic to the human the same way you're agnostic to the animal. So that was what I was asking, and then you gave that trait. But maybe you thought you were answering something else and didn't mean to.
I thought I was answering something else. I apologize.
No, that's fine. That's fine. What do you think your answer would be to that question?
I appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. Of what would make it true amongst the human that doesn't exist of the non-human that would make me agnostic on the non-human?
What's true about the animal that if it were true of the human would make you say you're agnostic to whether or not the human should be unalive? It's permissible to unalive the human for a cheeseburger.
I don't know if I'm understanding the question.
It's almost the reverse. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, Amder, but sometimes, so like, there's something that is causing you to be agnostic about animals, right? Some set of traits. And so the idea is that what would have to change about humans such that you would be agnostic about them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What would have to change about humans and such? I would be. I appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, they would have to not be a part of a species in which is majority. I mean, not majority. It meets a threshold of rationality and not be sentient.
Yeah. Okay. So then you would answer it the same way you answered it earlier, right?
So then it would just end up reducing down to if they're non-human, then it would be morally justified. Okay, I see what your point is there.
Yeah, then if you give that answer, then if you say it's impermissible in the example I gave, then you would be contradicting yourself.
Yeah. Okay. So then, could you add like a standard of like you care about the context of like the family that existed for that? Like they had like this familial relationship, right, as a secondary standard, right? And you could say that the familial relationship with a particular set of humans, right, would have granted a greater level of value. Right, in that type of way?
Yeah. Okay, so you could add to the conjunct. Well, this is the thing. If it's a conjunct, if it's like, A and B and C, then all three of the things need to be true. So even in the example I gave where two of the things wouldn't be true, adding one more wouldn't change your answer there. Now, maybe you would want to make it
I wasn't trying to...
A or B or C.
No, I think what I was doing was... I was adding a second or, not second or, a first or onto it. So there's the disjunct is the I appreciate the Corky thing. I mean the hand arts is the what's it called? What the last trait I just said, right? And then the conjunct would be the first true traits of the human, and then the sentience. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. So you're doing either it has these familial relationships or sentience and the sort of belonging to a species with threshold rationality thing. Yeah. Right? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So then I would just kind of modify the example, and it would be, you have the same thing. You have one of these humans who's severely mentally disabled, doesn't fall into the 90 or 95%. And they're non-human. Remember you find out they're not human. So they're not human. Yeah, you find out they're non-human. I'm just using human as just a label or a name almost. It's, we can call it schmooman, whatever. They grew up, they kind of look like a human, act like a human. They're not in this 90-95%. We do a DNA test, we find out
they grew up and act like a human, so they are rational.
No, they don't act like a human in every sense. I didn't say they're rational.
Like they grew up in our society? Is that
in fact, it's actually stipulated that they're not. They're not in the 90 or 95%. But what happens is once we found out through this DNA test, they were just different enough genetically to never actually be human. And then we also, like in a fluke accident, a tsunami hit the city where all their family lived in and killed them all. It was a real tragedy. And they don't have any familial or societal relationships.
They prior did.
No, they don't have anybody that cares about them now.
I mean, does that matter to me though? Like I care about the fact that there were people that cared about them in the past, even then.
I thought that if you want it to be the disjunct my understanding was they currently have people that care about them or family that cares about them. But is Is it?
I mean, you could say past or present and future cares about.
So there have been, is, or will be people that care about them. Yeah, I mean, then the
Past,
scenario,
present, and future. So like, yeah.
yeah, then the example is just going to be the same sort of scenario, but their mother left them in the hospital, didn't care about them, didn't want them. As soon as she had them, she found out they weren't in the 90 and 95% and left them there in the hospital.
And they never interacted with any other type of humans, right?
They
in some
interacted
sort of
with
communicative
people, but
faction.
Nobody cared about them. Nobody will care about them.
So they were able to interact with people and like engage in language.
No, they're not part of the nine. They're not rational. They're like.
So they never communicated with any other human. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. They never developed familial relationships. They might
communicate in the way that cows or pigs do. They might communicate through some behavior. Like they communicate like a pig. Sure, I'd be agnostic. They're going to communicate with body language.
Corgi, thank you so much.
To the same degree that certain animals would.
Sure, I might be agnostic in that circumstance. Yeah.
Okay, you'd be agnostic.
Like they're non-human. They're not sentient. They have no relations with any other types of humans that have ever existed, right? Or would.
I don't know what you mean by relations. Do you just mean that there's people that care about them?
So people that care about them and people that have interacted with them in some sort of communicative fashion.
Yeah. Also, they are sentient. Animals are sentient. So
yeah. You can say that they're sentient. Yeah. I would just be agnostic on it. Yeah.
But yeah. So relations. Just to be clear, because maybe I'm not clear on this side of the disjunct. Relations is just so relations is interacting with in any capacity, having people that care about them. What is having relations with?
It could be through like communicative through like language or like a developed like relationship.
A developed relationship, like a relevantly different one than what we have with animals. I mean, I think I have a relationship with my pet cat.
Yeah, and I think it would be wrong for someone to go and kill your pet cat.
You're not agnostic to that?
No, I'm not agnostic on that.
And if somebody like interacts with a pig, then you wouldn't be agnostic if that pig was killed in a factory farm, either unalived in a factory farm.
Say that again?
If there was a pig that someone had like loved,
like a pet pig. Yeah, I don't think
it wasn't a pet. They just developed a connection with one that was in some factory farm. Maybe it was a worker or something.
If they developed like a relationship with it, sure, I would say it's wrong. Yeah,
it's wrong. Okay. So you just mean that they're either, so by relationship, you just mean either there's someone that cares about it or, what was the other one that engages in language?
That would just be like a typical. That's not like a necessary or anything.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand broadly
what it means to communicate. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand broadly or generally what is sort of captured in relation. Because I think that we have, relationships with animals, and this is, or we at least can, have relationships with animals. And I want to make sure that this is a relevant difference that's actually being identified. But yeah, I think we can just say the same thing. Like there's people that interact. So there's this person that's not in the 90 or 95%. People interact with this person. Okay. People, they don't really love it. They don't really like it. They interact with it in the same sense that workers interact with the animals that we eat, right? And it doesn't communicate through English language, but it communicates through body language or certain
like
things.
The same type of body language as like a pig or a cow. I would just be agnostic on it. Again, they're not human. You keep saying that they're human because I think it's going to get people
human.
No, I know you're saying that, but like for you understand what I'm saying. But like the people in the chat, they hear human. Right? They don't know the prior context of what you're saying. So I'm just trying to clarify. But
they look like your average severely disabled human. They just have different DNA. It's not anything external that looks different about them. So in this case,
your thing is your thing only sentience? Is that it for you, or no? Is there more stuff?
In terms of what? I'm confused.
When you went to eat an organism, whether it's permissible to eat an organism or not.
Well, it might depend whether or not I have an answer to this name the trait question. I don't think it has to be sentience because there's going to be different scenarios, right? So you might ask name the trait about one scenario and I might give one answer, and then you might ask name the trait about a different scenario and I might give a different answer.
Okay, so but generally speaking, if human, let's say there's a population of humans, and I don't know, let's say all Chicago became non-sentient, right? Would it be okay to eat them?
You said if all of Chicago became, so like they all became vegetables or something?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I don't have an issue with like, I don't think that there's really a big deal with cannibalism other than like the ick or gross factor.
Yeah. Okay. That's good.
Yeah. Do you think that that's like a reductio or?
I mean, I'm grossed out by cannibalism, even if it were non-sentient bodies.
I'm grossed out by it in the sense I'm grossed out by like eating literal shit. Like I'm grossed out by that, but I don't think I would tell people it's like morally wrong to do or something.
Yeah, like if I found out they did even that lab meat, if I found out it was human meat, I wouldn't get near it.
Like if it was lab grown human meat, you wouldn't.
You guys are sidetracking, right? We're not giving Parker the reduction.
That's true. Yeah, I think this is sidetracking, but I agree with you. It's weird. I agree with you. It's gross. I don't think that you would think it's like immoral for somebody to eat lab grown human meat, though. No. Maybe you would, but yeah. Anyways, just to quickly finish.
I think what Danny was just saying though is that you also apply those aesthetic preferences for being human, like well, typically people would, right?
But
so even if I were to hold to the aesthetics preference, which I wasn't there, right? It seems like you also, or not you, other people typically might hold to that.
I think Danny would agree that what he was saying there isn't directly relevant to like the line of questioning that we were on.
For you and Parker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there would be some, I don't think it was directly, like, to Parker's set of preferences and values as to, what is it called, trait equalization? Like, yeah, but I was wondering about yours, right? Like,
but wasn't it relevant to the aesthetic preferences we were talking about earlier, as it relates to like how it looked like a human, but it doesn't have any of these traits?
Andrew and I are grossed out by cannibalism, but we wouldn't like there'd be look, if it was Chicago, I think then the fact that people knew these, previous persons, like that would probably factor in. But bracketing a lot of that stuff, like if we were growing or raising farm humans with no minds, right? Like. I guess I'm politically on board, but I'm sort of upset.
Like pea zombies or something. I think it would be gross.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be politically against it, right? Is that the idea?
It might depend more specific on the scenario. Like there might be some auxiliary reason kind of separate from this, or some pragmatic reason to be against it, or to say, or to like advocate against it, or try to make laws against it that aren't moral reasons. But I'm not sure I have moral qualms with it. But Parker, I didn't disallow you from saying aesthetic values is one of your disjunct or conjunct. You didn't name that whenever we were.
Yeah, I went off of that, but it seemed like people were holding that, so I was just bringing it up because it was something I brought up prior that I thought Danny was addressing, but I could have been mistaken there. But to go back to what you were asking, right?
Let me try to finish verbalizing the reductio. I mean, the scenario is just it looks like a human, probably some humans that you've seen. It's not genetically a human, okay? It's genetically different enough that it wouldn't be classified if they did a DNA test, and nobody interacts with it. Like people interact with this person or schmerson or whatever term you want to use, the same way that they would interact with like farmed cow or pig. They'll take care of its basic needs. They're gonna respond. They're gonna communicate through body language and things like that. Nobody particularly cares for their well-being. Are you agnostic on whether or not it would be okay to turn them into a cheeseburger?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. Okay.
Yeah, I would just be agnostic because like there's so many qualities that would be different that I wouldn't even think we're referencing the same type of stuff. The only thing that we could bring up is the aesthetics point, which I mean I'm agnostic on even if I hold to the aesthetics notion. But I mean I think it describes how I feel about like scenarios about like dead bodies and stuff like that.
But
so I
do think most people, like I think if you polled the audience, I do think most people would find this immoral. I don't think they would be agnostic towards it. I'm curious, Danny, do you share Parker's view here? Are you agnostic to that case, or? Okay. I'm not going to run you through the whole thought experiment. I'm just curious about this case, if you're agnostic towards it.
So what is it that is a population of humans that are not rational, but sentient, right?
They're like the people who Parker already thinks are not rational, like whoever maybe the more severely disabled people are among us who don't fall into this 90 or 95% of the species that are rational.
Not people. Something that he just says like has similar like characteristics, like traits, looks like human, right? But it's not human, right? And it's also it's never had any relation with humans where it's developed familiar relationships, communicative, like even like people in like school walking around just like talking to people, like stuff like that, right? It's only just like the same way that say like a pig has interacted with, or not even a pig has interacted with a like a worker, not that's developed a relationship with them, but one that's just not even engaged with, really.
I said it's like one of these people. It's all you did is you took one of these people, one who maybe already was treated in a bad way, who was like already treated this way, and you just took a DNA test and it came back they were never human. That's it.
Then there would have been that type of interaction.
No. They were always treated like a farm animal before this DNA test came
And then
back.
you just say you didn't even do DNA, so you just had like some all knowledge that you figured out that this particular individual was non-human.
Yeah.
Right? Would you be agnostic on it?
Yeah.
Is that clear, Danny? I think we were just trying to clarify the question for you.
I thought you were. I zoned out. I'm sorry. You were talking to me. So wait. It's the DNA comes out non-human, right?
Yeah.
It's not sentient, right? It is sentient, but not rational.
Well, it's sentient. Yeah, it's sentient.
It's sentient.
Yeah.
Can I interrupt, guys, for a second?
Mm-hmm.
Parker, I just want to say I appreciate you having me here. Look, I'm a vegan activist first and foremost. I appreciate the philosophy bros here. But the problem is, I think that you're missing a lot of net utility that could be had if we were to go vegan. I think you missed the disease part, the economics part. I think we're missing these bigger factors here. Yeah, sure, we can stick to NTT here, but I mean, there's so many other reasons. I mean, avoiding the next pandemic, I mean, economic reasons, health reasons. There's so many valid reasons to go vegan that I think you just missed here today at the debate that I think you're just not giving any good enough attention to.
I don't think you really brought it up. So if you want me to respond to that, I already told you earlier that they would be treated similarly to how we treat.
The point is, I suggest I appreciate you being agnostic on these things, but I think that you should do more research and learn more about veganism in terms of what it entails. I think that would be beneficial for you and the people around you and the world around you. So I know you always talk about, being anti-bigotry and anti-homophobia, all these things, which is great. But I think veganism ties along with a lot of that stuff too. So that's all.
Sure, and I think that's why I've put a lot of questioning into this, and I'm constantly questioning this. That's why I want to have conversations with this off live and stuff like that. I typically do that, and that's also why I don't come on here and argue against vegans, do backgrounds.
Why not on live?
Again, because I haven't had a fully set up view on that. Similarly to I don't have conversations about Israel and Palestine every single day on live, right? Because I don't have a fully fledged out position where I'd be able to debate people in a proactive manner, right? I do have a position on it, but I don't have a fully fledged out position where it would be even effective for me to be on here debating it every day, right? I think that there are people who would be more suited to debate those types of things.
Yeah, I think you're not taking it seriously in terms of the potential implications of veganism.
What makes you think I'm not taking it seriously?
Well, from the debate you had last time with the vegan teacher, I think you completely put it in a wrong light.
What specifically? I don't know what you're talking about. I literally, I told you when I clarified this to you, Mike. Let me finish, Mike. I told you I clarified this to you. That live was not specifically about her being vegan. That live was about her saying it's okay to use blackface, her saying it's okay for white people to say the N-word, right?
Yeah,
her using the N-word in a video on YouTube in front of millions of people.
Yeah,
that's specific. Can I please finish, Mike? I let you finish, right? I that's what I'm specifically referencing, right? We had vegans on the panel. There were multiple vegans on the panel that were calling her out. Right, the vegan stuff that was brought up, that's because she wanted to question me while coming up on the live, and I gave my responses. But again, that was not the main point of the vegan teacher in that scenario.
That's my point, right? My point is that you took advantage of the vegan teacher's persona, as it's seen negatively on the internet. You took advantage of that, and you put 6 other people on the board with you that laughed at her, mocked her, called her names, I'm sure maybe the vegan teachers
Called her
wrong.
racist
But
for
is it-
for using the N-word.
okay, that may be the case. But what you did was made a lot of people who actually are vegans really upset because you exploited her persona to make veganism look bad, right? You had people.
No, I clarified many times in that debate. If you actually watched it, that this is not specifically veganism. I actually literally specified that during the debate. You can ask the vegans that were on the panel. You can ask Carbon. You can ask Athena. They're both vegans that were on the panel that made this clear multiple times on the panel.
They were disingenuous too about the vegan teacher, but you exploited that too. Right?
Wait, they're vegans.
Look, there was a tornado.
Disingenuous in saying that she's racist for saying the N-word?
Parker, there was a tornado, and you took advantage of the tornado and turned it into this bigger storm than it had to be. Why? Because somehow it seems like you have a grudge against veganism. That's what it seems to me. That's
I literally don't have a grudge against veganism. You're just misrepresenting what I did.
That's why I came here today to press you on this issue, which you said, I don't know, right? You're agnostic. Well, that's cute, but it doesn't actually help anybody around you to be agnostic and not debate these things, right? That's all I'm here for.
Okay, I don't have a fully fledged position on animal ethics.
Look, so. I appreciate you being here and having me on. I really do. But I think you got to pay more attention to these issues. Okay?
Oh, sure. You could say I need to pay more attention to these issues.
Thank you.
Wait, can we go over? Okay, can we go over the case? This time I'll pay attention.
I did. I was gonna, after this was done, I was gonna go back to asking Danny the question. I was interested in his answer.
Yeah, what was it? I was interested too.
Oh, he just.
Yeah, the scenario was okay. So,
they look like humans, right?
Well, this is the thing. So, there's the trait that one of the traits that Parker named is being part of a species that has a threshold of rationality. Now, whatever this threshold is, it's less than 100%. Parker says, yeah, there's something 5-10% of humans that don't meet this. So
Wait, Andrew, before you finish this, I just want to let you know, once we finish this little dialogue tree, I was going to get off for the night, but I just wanted to let you know before so people didn't think I was running or something. But yeah,
that's fine. I do want to talk about the calorie surplus stuff and maybe some of your other concerns at some point, but we can try to do it at a later date. That's totally fine.
Yeah, if you want to do that, or you can bring it up if you'd really like to. But we can always bring that up.
There's probably a lot more to talk about, but yeah, Danny. So take someone who already is just not among the population that's rational, and they're already there's somebody who's also treated really badly. So they're all already treated and interacted with by society and the people around them in similar ways that farm animals are treated. And then we take a DNA test and it comes back that actually this person was never a human. They're just different enough DNA to not be a human. Would you be agnostic about whether or not it'd be permissible to turn them into a cheeseburger?
I lean towards impermissible. I mean, I'm sort of this is very similar to the Westworld robots, right? I
didn't watch Westworld.
Because I'm against the abuse of Westworld robots. I don't even know if they're sentient or rational. So I don't know. If y'all don't know, Westworld's a great show, but they create this park where they're machines, but they present as human. They can bleed and all that stuff. And people go into the park and grape them, kill them, and do all sorts of things. And then they repair them to go back out. And I thought that was disgusting. I didn't even have to know that they were sentient or not. So it seems like I lean towards impermissible here.
Yeah, I do too. And I have a feeling a lot of people would, but I don't have empirics on that. It just very, it seems pretty obvious to me, but I don't need to touch on anything else right at this moment if you have places to be and things to do.
Well, and I don't know if you caught me earlier. Sorry, Parker. I don't know if you caught me earlier. I'm totally inconsistent with my values, but I'm optimally I'd be vegan, but I'm too lazy and I like the taste of meat. But I'm just not bothered enough to change. I'm basically a moral couch potato.
Maybe I send you some recipes or something.
Yeah, I've never been to a bad vegan restaurant. I've every bit of vegan cooked, any kind of vegan dish I love. I probably should be vegan, but now the problem is that my wife is Chinese and she she loves her meat, like absolutely loves her meat. So like I talked to her about veganism, but she's like, no way. But maybe for health reasons. So maybe if we get like heart disease, we'll switch over. I don't know.
Do you think something that could be holding you more to it is the fact that you have people you care about that aren't vegan? Because this is something I've considered about myself, like why, like a specific reason I could be like intuitively vegan, right? Could have been from like the fact that, right, people around me, right, aren't vegan, right? Like especially people in my family, right? And it would be hard for me to justify, right, having these, right, bad opinions about like these people I'd care about. So do you think that comes like in between you and becoming vegan, Danny?
Oh no, I'm just lazy and morally lazy. That's all it is. It's not. I disvalue pain, suffering, anything that even looks like it. Right? Like I just don't think that's optimal. I think and I bet Mike. I don't know anything about the practical studies, but it seems like I would bet that there's something to it. I don't know.
Oh yeah, and this is something I wanted to question. I want to preface this as this is no argument against veganism, just something I heard recently. Again, clarify, no argument against veganism, just clarifying. I just want to know like what your perspective, MD, would be on it. How do you feel about like how most vegans would, end up eating meat, right, in their lives, like after the point in which they declare themselves vegan? Like they turn away from being vegan? Like is that something that you see as like
why do they do that? Is that what you're asking?
I mean, I could ask why, but I'm also just asking like, what are your thoughts about it? Like, I'm not really asking like a specific question, kind of like a vague, like, what are your thoughts about, like, do you think it's bad, right? Or do you think that there's something about veganism that leads to people doing this? Or
I mean, clearly, if I think that like killing animal or paying for animal unaliving is bad, then I'm going to think somebody going back to supporting animal aliving is bad. Why they do it is a psychological question that I haven't investigated. I don't know if there's any other questions in there that you want answered. It's just a little vague for me.
Why is the emphasis on veganism rather than on vegetarianism? Like, what's the gap there, by the way?
What's the gap? Like, why?
Like how do you see vegetarians as like is it like someone that's trying to give up soda and they're just drinking like Diet Coke? Is that how you see, like, how do you see?
Do you mean like, why do vegans get so annoyed at vegetarian? Like,
I don't know. I'm asking because you never see like people that push. You see the pushes for veganism rather than vegetarianism, and I
think it's just that like a lot of the reasons people are vegan are like would just also apply to meat and eggs, just because the conditions are similar. But the way they get it is similar. Like they also, when they stop laying eggs or stop producing milk, they just unalive the animal.
Real question though, why I don't know why we care about fish. Like do you like that's an I feel nothing toward fish.
Yeah, low key, I'm kind of the same on that. I was kind of thinking about that recently. I can't think of a distinction.
I look at fish like robots, man. I don't look at pigs that way. I don't look at cows or poultry. I look at fish like robots.
Yeah, I definitely have more value that I place upon like pigs and cows and stuff like than I would place upon like fish.
I mean, I think that there's decent evidence that fish have experiences. I don't have it in front of me right now. I'd have to have a separate conversation where I kind of brought a little bit of this research along. But I mean, the things I care about things that have experiences. And I think that there's a fish probably have those from what I've seen. They certainly display things like pain behaviors. Those tend to court.
Yeah, it's hard. I agree. It's hard to detect though. It is hard to I guess, relate to. It's hard to relate to a fish. It's easier to relate to a cow, I think. But I guess before we go, I'm keeping Parker. And I lost my train of thought, but it had to do with fish. Anyways, thanks for coming on, Amder. I'll have to message you. Oh, guys, follow Amder. He's like one of the smartest people I know. So I go to him when I have questions. So
thanks, Danny. All right. Thanks for bringing me up, Parker. Thanks, Danny. Talk to you guys later.
Of course. Good seeing you, Amder.
Yep. See ya. Bye.
All right, y'all. I am going to get off for tonight. I do appreciate everyone coming on tonight. It was a longer day today. I do actually have a lot of that recorded. I have 2 separate clips, so it probably will be like a part 1 and part 2 if people do want to see it and whatnot. I do appreciate everyone who did come on today. It was a different type of debate. I'm not typical to do these types of debates. Again, I don't really see much utility in debating vegans right? I would see way more utility in like debating veganism if I like was a vegan, I feel like. But like, yeah, maybe someday I'll be vegan. I appreciate the handouts. Thank you so much. And whatnot. But yeah, no, I appreciate every single one of you. Tomorrow I will be on probably around, what day is it tomorrow? Tomorrow is Thursday. Tomorrow I'll be on like 12 like noon Pacific Standard Time. So yeah, I'll see y'all later. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all. Oh, actually, fuck. I wanted to say this. I forgot. Wait, chat. There were multiple people that sent me donations. I want to say thank you. I fucking completely forgot. I apologize, everyone. I wanted to do this because I literally didn't cut people off. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to to do this, but I literally I didn't say thank you because I didn't want to cut people off today. Sin Studio, thank you for the $6.66. Emily, thank you for the $10. Hot Dog, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bree, I appreciate it. Jasmine, Monet, I appreciate it. PGs, Mula, right? Molly, Kenna, thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate y'all. Jody, Polly, Kenna, right? I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. Along with, let me go to Cash App real quick and make sure I say thank you. Brandon, thank you for the $50 twice. Thank you so much, Brandon. I really appreciate that. That's fucking crazy. Thank you so much, Crystal. I appreciate it. Brat Baby, thank you so much. Delaney, I appreciate Lithium. Thank you so much as well. All right, y'all. I'm going to get off. Love y'all so much. Peace out, everyone.
Oh.
Wait, Lydia, who do you think won?
Well, I'm a vegan, but I think Mike was awful.
No,
the whole time.
I'm so disappointed.
The whole time, though.
Got slapped.
Be honest.
Yeah,
All the intellectual vegans.
Parker got he
not
got
fucking
killed
with.
most of the majority.
I don't know. I feel like both sides were on some fuck.
Parker got slapped in that debate.
I think Mike not seeing the checkmate in sight
You
pissed
guys
me
need to
off
hop
more
off
than anything.
Parker's dick.
Platform. It's in your
No
mouth.
platform.
You can literally see it.
Anyway.
I think that I disagree with Parker on a few points, but I don't think that Mike understood that Parker, he's being honest when he says that he is agnostic, and Mike is just trying to push him. Yeah. And I don't think it was
veganism.
Yeah, I just don't think it was the right approach at all. Like, I think you have to, at that point, you have to try to shift someone's intuition. You can't just keep asking them the same question over and over. I could not understand why he kept asking him the same shit over and over and over again. He kept giving him the same answer.
Yeah, that part was good.
I really liked the conversation with Amdir, though. That was a lot better. I could tell.
What's up, Dean?
Back the fuck up immediately. It was a lot better.
Do you guys remember when Dean asked me if my profile picture was actually me?
Bruh.
And I had to be like, believe it or not, no. And my name is also not Edith Puthie.
Yes,
It's not
yeah, it is.
Edith?
Guys, can you imagine that's actually her legal name?
Sorry, I lied.
There has to be at least
it
one
is.
person, though.
Dean, I want to know your opinion on what just occurred in that live.
Wait, truly, are you vegan?
Yeah, I'm vegan.
Okay, based.
Like?
Okay, based. Okay, based. Okay, based. Okay, based. That was so Valley Girl, I swear.
Good.
I need to order some kombucha. I order like 20 bottles of kombucha at a time.
Do I have an echo?
No.
My opinion on what just happened, Parker made crazy concessions that he didn't need to make. He should have ran different arguments, but still at the end of the day, he ran good arguments. I think that Parker would have been the obvious winner if Mike wasn't being disingenuous when Parker was asking him about this reverse idea of the NTT. But then when Danny came up at the end, he kind of cleared the air on that. And I think Danny showed that, Mike had really no upper hand in the debate.
We didn't get to really listen to that part. We were kind of going in on platform for a minute.
Both equal in that regard. And then apart from that, I think that Mike unequivocally lost just because of his comments about the use of the N-word as well as blackface. So
Yeah, that was crazy. That was wild.
Yeah, that part is crazy. But that
They need to post that shit up immediately.
Good pivot, though. I
To
will
be
give him
fair,
that. That was a good pivot.
I didn't watch a lot of the beginning because I was eating dinner with my family, but yeah. But like the parts that I did see, I was just like so disappointed about how Mike was approaching it.
I mean, I think I would be comfortable in saying that veganism is like by far Parker's worst topic, but still, yet he won and he's a profound debater.
I'm
But,
just
I think what
Is he vegan now, or Like,
No.
Well, why?
I don't know.
He's
It's
silly.
literally just, honestly, I think it's just intuitions. Like, he doesn't have the same intuitions I would about non-human animals. Like, I find
But if he's not sure about harming animals, if it's actually immoral, then wouldn't the default be to be vegan just in case
that's what
until
I
you figure
think
it
as
out?
well, but I wish Mike would have asked that. But
I wish he would have said that too. But like,
For women, I think that's wrong.
Oh, what the
Yes, they've been altered. Hold on, they've been altered to account for women and
That's
what women are
fine.
physically.
How did it even happen?
I'll be back.
Okay.
Why does TikTok do that? It does it
I
to me
don't
all the
know.
time.
But yeah, especially with his abortion view, like he thinks abortion is okay until it becomes sentient, and then he takes into consideration the fact that it's a human and sentient.
Yeah,
so
he has,
if
like,
something
he has,
is sentient, I
if you
feel
don't
like
get the fuck, if you don't stop tagging me in these comments, I don't know what the fuck.
for real.
Jen said he's discussed it before. It's a health issue. Leave it. He didn't say nothing about health. Nothing about his health. Why would I assume it was a health issue if he didn't say that?
Wait, what is a health issue?
He can't be vegan for a health issue. I don't see.
Oh no, he said that like Parker has particular eating habits and like being vegan would harm him.
Yeah.
Unreasonably.
He doesn't use that as an argument though.
No,
Like,
he doesn't though. That was with the vegan teacher like a week ago.
Yeah.
I was about to say because like if you're just being vegan just reducing as much harm as like practically possible.
Literally with the vegan teacher's argument, he was saying that he would basically justify me. Damn, Dean.
That's pretty nice.
Trying to fucking mog us, right? What the fuck?
Wait, Edith, are you vegan?
ethically,
Okay, sorry.
So no.
I really, really want to be, but I do have like a similar issue as Parker, like when it comes to simply just the fact that like I have a really weird thing about specific foods and I only eat like 5 things. And those just happen to be mostly or like a couple of animal products. But I fully think that everybody who can be vegan should be, and I wish I'm working towards it. I'm getting into the vegan chicken nuggets.
Yeah.
Vegan chicken nuggets low key fucking. I'm about to get some right now. Hold up.
They're okay. I haven't found like a really good brand yet, but I am trying to.
I like the
find
Impossible
alternatives.
ones.
Yeah, the Impossible.
I can't get off milk, man. That's the thing.
You're gross.
That's the
he
easiest
drinks
one.
milk like it's juice. Like it's weird.
I went through half a gallon in 2 days.
That's sick. I'm sorry, that's crazy.
And then he wants to talk shit about me for warming up cereal. Fuck you, Dean.
And I'm on the way to the grocery store. I'm literally on the way to
You're
the
both
grocery
sick.
store right now to buy more milk because I
Oh my
ran
God.
out and I'm craving it.
Because he drink. You're
See, this is the shit I'm talking about.
Milk. Who craves
Yeah, no, you
milk?
guys are sick. You're sick.
I crave milk.
First of all, y'all are not. We're not doing this again. Chat, we're
What
not
cereal
fucking
did you
doing this
warm up?
again.
Hold on. What cereal did you warm up? I'm stuck on that. I'm still at the
I
cereal.
warm up flaky cereal, not the puff cereal because that gets too soggy. But the flaky cereal, it's like a gourmet. It's like a gourmet oatmeal. Just try it, bro.
No.
Just try it. It's so fucking good.
You're telling the picky bitch to try something. This is ableism.
We're just gonna go ahead and get some
Do
nuggets.
you need to go get that milk? You need to drink the
Do
milk.
you really need the milk, Dean?
Yo, I'm gonna be
Some
honest.
sweet potato fries too.
I'm gonna be honest. I think that I might hold to the stance that everyone should be vegan, but I don't think that there's like some huge moral atrocity committed by eating meat. I think that there's some badness there, but it is not comparable or equivalent to other forms of badness in the sense of like murdering a human.
I mean, oh, sorry.
No, you're good. Just agree.
I was just gonna say, like, because, like, okay, I think if I'm looking at it from even just going back to our human ancestors, or our ancestors, sorry, I feel like a lot of people would say that like they also deserve moral consideration, and then you just keep going back and back and back. And I agree that there isn't a harsh line, which is why I think we should err on the side of everyone gets rights if they're sentient, because otherwise I think it gets
Like a precautionary stance.
kinda, yeah. I mean maybe I don't know if I'd call it precautionary for things
make
like
lasagna
farm
again.
animals, but for like, because they were talking about fish at the end too. I know there's studies that show that fish are sentient as well, but
You know what? That's actually not that bad of an idea. So let's just imagine that we want to demolish a house. We want to tear a house down, but we don't know, right? We're unsure if there's people inside the house.
Yeah. Yeah. We got you. We got there. Oh, Matt's here.
Matt's here.
Oh, hi, Matt.
Matt!
I get what you're
Hey, what's up, Matt? What's up, bro?
Daddy.
Oh my god.
Damn, how many fathers do you have?
I got a couple of
26.
them.
Nobody can ever say Tashika doesn't have a dad because literally all these guys have a dad.
Literally all of them are daddy. Literally all
I'm
of them.
fatherless.
If I start going around calling people naturally intelligent, gorgeous,
Stop.
Oh my god. I would
crazy.
This is sickening work. This is sick work.
I'm fucking crying. I can't believe the audacity though is just fucking crazy.
She's just a walking ball of audacity. And honestly, fucking based. She ate that. No, she didn't.
Wait, by the way, is Parker going to come up on this live stream or is he not?
I don't know.
I would
done.
assume he's too exhausted after
Yeah, he's
having
done.
to talk to Mike.
Talking to Mike is something serious. What should I make tomorrow? Should I make lasagna? Should I make some pesto pasta? Should I make some motherfucking
Lasagna.
shrimp and crab Alfredo?
And lasagna.
No animals.
Didn't we just have a conversation about being vegan?
I don't give a fuck!
You said you were vegan 3 minutes ago.
I did not. Anyway, these are
You
lies.
did.
made to
Roll
make me
back
look
the tape.
foolish. These are liberal lies.
Roll back the tape.
So what is the reason? Just
I
do
like,
it.
I like the way it tastes. Anyway, the second
Well,
you find me,
I'm not a vegan either, but I'm basically kind of like a mix of both Parker and Danny. Like Danny was basically my position. I mean, like 90% of my position, right? Which like I'm just morally lazy. Like yes, I can concede that animals should have rights and that it is probably wrong with what we're doing to animals, and that I have, for example, stopped eating pork. I haven't ate pork in like 10 years. Why? Because I'm convinced enough that pigs are intelligent enough that I have no desire to like eat their products. Like I just have no desire to, right? But I love beef. I just do. I just love beef. And so I'm going
What if we just loved human meat? What if we just loved it?
you know what? W.
I mean,
No!
they were talking about, is it morally permissible to eat a lab grown like human meat, right? I mean, theoretically, is it? I mean, I don't.
I feel like there's going to be some societal implications, though.
I feel like lab grown, no. Even if it was like lab grown steak or something, if it's not sentient, if it's never been sentient, no, there's no issue.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer that.
I just don't want a
that we
society
had
where we're comfortable
lab-grown
eating
meat,
humans.
like lab-grown steak that tastes just as good as the actual, cow, steak. I mean, if that was the case, then fuck, man, I would transition so quickly. But I also have like a health reason too. Like I lack some protein things, and my doctor specifically told me to go to like certain meats. Like he said, you need to do this. Now, obviously, could I survive if I didn't do it? Yes, but there are people, I think, like Parker, for example, and y'all, I don't think might not know him close enough to know his personal situation. I do, and I can tell you that his current consumption of meat is kind of vital for his survival. It is vital, and so we are critiquing him here, or his arguments from a philosophical reason. But I think he has a good reason to not dive into his own personal health reasons, because it is personal, and we have no business knowing about it unless he wanted to share it. And so on that sense, we should cut him like a little bit of slack here.
You said he had ARFID, right?
You can still be vegan and eat meat, though. It's just about reducing
No.
it.
Well, he has ARFID, but he also has other medical complications that I know of that facilitate his necessity to eat these type of proteins. Like he doesn't eat beef, as far as I know. He doesn't eat
I don't think it's valid to tell Parker that he ought to starve to save a couple. I don't think.
No, I don't think so either. But I think it is fair to say that he can still hold a view that eating meat is probably wrong, but it's the best thing for me to do because of XYZ health problems. Like, people who can be vegan should be. People who can't, they just can't. Like, they can't.
Yeah, I would imagine that most vegans would probably say the following statement like this, right? They'll say that typically speaking, people who live in a society like you or I, for example, people who can actually go out to a store and buy, any type of vegan products to reduce animal suffering ought to do so. People who live in places or has types of medical conditions where they have to eat meat, I'm pretty sure vegan would say, yeah, that's generally speaking fine because you have to survive. But we're just simply, I imagine vegans would say, just lower the amount of harm that you're doing.
You are like getting a good point. Like, what if a non-human species, but it's, I don't know if you'd be like more sentient, but like, let's just say like more rational, right? It's just, and it deems us to be of such a low rationality or such a low sentience on that spectrum that they say, well, who cares about these humans, right? I mean, that's a very valid point. I mean, and I was thinking that too. I mean, looking at as we do to the ant, this alien species looks at us the same way.
Also, by the way, this is a position that I'm kind of currently, kind of forming right now currently. I don't quite know if a vegan diet is inherently more expensive than one that allows for meat. I've seen a few studies on it right now, and that they're saying that it
depends on
probably a more affordable route.
I think it depends on certain things. Like, I don't think it would be necessarily like the money you spend to buy the ingredients, but the time it takes to cook a meal with the ingredients. Because if you have like a single mom who has like 2 jobs and like 4 kids and she's like running around trying to feed them, fast food is where she's probably going to go just to get her kids fed and then be able to do everything else. So I don't really think the issue is honestly the finance necessarily. It's the time.
Well,
because
I'm not also just talking about finance. I'm talking about like food deserts. Like my parents live 30 miles from the nearest city. They have to drive in to go get the food, and the closest, like, that's just the nearest town, right? And they just got a Walmart like less than 10 years ago, and before that it was a small I don't know if you know what an IGA, but that's like a little like a local Midwest small store. They don't carry vegan stuff. They just don't. Right. I mean, so that's the problem, right? And they also grew up in this environment where meat is a luxury, right? It's a thing that you eat to enjoy yourself, right? Like my dad, who is 65 this year, he doesn't want to transition over to being vegan, partly because he's lived his entire life on meat, and that's his go-to. Like, I want to be happy, right? Like, oh, look, yeah, I can afford this wonderful.
It's like a breadwinner thing.
Yeah, like I can afford this wonderful steak, and it makes me feel good about myself. And now what you're telling me is I have to leave away the thing that now makes me happy in my life. And he says the same. I mean, that's what, because for like him growing up, all he had was food. And that's what made him happy, which is why, when his doctor told him to like lose weight, he's like, oh, you mean I have to stop eating these foods? No, then I just rather die because you're taking away the thing that makes me happy. And now I'm not saying that I agree with that mindset, because I don't, but that is his mindset.
I know, but damn, like, bro stood on business. That's fucking crazy.
And I think that's the mindset, unfortunately, of many Americans who live in these kind of rural, Midwestern plains areas where, they grew up where the source of their happiness and of their pride and everything was food. And, that's just, unfortunately, that's just kind of how it is. And I wish that it wasn't the case, but it is the case. And I have been influenced by that somewhat, and I'm not going to pretend that I have not been influenced by it.
I mean, but it's
the same thing in Jamaica as well, though. Because, sorry, Edith, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the same could be said about societies where they eat their dead. Like, they get joy. They have whole ceremonies based around how they honor their dead. And like one of the biggest ways that they honor them is by consuming their flesh. Like, it's a whole thing. And so to say like, well, that makes them happy and that's their tradition, okay, but is that valid? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, poetry
Then you're almost
tradition.
getting into like cultural relativism there. Like because it's cultural, that means it's morally permissible, which I wouldn't agree with. It was like FGM and stuff.
I don't know if that's necessarily his argument. I just think it's just an acknowledgement of like the type of.
I'm acknowledging. No, all I'm acknowledging.
Yeah, he's saying a descriptive fact about reality that we can see.
I'm not. I did not say that my dad's argument, if that was his argument, is is the actual case, right? I'm saying that that means he's right. I'm saying that's his reasoning, and that's one of the reasons why he and many Americans, I personally think, won't transition because of that argument. I'm not saying it's a good argument. I'm just saying that is the argument.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah.
I think it's more cognitive dissonance. Like they're not doing the unaliving, so they're like chill with it.
And I think
my dad was a hunter. He has no problem doing it. Like I'm just telling you.
Oh no, my dad has slaughtered animals before. They don't like in Jamaica. We lived in the mountains. And it's like the same reason that that Matt gave here. Like being able to buy a bunch of curry goat or even having a goat to slaughter was like a big thing. It still is a big thing. Right?
Yeah, like
we only do it during like ceremonial times.
Yeah, I mean, my dad, as an example, doesn't have a problem like with unaliving an animal. I mean, and that's an own separate problem, right? Like I dislike hunting, right? Because I had to grow up watching it and I hate it, So I dislike the whole culture around hunting and everything. But for him, it's not a problem, and so that also plays into it.
Hey, Carmen,
I just wanted to get everybody's. Oh yeah, what's up?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to get everybody's because I hear the 50%, on average species being rational point a lot. I actually don't only hear it in vegan debates, I also hear it in abortion debates all the time. But this hypothetical, I've never actually ran it against somebody, but I just want what would be some valid responses to it from somebody who's against veganism or is trying to turn into vegan. So the hypothetical would be, it just is the case that, the population of China, Indonesia, India, and then all the countries in Africa, that's more than 51% of the population. So it's like some white supremacist group says, okay, well, let's just deploy this viral vector that genetically is just going to make all these people non-rational and their children non-rational, but they are still humans. You can procreate them, but they're just not going to be rational. And they deploy this. Does it then follow that, John in Ohio can just now go over to his neighbor's house and unalive him for a cheeseburger? Now that it's no longer the case that it's 51%.
I fear this is the wrong crowd to ask.
Wait, so I don't know if I've heard the 51% thing.
Yeah, because when they say something like, well, you're part of a species, like a rational species, usually what they mean one of two things. Either one member of that species exhibits human-like rationality, or on average, the species exhibits this rationality. On average just means greater than 50%.
Thank you, Val. Thank you so much.
So the whole hypothetical is to take away that 51%. So now it's 49% is rational and 51% is non-rational. Do we just say that it's okay to be cannibals, I guess?
Yeah, that's a good question because I don't think people would.
Yeah, it just seems to follow.
49% that would.
But then if it's only one person, let's say it's only one member, then all I would need to do is take one dog or one pig and then one cow and then surgically or genetically make it rational. I guess as rational as a 15-year-old or a 25-year-old. And then boom, now I've just made it wrong to kill all cows. That's a hard problem, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah, I think another thing is I think people really underestimate the subjectivity that non-humans experience. It's literally they view it as completely different from the way humans experience things. When really, if we're gonna see it as a gradient, there are many species that we use for food.
Who was breathing?
Probably me. Sorry.
Damn. No, but like I feel like it's like this like weird propaganda.
It's that mic. I got the same mic too.
I forgot who said it first, but it was like this belief that animals don't necessarily have sentience. They operate based off of instinct, and I keep hearing that a lot, and I don't think that's true.
No,
I think it's dumb.
the same thing.
We operate off of
Argument.
instinct. We operate off of instinct as well, but they try to depict animals as like robotic in nature.
Mm-hmm.
That like
Yeah, because you can
happens and then they
be.
react.
Yeah, you can imagine like I don't know, like North Korea puts like a plant in your head and makes you like do whatever they want. You can maybe still experience that, and you don't intend. When we say like something like you have instinct, well, all we really mean is that you don't like intend to do these things. You just do them, right? You're not thinking or reflecting on them, right? But right, it doesn't follow that just because you're not thinking about these things or intending to do those things that you're not experiencing something. I find it hard for a lot of people to like bite the bullet that a dog isn't experiencing something. Yeah, that's a weird argument.
How a dog can literally dream and yet still only operate off of instinct.
Yeah, my dog has pup dreams every night.
Yeah, that's fucking weird. Like,
Or
that doesn't make any sense.
I know. I mean, this is anecdotal, and just from
We're
my.
not having a debate, Lydia.
But like when my golden retriever, I have a golden retriever, and we used to have another dog, and he passed away last year, and like I could see the shift in my golden retriever when my other dog died, because he grew up his whole life. He had that other dog with him. Like I don't think anyone can tell me that animals don't grieve. Like when you see like
that's demonstrably false.
Cows, when they have
or
their
elephants.
from them.
Yeah,
they have, like,
or when their mate dies.
Oh my god, it makes me so sad.
Yeah, even buffalo are the exact same way. Like, for example, if one buffalo is being taken down by a lion, the rest of them, even though they have a higher chance of being unalive themselves, will actually try to protect that calf or protect that lone buffalo no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't.
Penguins are the same thing. Two different species of penguins will like, I forgot what they're called, but like in terms of like baby emperor penguins, there's another species of penguins that when they see the baby penguins being threatened by like whatever albatross or something, they will actually come and protect the baby penguins to get them to where they need to go. I don't see why, like I don't understand that argument when people say that like animals are not experiencing something. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
And I feel like I just don't buy the conjunction with human and sentience. I don't know why we're adding the human. Like, if you've seen, I mean, even like some primates, like, you know, the chimpanzee, like, rain dance and stuff. Like, I mean, it's like borderline religious shit. Like, the stuff I learned in anthropology about primates completely blew my mind. And I've been...
Oh, yeah, they're fucking scary. It makes you... I definitely experienced a little bit of ego death when I learned about primates. Like, it's like, we are not the only ones out here.
Also, I gotta reference even fish as well. Fish also are pretty much well sentient. In fact, it may have been the reason why fish started to adopt something called schooling, where you have multiple different fish within the group, which basically helps for detecting predators that can be located anywhere. So, yeah, even fish are able to obtain some level of sentience that definitely helps the species out, or helps the groups out.
Yeah, when Parker and Danny said that they don't care about fish, like it doesn't do anything, like my soul is kind of hurt because I like biology a lot, and fish were like my first actual introduction to it. And I like, yes, I get why, like, just like looking at a fish, you're like, oh, it's a fish, right? Okay, yeah, it's a fish. But I don't know. There's something when I look at a fish, like, yeah, I can tell that, like, when you pull it out of water, that it's like suffering somewhat, like that something's going on, right? Because of the way it's, but yeah. So I agree, Paleo. I think there's strong.
I think a lot of this has to do with the way that we're socialized as humans, because we're kind of, from the day we're born, we're taught that we're the top of the top. Yep. And then like when I learned about like things like split brain theory and things like that, I was like, I genuinely laid in my bed and experienced ego death. I was sitting there like, wait, like in terms of sentience, so like split brain theory. Give me some time. I'm gonna kill it. The split brain theory is basically like it was this procedure that they would do to help like people who are what's the word? I'm drawing a blank. Epileptic.
Epileptic, yeah. Epileptic.
And they will like sever the connections between the left and right brain. And oh my fucking! You have two brains.
Yeah.
You have two fucking brains. Both are sentient. And it's like,
I'm pretty sure
and
that's
it's just
why.
like, I don't even.
Well, I mean,
and it's like,
What's up?
I think I might have answered this. I think one of the treatments for epilepsy or like seizures is a hemispherectomy, where they like remove like one hemisphere of the brain.
like they're both sides are sentient, even though they have different jobs.
Their regular lives, though.
Yeah, it just makes up for the rest of the parts that are gone, and it's just like both sides are sentient. You can if you put like a barrier. I don't even know if it's true. But like I remember hearing about it and being like,
I'm pretty sure it is true. You can watch videos of them separating the.
Like they'll fight each other.
And yeah. And then one hand will do its own thing, and then the other hand will do its own thing. Yeah.
Like I always that just made me think more about like which part is you. You know what I mean? Because essentially, like that just means like when they're both together, that just means like one part, the right hemisphere just can't speak, but it can still communicate. But like it just makes you wonder like which part am I?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you can just split my brain, and I will essentially gain two minds. Which part
am I either one of them anymore?
Yeah, who am I? Am I gone? Do I still have a personality? If you ask right brain a question over here and left brain a question over here, which one is answering and which one is my answer? That fucked me up.
Yeah, the only way around this is to say that you have multiple souls. That's really the only way around this.
I don't know, man.
How do you wait?
I was like, look at that. Yo, let me tell y'all something really quickly. Look at that shit and tell me there's a fucking God. There isn't. He has no reason to do that. He has no reason to make our brains that way.
I am like conjoined twins. Like, how do conjoined twins like control the body?
They hear each other's thoughts, bro. Like what?
Are you serious? No,
some of them do. I swear to God, I read about that somewhere.
Now this is getting X-Men like.
Man, shut your mouth. Hold up. Well, no, it depends on where they're connected.
Is there four consciousness with? So if they're connected, they share the same brain.
Yeah, so like if they're not connected in the brain, there are conjoined twins who are connected at the brain. But if they're connected just like the body, then they can't hear each other's thoughts. But I swear to God, hold on, let me see. Well, I have DID. All right, y'all don't tell me.
Just, y'all,
1 second, y'all. I just want to let y'all. Hold on, let me make some real fun. I have DID. Don't tell me no shits in the context of the brain of multiple people living in one brain is wrong. Fuck you, okay? You can't tell me that shit. I don't know what's going on up here.
Also, ego death is such a good way to describe like having a kind of revelation, like your whole worldview just shifts. Like I haven't even watched all the episodes because I was like I need to like reset after it. I watched Chimp Empire on Netflix. I watched like one episode and my whole fucking worldview changed. Like they got like politics, like
yes, some conjoined twins can hear each other's thoughts. This is because they share a thalamus.
I have a question. I have a question regarding the DID thing, and please forgive me if it is. I'm strictly speaking from ignorance here. But would they even consider those like the alters to be people, like real people?
The thing I think about that a lot. I get a lot of mixed answers when I ask this question because technically they are separate people, but they're still you. Like they're individuals, but they are dissociated parts of you. But that's the thing about the split brain theory because I don't even know what the fuck is me anymore, right? And that's the thing with the DID that's hard because like I don't even know, even though I am Julie and I identify with the body.
Who the fuck is Julie?
Me, bitch. Anyway, so
Hi, Julie.
I don't know why I snapped like that. like, I don't, the thing with like DID, I don't know if this is my body. I don't know if I'm the first one. I don't know if I'm the one that everyone split from, you know?
Well, that's
Wait, that's
so
actually
like there could
like,
be a day where I
wild to
just
think
don't
about.
appear anymore because I'm not the original.
How do we know that
Bro.
this Tashika is the first?
We don't. I'm
is the
technically an
primary.
alter.
Yeah, that's
Do your alters
that's fucking me up. I don't like that.
debate?
Yeah, no, that's why DID is fucking terrifying. What'd you say?
Do your alters debate ever?
I do run my arguments against my alter sometimes.
Damn. That's
I do.
not what I want, but that's even better. Whoa,
But they don't. But they've never come out here and debated. No.
Has
Are any of them smarter than the other?
Yeah.
So my main alter, Eric. Eric is the one alter that's like my right hand man, basically. Like he is. He grows with me. He ages with me. He's gone to school with me. He's always been right there, right? So there was a time where like I was really scared about this test that I was taking in middle school, and then Eric actually came out and took the test for me, and then got one of the highest scores.
Eric?
And then there was a second time during like a PSAT score where I got super high the night before, woke up and was still high, right? And then Eric came out, took the test again. I don't know if he was high. Maybe he felt it, maybe he didn't. He came out, took the test, got one of the highest scores again. So Eric is fucking smart as shit.
Is that technically cheating?
That's
Yes.
cheating.
I don't know, because it's a technical way. Or like sometimes, or like that's what he would do though. Like if I'm taking a test and I don't know the answer to something, he will tell me the answer sometimes.
Eric eats. I fucking love Eric.
But Eric is a wild card though. He is a troublemaker.
I have another question about this.
Yeah.
So, whenever I hear people talk about like their alters and like how sometimes they'll be like experiencing
You
something.
mean
and
God? I thought Eric was God. He's not. Go ahead.
like whenever I hear people talking about their alters and how like when they're experiencing something, sometimes they can like hear their alters like fighting or something or like arguing about something. Like I picture it like you're like, have you seen? Well, I know you've probably seen SpongeBob.
I've
when they go in his head and there's
yes. That's
that
one
what
of the
it's
that's one of the examples that we use a lot when he's in
Oh,
like
damn,
the
really?
office room.
Yes.
But that would just be within like the headspace. 'Cause- Okay, so the way that my system works is like there's me. I'm out here. I'm talking to you. Right. Or inside out. People use that as well too. But it's more complex and it's not just one emotion. They're people. But there are some alters who are less sentient, but that's a whole different fucking conversation. But like, so like there's me, I'm out here, I'm speaking to you, and then you could say like me, and then there's behind my eyes, and then there's like a headspace where that's the spot where I am able to hear and communicate with people sometimes. And then there's this like dark nebulous space behind the headspace that leads into a completely separate reality. Like my alters have their own version of Earth when they're not out here. They have their own lives and families and jobs and everything.
Do you donate your time to like medical research or like psychological research?
I'm afraid of it because like sometimes I don't know. I don't know. I've done all the tests. I've done all the stuff.
I'm surprised that like
sometimes you can see it, sometimes you can't.
Because I don't know if you've been like when you're being tested, if they didn't like say, hey, do you want to volunteer for this like study or something? Because DID is rare as far as I understand it. It's rare, so they would want to understand it as best they can.
I don't even understand it. I always get scared because I'm like, I always get scared because like I don't. The main thing about DID, because it's so rare, there's not a lot of resources, and sometimes you're like, am I fucking faking? Sometimes like am I faking? And like, because like it's not a fun disorders app. Even though it's like at this point like the least eventful part of my life. Like I haven't switched. Actually, no. The last time I switched was once last week, and Eric came out. I don't know why, but like that's the whole thing.
He was telling you to be vegan, probably.
Probably. Anyway, but like, but like, what was the question I was about to answer? I forgot. Oh yeah. But yeah, like they are technically their own people. They have their own lives and opinions. DID is not like Split. Well, Split got some things right. The thing I don't like about Split is that he made it look scary, and it's really not. People with DID are more likely to hurt themselves than they are to hurt other people. It's just not like I had an alter, like her name was Jessica, and she fucking hated being out here. She hated me. You know what I mean? She hated me. She hated my body. She hated the life. She would come out. She would hurt me. She wouldn't hurt other people. She would hurt the body, and then she would just fuck off. You know?
Bro, she's just like me for real.
That's a.
but that's the scary thing about like DID though, is like if you have an alter that is very particularly distressed, and you don't have control over them, they can come out and kill you.
Oh, that's actually wait.
And that's the thing. That's the part of DID that people don't think about.
She's not
Alters
just like me for real.
can and will unalive you by unaliving themselves. And that is why DID is like not this fun, cool, crazy, fun thing if you don't have all your alters in check. It's not fun. Every time we get a new alter, I'm fucking terrified. I'm scared if I'm gonna wake up tomorrow.
Did you ever meet,
what?
Oh, did you ever meet any doctors who didn't believe that you had DID?
The most common thing that I get from doctors was like, oh, like alters typically don't know each other. That's fucking false. I don't know where, that's such outdated information. That's not fucking true.
I'm old, but not that old, and I remember the days when like a DID was like still being debated if it was even an actual thing.
DID just a placebo effect, not reality. Where are you even getting this from? Like I don't even entertain people when they say this shit. No, it was.
Your alters ever like when you're sleeping, can they wake you up?
Yeah, I dream with my alters.
But will they ever start can you be asleep and they be awake and then they wake you up?
Yeah.
From sleeping?
Yeah.
That would piss me off.
Kind of. So there's been times where I've fallen asleep and they'll dream with me. I actually don't really know how sleeping works in the context of DID.
Wait, yes, are you lucid dreaming in a way?
Yeah, I can lucid dream with them.
Platform said that he can help you.
Or whatever, dude. Or sometimes I'll wake up and I'll be laughing with them. I'll be having conversations with them. In the dream world, sometimes we dream simultaneously. And it's one time I woke up and they were talking about politics or some shit, and they said something funny. I was laughing. I don't remember what the fuck they were talking about. But I don't even know. I have one alter though, but he integrated a while ago. Anyway, but I used to have a lot of nightmares. I would have nightmares every night. Very graphic, very, very violent nightmares. And so what he would do is he would specifically would dream with me. He will sleep when I will sleep. And whenever my dreams become violent, he'll fucking take over. He immediately, he never loses the ability to lucid dreams. And his entire, one of his entire jobs was to make sure that I don't have nightmares. And it's just fucking crazy.
Have you ever had sleep paralysis with your, what are they called? Identities?
Alters.
That.
No, I don't have that. I've only had it once when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I get it way too often. That shit is so scary.
I've never had sleep paralysis.
I had it once and it freaked me the fuck out.
I had it back to back one night and I thought I was gonna die.
Yeah, you half wake up and then you fall right back into it.
And you're so
over
tired.
and over.
You can't stay awake. You have to go to sleep and then it happens again. And then you
sleep paralysis.
That sounds scary.
Sadly for me, I get sleep paralysis a lot.
Yeah. But that's the thing though, since he integrated, I used to not have the ability to lucid dream, and now I can lucid dream on my own, which is pretty fucking lit.
I had one weird experience, and I was getting arrested back of the police car, and it was 2 police officers. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm going to go to jail, I'm gonna lose my job. So I started lucid dreaming. So now I'm here, I'm like, oh, this is all real. And I look at them, I'm like, you guys know I'm not actually going to jail, right? You're just a figment of my imagination. This is dreams. They look at each other.
That girl plays a
They look at each other.
No, wait. What happened?
And then they look back
Someone
at
sent
me.
me $10.
Yeah. They and then the one in the passenger seat looks back at me. He's like, "Why you got to ruin everything?" And then I wake up.
It was playing with you.
I got kicked out of my own dream. because
That's
I wasn't
crazy,
qualified.
bro.
That was the craziest experience I've ever had.
Why you gotta ruin everything, bro?
I've heard if you go in your dream and you ask someone what time it is, like your whole world will fall apart or some shit in the dream. Or if you ask them, "Am I dreaming?" Like they'll all look at you and like try to attack.
Why does it get so creepy?
Yeah, Inception is real. Inception is
I
real.
had a friend,
I've had Inception on myself too.
Oh my god.
I had a friend who had problems with determining when she was dreaming or not. I don't know if it was dissociation or what.
Oh yeah,
but
it's really bad dissociation.
I remember in middle school, we'd be eating in the cafeteria, and every once in a while, she'd turn around and look at the clock to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Like that's literally how she would determine whether or not she was things were real.
I have that issue too. I have a similar issue where my dreams are so vivid that my brain doesn't always categorize my dreams as dreams. Like when you wake up and you're and your brain's like, oh, that was a dream. I don't have that sometimes. So sometimes I will wake up genuinely believing that something has happened. Like one time I had a dream that my mom and my sister got into a really bad plane crash, and then I saw their decrepit and mutilated bodies. And so I woke, and so I and then it's just me and my dad, and then I just woke up sad because I'm thinking my fucking mom and sister are dead. And then my mom comes in the room asking for a charger, and I'm like, oh, it's literally the scariest shit.
I literally I've seen that on TikTok, people being like, when you just have to get up after experiencing the most traumatic event and go to work. Cause you literally just experienced something that should fuck you up for the rest of your life, but it was a dream and now you have to go about your day like nothing happened.
You kind of just have to rock with it. What you gonna tell people?
Sorry,
the fact that my mom walked in the room. Dude, the fact that my mom walked in the room right when I woke up was crazy. I couldn't, for a second, I couldn't even believe it was her. It was weird. Yeah, but DID sucks, man.
Can we just block platform or mute him?
Oh my god, why is he still here? What you got elo him? Are you good, bro? Come up here, dude. Come up here.
He said that you were practicing astral projection. I think he should astral project into the unemployment office.
I think he should astral project right into the fucking pit. Right?
Or astral project out of the fucking live stream, right?
Astral project yourself into some pussy, bro, because you need some.
There you go.
Bro, yo, platform, come up here real quick, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna drop for him. I just wanted to say one thing about that Mike Parker debate. Because Mike called us out. He was like, "Oh yeah, they were just being disingenuous about Tashika and Athena." And
I didn't even say anything.
We were just clapping him. I was trying to go up there and tell him why exactly it is the case. I feel like it wasn't being communicated effectively why vegan teacher was being racist. It's because this is a white person telling black people what they ought not be offended by. And she feels like she has this sort of authority to be able to tell us that what she thinks should not be offended is better than what we think should be offensive. And that would be the racist part. So I was trying to get up there and tell him that, but now I guess he thinks that we're disingenuous. That's crazy.
Oh well, I'll be disingenuous. Fuck him.
You know what I mean?
Anyway,
I genuinely you can make the most logical argument ever. The N-word is okay, and I will never give a fuck. Don't say that shit around me and not expect to get punched.
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't believe she said that shit with her full chest.
The acronym was just fucking crazy.
I was like, who? There's no way she thought she ate platform. Why the fuck are you not coming up, bro? Come up.
I'd say mute him for the live then if he's just gonna chirp in the comments.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, mute him and let him come up. So that way he doesn't talk shit.
If he wants to talk, he can come up here. Say it.
Or you give us the better version and let Rudy come up.
What is going on?
Oh, look, the clown's finally back.
Why are you talking about my fucking DID platform?
Why is your friend sitting here defending the fact that they're trying to get you to make money off of your disease? Can you explain that to me?
What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about?
Is DID not a disease?
No, it's
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Disorder, okay. So your friends
disease.
Are these your real friends if they're gonna sit up here and say you should go make money off of your disorder?
If she wants to.
I never said shit.
I didn't even make it. I didn't even make any money. I'm just I can't talk about my life story now.
I didn't say you were making money. Matt came up here, and I think Lydia, you as
They
well.
were fucking asking questions.
So
bro.
that's crazy to me.
if
That's
she has
crazy to me.
ever-
That's crazy to me.
Okay,
Buddy is running out of
asked,
ideas.
Matt asked if Tashika had ever done like, I don't know, what's that called? Like a
Yeah, I know what he asked.
whatever.
I don't
and
see
then
how
I said if you do, you better make money from it because.
So Tashika, you don't believe in any of this energy stuff. Let me ask you: do you astral project? Have you ever
Oh
looked
my
into
fucking
it?
God.
No, I have not.
Go
Lucid
read the
dreaming is not
30-page
astral
document
projection.
by the CIA and tell me what
They
happened.
couldn't find anything.
Oh no! Go read the 30-page document by the CIA they released about 2 years ago.
literally, bro.
She already said
2 days
that
ago.
was not
No,
astral
I said
project.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. I'm sure.
Yes,
I read something
on
on
astral
it.
Yeah, they have an entire section dedicated to these things. They've never found fucking evidence for it.
No,
Chill out.
what are you
Simmer down,
talking
dude.
about? Go read the
Simmer
document.
down. This is not the SCP.
Go read the
Foundation. Calm down.
document. Are you not
I
listening?
love the SCP Foundation. Sorry.
Did you read the
platform.
document? Did you read all 30 pages, Tashika?
Platform. They tell you how.
Tashika, did you read all 30 pages?
Like,
No.
okay, look,
Did
you
you
know
even
that
read one
trend.
page,
Hold up. You know that trend on TikTok where like, I don't know, teenage girls think they're shifting to like the Harry Potter realm. Or
The whole
whatever?
time they're just maladaptive daydreaming.
Yeah, I could tell you how
Lady,
they
you
do
read
it. They
the
actually
page
do it.
document?
Hold on,
Haley, you said
platform.
you did, right?
Platform chill.
Bro,
Platform chill.
shut up.
No, I'm just
I
asking.
could tell you the steps that they do to get where they think they're going, but that doesn't mean it's real. That's what the documents are saying. They're like demonstrating the steps of how people do it when they think they're astral projecting, but they didn't say it's real.
Wait, but have you tried it or have you studied any of the steps?
I have tried it. I have, for sure.
Truly, you've read all 30 pages?
No, I said I've tried to astral project.
Have
asked
you
me
read
what?
the document by the CIA?
No, I never said I did. I never made any
Okay.
claims.
I know there's like a CIA document on something like that.
Haley, you said you read it. You
Well,
said you read it.
so it would depend on which one you're referring to. If it's a newest version, I know I haven't seen it. I remember seeing an old one. I don't know how long ago.
Ashley, thank you so much for the $6.66. Y'all, I'm gonna need some fucking reparations. Him calling my fucking disorder a disease. That's crazy.
I felt that we were trying to astral project platform. I felt very silly after. Felt very, very silly.
I feel like shifting is like a really weird.
But Tashika, you're sitting up here talking about lucid dreaming. I've done all of these things. I'm just asking you guys.
Lucid dreaming is a natural
You talk about
thing.
you don't
I
believe in
don't-
the spiritual realm. You don't believe in this.
That
like,
doesn't mean anything is spiritual. It
Yeah,
just
that's a
means that you're
different
consciously
But you guys
dreaming.
brought up animals with the
Not you
vegan
blocking
debate.
Q-Tah.
Yeah, I blocked Q-Top. I don't want to talk to him.
Platform. Under your view, like, how would you justify animal suffering?
Answer my question. You guys said that animals feel things, right? They're sentient, so they can like understand and perceive.
Some animals, yeah.
Right?
You can be
a
sentient
cow-
and not understand something.
No, Matt said a pig. He doesn't eat pigs anymore because of how sentient or whatever.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, they have the
Conscious,
intellect of like a
conscious.
Wait,
3-year-old.
Matt's
So-
not vegan. Matt's not vegan.
No, so my point is, we all have souls, correct? So
No.
why
No, you're
believe-
proposing this.
Prove a soul. What the hell?
No one ever
Prove
made
it.
that claim.
It all comes from an objective morality. When a dog,
Here we go. Your God is not an objective moral standard. That's a subjective morality.
No one
It's
ever made that
It's been
claim.
given the It's been given the intellect to understand what God has given them.
How do you prove that? Stop making baseless
That's my point.
assertions.
You don't. You guys just want to.
Hey, platform. Stop making unsubstantiated assertions. Demonstrate it.
Can you prove?
Okay, so now you're gonna shift the burden of proof, right? So you're gonna shift the burden of
Platform,
proof.
are you vegan?
No, the answer is no.
I don't know. I hold to vegan.
No,
I
you're
would say I
silly.
hold to
You're
vegan.
goofy. You're all these
I
things.
actually want to know, are you like ethically vegan?
Not ethically. I think veganism is the way to go.
So you're ethically vegan now.
I'm medically vegan.
Cool. So one thing we can finally agree on.
Dude, you just say shit. Like, there's no such thing
What
as
do you
like,
mean?
medically
Yeah, because you
vegan.
guys, you vegans, want to just be like, oh, the animals, they're suffering. Stop killing all these animals, which I slightly
wrong?
agree with. Wait, I
Is that
slightly
wrong?
agree with.
Wait,
But
wait. Tell me, is that wrong?
Animal meats and animal products give people heart disease. What is the number one killer in America?
Your mom.
I believe heart disease.
Yeah,
That's exactly
right.
Oh my.
All these antibiotics, all of these things within this meat, that's what I'm against. I'm not against your...
Wait, why are you against antibiotics?
Thing. That would just be a plant-based diet.
He's mad that like animal products cause humans harm, not the fact that it causes animals harm to kill them.
No, I said slightly. I think it's slightly wrong what we do. Hold cows down and grape them. Yeah, I think that's wrong.
Well, why are you
But
against
not more
antibiotics?
wrong than
Why?
causing
Yeah,
human
because
death.
antibiotics decrease gut bacteria within the microbiome. It significantly decreases your health within your immune system.
Go
can you
go
send me a
crack some
source
more
on that?
bones, please. You're not working.
You guys
with
just
this
you
medical
don't have the medical knowledge nor the understanding.
I don't care if you send me a source
You
on
just
it.
make
I have
assumptions
a
on your
DO.
thoughts.
I
and
have
you
an
no
MD and a
rationale to any
DO
of
through
your thoughts.
osmosis.
So back to God.
I have an
No,
MD
can you give me a source
and a
on that?
DO through osmosis.
Tashika, so
I
you
wanna
say
hear shit
you
from a
lucid
chiropractor.
dream and you go into all
Coward,
of these
bro.
different states, right?
I don't go
You're a
into any
coward.
different states, dude. I just
Wait,
lucid
no,
dream.
wouldn't you say going into your so-called Eric or so-called whoever
What
the
the
other
fuck?
lady was, your alter egos? Wouldn't you
It's
say
not an
that?
it's not an alter ego. What the fuck are you talking
Is it an
about?
You said it's an alter, right?
Yeah, but not alter ego. Alter ego implies that it's within my control, and it's not.
Okay,
Why
so
is
it's
she
an
calling
alter.
the
So I'm
baby right
asking.
now? This is crazy. This shit is wild.
You're going into these different states. You would say it's a different state, though, right?
I'm not going into any states.
Me
Your
when I
body
lack
is
comprehension.
Like when my alters,
states.
when I switch with my alters, I am still me. I don't become another person. I
Your
simply
body
move.
stays you, but your mentality goes into a different
Me
state.
as in my mind, who
You're-
I am still me. My alters
Yes, your
are
matter,
still them.
your gross anatomy is still you. I'm not denying that. Your
I'm not talking
Gross
about my
anatomy.
anatomy.
your neuroanatomy switches when you go into these different states, into these different alters.
Neuroanatomy?
This
That's
is all
not even
neuro.
Brain
This is all
physically
neuro.
forms and warps
Yeah.
into a shape when
That's
you
not
Did I said the anatomy stays the same. The gross
You said-
anatomy. So the
you
physical
said her
anatomy.
neuroanatomy changes. You know,
No,
that's
the
the
neuro
anatomy of the
change.
brain.
The neurophysiology changes, not the neuroanatomy.
Physiology still implies that the shape of her brain is like
Do
changing.
you know what is the study of physiology, Lydia?
Isn't it like your body?
No,
Well,
tell
yeah,
me.
like
Tell me what
I
the
can answer
study
this
of-
kinda.
It's the movement or the patterns of certain
you know,
anatomical.
yeah, like the structures in your body. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's different from
So
morphology
it has
with like, the
nothing to
shape.
do with changing the physical shape. I said gross anatomy
Aren't
stays
you
the
saying
same.
like her physical brain is changing, or is that not what you're saying?
Did you not hear the first three things I said?
It's just a yes or no question, bro.
Question: Are you saying that the shape of, or like her
No.
physical brain changes?
No,
Or
gross anatomy does not change. Neurophysiology changes when she goes into these different states. This is just what DID is. What do you not
Okay.
understand?
Whatever, dude.
neurophysiology?
Kissing me clean.
Yeah,
Oh,
but what
oh,
I'm asking her. So she understands she's going into these different states. You guys all understand that. You understand that our bodies, we have something that's guiding us. There's got to be something internally outside of
No,
this
that's a
matter and the
presupposition.
neurophysiology.
How do you
that's
prove that?
there's
No, no
intelligence.
platform. I
There's
can agree with
intelligence.
all the.
You all proved it. You all.
How do
proved
you prove it? Oh my god, can you stop with these assumptions?
Oh,
Prove it.
No, you
Carl
all
is so
proved
cute.
it. I just proved it. You got.
No, you did not. No, you
little
did not.
Facts that you guys get so wrong is proving
Can
it.
you stop
Why is
this
this guy up
bullshit?
here?
Well, you know good and damn well you know
Because you don't like to be smoked in debates, all of you.
You're not
never
smoking
smoked.
anyone.
Alana, thank you so much for the.
You don't understand anything.
Dog, you're not
You have
smoking
never
anyone.
smoked
Come
a
on, bro.
single
Get a
person.
grip.
Who? I don't even see who that
You
is.
get cooked, platform. Please give the syllogism as to why you're correct.
So
What's
Tashika,
the
why do you ignore the spiritual state?
Spell syllogism.
It's
No
not-
one's ignoring the spiritual state. It
not
doesn't
real.
exist.
Why do you ignore the spiritual state?
Because it's not real.
It doesn't exist. That's why.
Like I'm
doesn't
like
exist.
DID is a fucking disorder, dude. It has nothing to do with the spirit.
I'm not even talking about DID right now. I'm just asking you why do
So
you
why the
ignore
fuck are you up here? You were I brought you up here to talk about my DID. All right,
Oh,
this
to
is
talk about your
me.
DID. I'm not here to give you any advice on your DID, but what I will say,
I'm not asking you for
God.
advice.
what I will say is your friends that you so-called friends are sitting up here making jokes about your DID. And
Nobody's
laughing.
making
They never
jokes.
have.
What?
I haven't
And
made a
then-
single
oh,
joke
I
with
got
the
it, I got
DID.
it all. And then
You're the one
saying
saying
you
that.
guys make money off your
Why do you
disorder.
sit here
I
and
don't think that's
record
very helpful,
people
Tashika.
on
I
live?
think you need to find people within Christ that actually want to see you
What are
grow.
you
and
talking
People in
want to be
Christ.
better.
Get the fuck out of here.
The people
People
in
in
Christ,
Christ would
actively
throw
made
her
my
on
DID. Yeah, the people in Christ thought
How
my
did people
altars
in
were fucking
Christ-
demons,
How
bro.
did
They
the
thought I
people
was
in Christ make
possessed.
your DID?
They made it worse.
How?
By saying that my altars were demons and that I was possessed and in need of like some kind of like spiritual abuse in order to exorcise me from my fucking
But if you didn't
DID.
believe in any of this, why did it affect you?
What are you talking about?
Exorcisms
If
are
it's not
fucking
real, why did it
traumatic,
affect
dude.
you?
Because it's still abuse to have people yell at you that you're demon possessed.
Yeah, what?
So you had people screaming in your face that you're demon possessed?
I have actually.
Okay. I mean, I think that's wrong. I think that's completely wrong as a Christian.
Yeah, so even though I don't believe in it, it's still fucking harmful.
Sure, but maybe you were traumatized
Exactly.
by this way, but it doesn't mean that God is not good, or our teachings
No,
are
God
good.
still
It
isn't
just
real.
means
This
you were
isn't- this
around
isn't what I
bad,
hold to.
maybe
He
wrong
wasn't
people.
using that as an argument against God. What?
Yeah.
At all.
No,
You
I'm
are,
just saying.
so
I'm simply saying.
brainwashed with God. You think that it's so hard for you to comprehend
Cosmic,
that we
I'm
don't
up
believe
here
in
for
it.
God. I'm not up here for anybody else.
No, you're
I'm
no,
here
you're
for
not. You're not.
myself. I come up here to talk.
God is a
No,
grown
no,
ass
no.
man. He can speak for himself.
Well, clearly you guys aren't listening.
We really
so
don't believe it.
Because God doesn't exist, buddy.
clearly you're not listening. If he can speak for himself.
Dude, get a grip, bro. Why do you believe in mythology? Come on.
Grow up. You believe in literal ghosts.
Like, why should we believe in genie-like ghosts that somehow control the universe? Some fucking alien boogeyman in the
Wait,
sky. Come on.
it just goes back to intelligence. Paleo, what gave us this intelligence? All animals.
What do you mean, like, what gave us intelligence?
What gave us all of this intelligence? What gave us
Also,
the
animals
ability to
have different
a
levels of intelligence, so...
Like, if you're referring to, like, an ancient, like, living thing that existed, then we probably won't ever find a fossil of it, so we probably don't know.
So you can't prove it.
What do you mean by we can't prove it? We simply mean we don't know.
Well,
So
you don't
scientists
know.
have to figure it out. Yeah, cool. Yeah. That's an honest answer. I don't know.
Right. That doesn't mean God. That's called God of the gaps. We don't do that.
No, that's
Right.
fine. You can say it's not God, but then I'm just
Yeah, that's how science works, right? When I don't know something, when the scientific community doesn't know something, we just say we don't know. And we leave it at that. Let's
Do you
find
think
out.
science will ever be able to disprove, or do you think science can disprove the existence of God?
No.
We don't need science to disprove God. We use
Wait,
basic
hold on.
logic.
Okay, no, I just asked a question, a very simple question. Now I'm going to ask you. Can you
Well, I
go
guess it
look
would
up-
depend on the definition of your God, right? If it's like a naturalistic God, and
Right,
maybe.
because science
but-
studies the natural
No,
world.
no,
so
I'm not.
when
No, it
science-
doesn't. Science studies the observable natural world. That's what science.
What do
Okay,
you
but
mean?
it's still natural though, and
No,
God is
it's
supernatural.
observable. It's observable. You don't understand.
You
basic
just said
science, Lydia.
observable
It's clear.
natural
It's
world.
clear.
Natural.
It's
Natural
clear,
has
Lydia.
to-
You don't understand basic science. Is quantum physics observable?
Wait, are you this insufferable
think
in real
so.
life too, or just online?
Oh yes.
No, he would never be able to talk like this IRL. Let's be for real.
He would never fucking talk this way in IRL.
Yes, I would. Absolutely.
No, you absolutely would not.
You guys don't know me. That's
You know
fine.
better.
All right. So what I'm saying,
Why
Lydia,
did he giggle like that?
because you guys are
Plus,
just
you know better.
no, you know better, Paleo. Anyways, what I'm going to say to you
No,
guys.
you know better.
So Lydia, you don't understand basic science, and I'm sorry for that. But what I'm going to continue
what do
to
I
say
not
is,
For real? Says
what
the
I'm going to
bone
say
guy?
is, science can only
You crack
observe
ribs
and
for a living.
prove the observable.
Not even. You're going to
So
school
you
to
have
learn
to be able
pop
to
shoulders,
observe
bro.
these things, right?
You
So
do what I was
science
doing
could
at
never
12 years
disprove
old
God.
when my back hurt.
Cool.
Science can never disprove God. So Tashika,
No one
can you go
ever
look
made
up-
that claim here. No. Can you, like, why are you making arguments that none
No,
of us
I'm about
have
to
even
make a
argued
claim.
for?
Because science
Cool, then
disproves
stop fucking
claims.
strumming our positions then.
Hold on,
right?
no. Because what I'm going to say is science made a claim that this was observable or this was some event that happened that I'm about to tell you about, the 70,000 people in 1917. Go look it up, Tashika. Tell me if it was a mass hallucination.
I'm not even listening to
Wait,
you.
but
Are
you
you
said
talking about that time when the sun moved or some shit like that?
He just said a
Science
date
cannot-
and said go look it up.
Yeah, science cannot disprove God, but they said they can disprove this is not God.
Wait, did
And
you
make
say
a statement.
17,000 people? In
No, I said
19
70,000.
Yeah,
Is he
that's what I
talking
said.
about the
Bro,
time where
I'm
the
watching
sun
someone make a
originally
CPU.
moved?
Oh yeah, are you talking about that? Where like the millions of people showed up because a bunch of farm kids was like, "Yo, God said this. Come here and watch this."
Wait, what is
Yeah,
it?
but
What do we
science
look
says,
at?
but science
Yeah, so
says
it's, yeah, be quiet. Yeah, so anyway, so yeah, this was a long time ago. A bunch of farm kids were like, "Yo, God said that like the sun's gonna perform some kind of miracle, right?" And then it spread like wildfire. Literally, like damn near 1 million people showed up. Was it 1 million? It was a lot of people. It was an inordinate amount of people. Stop talking, boy. Damn, put a muzzle on it.
But what actually
Anyway, yeah. So everyone stared at the sun for a long time, and nothing happened, right? Because people were like, what science actually says is that because there were people who were there and said that nothing fucking happened, the people who said that something did happen likely had some weird shit happen with their eyes from staring at the fucking sun. The sun.
Like morons, like staring at the fucking sun is like that's a very
Of
dumb
course,
idea.
you're gonna start seeing some weird shit when you start burning your goddamn retinas. I don't know.
You're not going to be seeing anything once you start burning.
That's the funny thing. Tashika, you think that people were staring at the sun? Are you dumb? Do you understand that if you
That was the basis
you
of the
stared
entire
at the
miracle.
sun, if you stared at the sun for too long, yeah, your eyes would disintegrate.
And that's what
pretty much.
happened.
Holy
So-
shit, guys! I think he's actually
He
like
actually got it. Oh my
the
God.
smartest person alive.
he's
so
like
the
a
fact
fucking
is that
thinker.
Science,
Stare at bright
science
light,
told you
can't
that
see
this was
anymore.
mass hysteria because they stared at the sun because they had no explanation for it because science cannot disprove.
No two
the
stories
metaphysical
were
world.
alike. Like, what are you talking about?
First off, you have to prove that this event even happened in the first place, right? We have to rely on like data rather than eyewitness testimony.
Also, how does this prove God?
How long ago is this, Paleo?
You're the one who said like in the 19.
No, you
like,
said, and
19.
Tashika, you as well said that it was so long ago. Could you tell me how long ago?
What do you mean by so? I never said it was so long ago. What
Bro,
do you mean?
it was 1917, dude.
So you don't think we could document things back in 1917?
We definitely could, and no two
Okay,
stories.
so you don't think they were
We even
accurate,
know the
Paleo?
names of the kids who did it. Yes,
Paleo,
everything
so
about
they
this
weren't
is.
so they weren't
He just
accurate?
didn't know, dude.
I
Calm
never
down.
said that they were not accurate. I'm saying, how do we know whether or not they are accurate? You need to fucking listen, bro.
Like literally, like
You need to do your
literally-
homework.
Platform.
You need to fucking
Simmer
listen, bro.
down, dude. Simmer down.
Slow
Anyway,
down.
You guys,
Slow
okay,
down.
I will.
Oh
I
my God.
apologize.
Oh
you
my
guys, you guys need to do your homework. This is
Well,
basic
platform.
information.
If you went for like an actual medical degree and not just like a bone cracker degree, you would actually know that like you're goofy right now.
Wait,
Ooh, you got
why is
me,
your
Edith.
why is your
Thank
thing
you.
platform? What does that mean?
Yeah,
I've
what is
actually always
that?
wondered that.
Enterprise.
That's just what it is. That's just what it means.
Oh.
Damn, that's crazy.
I'm the platform.
Do you guys want to know why my name is Edith Pussy?
What's that? Why?
A crowd. Oh no,
what
not
he
even a
said.
million. I don't know why I thought it was a million people. Anyway, a crowd estimated about 70,000 gathers in Fatima, Portugal.
Yep.
On that day and witnessed what has been described as a miraculous solar phenomenon in which the sun appeared to fall toward Earth, sometimes called the miracle of the sun, immediately after the lady's final appearance of the children. But yeah.
Keep reading. Keep reading. Read the whole thing. This is what you love to do. You guys love to keep things off.
All right, platform, stop crying. Jesus, damn.
After
so
initially
annoying.
questioning the authenticity, I don't even know what website.
Read. Stop. Don't.
I
go
don't
back.
even know what, dude. Damn, I don't even know what website this is. That's all I'm saying. After initially questioning the authenticity of the children's visions, the Vatican accepted them as appearances of the Virgin Mary. The Fatima became the location of one of the greatest Marian shrines in the world, visited by thousands of pilgrims each year. Whatever, this is not relevant.
Didn't people
It's
show up
just
to like
talking about-
Area 51 and shit too?
Yeah, not 70,000, Lydia.
Yeah, so why should we take any of them seriously, right? The number of people who believe something does not warrant
You're right, I
a
agree
claim
with
to be
you,
true.
Paleo.
Yeah,
Then
so
why are you
this-
using this?
One,
right
one
now?
second, 1 second. The sun appeared to spin in the sky, change size, turn blue and yellow for about 10 minutes. Some people reported seeing the sun dance around the sky, while others said it moved towards the earth. No one had the same fucking story.
That's literally just what happens when you go blind
Wait.
from your retinas burning.
Someone,
that's not
the
what
whole
happens.
like
What
the whole
happens,
like
Edith, it's
turning
called
blue.
bleach. It's called a
bro,
bleach
bro, bro,
retina.
bro,
You
bro.
go- Why is
This
it
whole
yellow?
thing of the sun turning blue and yellow. Yeah, that's what happens when
Retina
you're
is.
burning your goddamn retinas.
No, what is a bleached retina? Look up the
And when you
definition of
try and
bleached
look
retina.
around,
Blitz,
the
Blitz,
bright
please.
spot follows where you look around.
Yeah.
Tashika, look up bleached
Blitz?
retina.
A
What is
bleached
the
retina?
disease? Yeah, what happens to people's eyes? What happens to them when they have a bleached
Shut this
retina?
motherfucker
It's not about that. I've
Have
stared
you ever
at the.
looked at a
Do
bright
it,
light
Tashika.
before?
Look it up.
I've stared at the sun before, and that's what happened. It looked like it was different colors, but also when you stare at a bright light for a long time, even for just a little bit, it's going to fucking follow your eyes.
Tashika needs a baby bottle.
Platform, I know you're not.
Some also
Platform, you
reported
were
seeing
literally
brilliant
whining.
colors spin around the sun in a pinwheel pattern. However,
What is-
thousands of present didn't see anything unusual at all.
What is a bleached retina, Tashika?
Also, we don't care. Anyway,
Yeah, you do. You just said
platform,
the retina-
platform.
you
No
said
one
the
gives
eye-
a shit. Or the sun bleaches things. It bleaches your retina. Whatever the fuck.
I know what to
Okay,
do.
whatever. Platform. Shut up. Right. Also. First of all, we also have to take into account that during like 1917 in Portugal, shit was bad. It was really bad. So a lot of people needed for this to happen. A lot of people
Oh, yeah,
needed
World War
for there
One.
to be a
And it
god.
happened.
Oh yeah, wasn't at the end of like or near the end of the first
And it
World War?
happened. What is it?
These people were starving.
Wait,
of course, they want
it
for Mother
happened,
Mary to
Tashika.
come out and fucking like.
Tashika, it happened, so now what?
Instead of ending the war and like feeding the hungry, she was gonna make
Wait,
the fucking
so,
sun
Tashika,
spin, dude. Like,
Wait, is Blitz
so it
here?
happened.
Where Blitz
Yeah,
at?
Blitz is here.
So,
Me
so
when I'm
it
hungry,
happened.
but the sun is spinning.
Can anybody please get the
Dr.
definition?
Blitz, please save us. Please save us from the
Definition of a bleach
stupidity of
retina.
platform, please.
Are you still
What
chilling
happens
at one
when somebody? What are
What I
the
missed?
symptoms when somebody has a bleach?
So much really dumb stuff from
Buddy is
platform. We miss a
tweaking.
lot.
He's been tweaking this whole time. I bet you believe that witches hex the moon too, huh? You probably believe that shit, right?
Cosmic. I'm gonna ask you. Can you
Platform.
look up the symptoms of a bleached retina for me?
Well,
And then we
first
can
of all,
move
I
on.
have a question for Dr.
Absolutely
Blitz.
not.
We
Dr.
can move
Blitz,
on
would you
once somebody
let a
looks it
witch
up.
put a spell
Yo,
on
can we let the actual fucking
Yeah.
professional speak?
My wife did that
so
12 years
Dr.
ago,
Blitz-
and I'm still with her.
The
Damn,
professional.
Nah, she's not a witch.
Yeah, he
She's
does.
a
Yeah, he's a
angel.
fucking professor.
He has a fucking PhD. Are you serious, Platform?
He has
You
a
break-
PhD. Yeah, he's
Bro,
a
you break,
PhD.
you pop bones for a living. Simmer down.
No, when did I?
Isn't
Simmer
it possible
down.
about being a
he's
medical
learning
professional
to pop
all day?
bones for a living.
Simmer down.
Whoever said I
Now
was
we
a
can't
chiro.
appeal to
It's
an
the
authority when
craziest-
you do
it's
it
the
all
craziest
day,
lie
every
you
day?
guys have
Like
ever made up.
simmer
It's the funniest
down,
thing.
bro. Simmer down, bro. You put people in the Heimlich for a living. Simmer down.
Slow
Holy
to
shit.
rap,
Simmer down.
slow to speak, relax. That Holy Spirit should be
Anyway.
helping you calm the fuck down.
That's what I'm
sometimes.
Oh,
saying.
you're
Have some
speaking a lot about
fucking
the Holy Spirit, but you
discernment,
don't believe in it,
Platform.
like
Well,
You get
where's
paid
the
to do
divorce?
what I do for free.
Cosmic.
Damn.
Blitz.
Yeah, and they're
You
clowning
appeal to the chat and then you don't let us appeal to Blitz? That's crazy.
Anyway.
Silly,
That's
bro.
crazy.
Get a grip.
Anyway,
There's literally 2 platform stands in the comments who are just spamming, and he said, "Yeah,
Well,
well,
not even
look what
appealing to the majority.
Matter of
But
fact,
I
mods,
can
if you
count
see
on
them,
one
sound
hand.
them. Sound them, mods. Anyway, so Blitz, are you aware of the miracle of the sun in Fatima, Portugal?
I think platforms brought it up once, but I don't remember what it is. No.
So like these 3 fucking farm kids were like, "Yo,
read
the
the
Mother
story to
Mary."
them.
Oh my God,
Well, don't be disingenuous.
I'm not
So
being
to speak.
disingenuous. That's what's fucking happened. That's what happened.
Okay,
Mother
keep going.
Mary appeared to them, said that she was going to perform some fucking miracles in the sun on a specific day at a specific time. 70,000 people arrived. Said that the sun zigged thither, but some say it thithered thather. Right. Some say that it spun in the earth. Like some say that it came close, started zigging, zagging around.
Right.
And it was like one of the biggest cases of mass hysteria.
and then it turned green and blue."
That science disproved, but science can't disprove God because they can only disprove the physical and the observable world.
Crazy how we never made that claim.
Wait, did you just admit that science disproved the sun doing all that shit?
Yeah, and so that shows you how
Wow, so you just argued with us for like
Edith,
10
you're
minutes
so
for no
dumb.
reason.
Edith, this is why you're so dumb.
Oh, yeah, for
I'm
real?
agreeing.
Tell me.
I'm saying science said they disproved this. Science can't disprove things.
Bro, it was fucking World War I, dude. People were scared out of their fucking minds.
Science cannot disprove the
Tashika,
angel
that's the
Mother
thing.
Mary
He
coming
just
to
said,
these children.
He just
Nobody
said
said it.
that,
Nobody said that.
science disproved that whole event. So he brought that up for absolutely no reason. He just admitted science disproves that event.
I'm not saying that.
Did he just accidentally concede?
He did, yes. He doesn't even realize that he did it.
to my.
Yeah, it went over my head too. It's crazy. L platform, GG's.
So,
Sorry, Mike.
This is so dumb. I don't hold science to my theory.
She's such a bitch.
God is who I am. God is who I follow.
You think you're God?
Can we talk about the miracle of the sun for a minute?
Yes, please.
Please.
So okay, let's say it did happen in Portugal or whatever. Why wouldn't anyone in any other country see it? It's the same sun.
Damn, simple question.
First line of logic.
Dr. Blitz, there's other people that did see it. They don't have any.
In like England or North America or like
Dr. Blitz,
Austria.
if you think
Really, anyone in the same hemisphere?
you
Let
think
me
that
make sure I'm
people
hearing this
in power
motherfucker
back
correctly.
then weren't more corrupt than they are now, you're crazy.
What does that have to do with my
Relevance?
question?
Relevance.
It's completely relevant because if they didn't filter out all of this information,
It's so fucking convenient.
Oh, it's
for
some
you.
bullshit.
It's
Okay.
always,
No, it's
it's
not
always like
convenient.
if I
It's
can't
not
prove it,
convenient.
it's because the government.
well, what did they do with vaccines? I mean, I'm gonna get.
Here we go, another fucking conspiracy theory.
What did they do with
this is my,
vaccines? What did they do
hold
with
on,
the
hold on.
information
This is
on
my
vaccines?
favorite thing about every single conspiracy
Okay, so
theory,
you
right?
can't answer my question.
What
Yeah,
was
yeah,
your
you
question
can't
again?
answer.
I'm sorry, I got off track.
Why didn't anyone else in the world see it if it's the same sun? The sun was
because
zigging
like
and
I
zagging.
said, people did see it. People outside of this
is there
area
any
did
evidence
see
of
it.
this?
No evidence. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay,
Science
so why should
can't
I
even
believe
give
it?
evidence.
Why would we
So how
fucking
did you
believe
find
it?
this out?
So
How did
you
you
lie,
find
then.
out? How did
Wait,
you
so do
find
you need
out? No one else.
Wait, so Dr. Blitz, do you need scientific evidence that this happened?
Like reports of like people in England and the Czech Republic and New York and Botswana seeing this.
Yeah, I'm sure that there was. I'm sure they have it. It's
That's
Okay,
not-
where is it? Go find it.
It's a well-known. Well, I'm sure I could if I.
It's a
Go
well-known
find the
case of
source.
mass hysteria. That's what's
Lydia,
well
what
known
is
about
this?
it.
No, science
Girl,
cannot
what the
disprove God.
Not the violation. Get the fuck out of here. Not the violation.
Wait, who got a violation?
Platform.
It's about time.
Absolutely. Maybe Jesus is real.
Lydia,
that was a
said
blessing.
Lydia texted me that photo, and when I tell you my fucking I jumped. It was scary as shit.
It's my favorite meme right now. It's so dumb. Yes, Diva.
I want to.
I think we do need to I think we do need to go ahead and thank Jesus for that.
Yeah, actually,
that strike.
God saved you.
Because
God,
actually, W Jesus for that. Shit, I might
specifically,
convert.
I'm not sure, but
I'm finna get lipo soon. I don't know about y'all, but I'm about to be skinny.
Had to be God.
I'm finna be skinny soon. Watch.
I'm alright.
Chat.
Then it's
Pay for my
fine,
lipo.
so. Yeah. I'm
I mean,
asleep.
what is this background?
I have no idea. What?
What up?
What is that, man? Excuse me, move.
Same, Maddie. Period. I don't want to get too much done. I'm just tired of having a big back.
Oh, not a big back is crazy.
Big back.
I don't even have a big back. I just want to get rid of these my love lumps.
I don't know if this is rude to say or not, but it looks like you have lost a lot of weight.
Me?
To me. Yes.
I did.
I
don't even know if I lost weight. Did I lose weight?
No, I can fucking tell.
I can tell.
I don't know
I can
because
tell.
I looked at the scale and I gained weight. So
Really?
I don't.
Maybe you gained muscle, lost fat though.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that does happen. Yeah.
But I feel
I think
good.
muscle's more dense, but it's smaller or something like that. So
the glaze is crazy. That's crazy. Anyway, but yeah, I definitely feel good. But the thing is, I'm losing weight on my sides. I'm cinching in, and my front. But genetically, even when I was 135 fucking pounds, I've always had love lumps. I can't get rid of them. They're just there.
What is love lumps?
It's back rolls.
I'll think of something.
What are they called? Love handles?
Love handles, yeah.
Oh, that's
girl,
normal.
That's good gripping. That's for gripping.
Grippage, dear God.
Grippage is crazy. Anyway,
No, you need something to
can't.
grip.
I can't.
You know, you gotta have some of that.
But I
So
don't
keep
like
that
when they grip it. If you're making me feel uncomfortable, why do you know those are
Girl.
there?
Oh
You
my
gotta let
God.
Why do you
gotta
know
let the
those are
instinct take
there?
over.
Wait, but those are normal. Everybody who's healthy is supposed to have them.
I know, but mine are
Oh,
fucking
I don't
huge.
have them.
Well, they're not. I don't know. I just don't like the way they make my back look. You know, I feel like I would just be more confident if they're just not there.
I don't know. The bigger the love handles, the better the grip.
I don't
in
want
my
to get rid of
opinion.
my stomach. I actually like my stomach. I hold my stomach to go to sleep at night, like a little teddy bear. But
That
these,
is
but
crazy. I
it's
never
just
heard that.
annoying. They're just really annoying. They've always been there, and they're I don't know why, but I feel like it would just help me a lot to just lessen them a little bit. Because I want to start wearing some backless shit, and I'm so insecure.
That's what I did with my boobs. I just lessened them.
Yeah.
Just lessen them. That's great.
I have a,
That is
I
a
don't know.
cardinal sin.
How did we lessen them?
What, Blitz?
Wait, what?
He said that's a cardinal sin.
No.
Oh no, Blitz.
I'm getting
I
the
will not
cards,
stand
but,
for
you
this.
know.
I'm telling your wife immediately.
I support boob slander.
That's why I can't say anything about girls watching this stream.
Damn. No, I wanna get. Look, check it out. Lock in. Everyone, lock the fuck in.
I'm locked in.
I'm locked in.
Respectfully.
Edith is really locked in.
Sorry?
Homo. Anyway, so but yeah, look. So it's good. First of all, titties, they're gonna titty regardless. Okay, I'm not even mad at it. Right? I turn to the side. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this.
But that
This is
ass
a lot.
though. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
Don't worry about
objectify, but woo,
But
that shit is
it's just-
scrumptious.
It's just a lot.
And Lydia
Look at
said I
this.
was locked in.
Look, you see how it
Bitch.
looks? This is
Bend
all
over real
titty.
quick.
Shut up. This is
Hold
all
on.
titty.
Edith, lesbians don't like every single woman. They don't have
But
a
you
crush
see
on
what I
every
mean?
Believe it or not.
You guys see what big screen? Yo, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? What is wrong with y'all? But
Sorry,
yeah, like,
we're having a separate conversation. Big screen. Can we do a
But I feel
360 as well?
If I got rid of them, I would just like boop, boop. But I just feel like it would just be like.
Yeah, I feel like everybody has things in their bodies that they just want to fix, so it's normal.
Like my teeth, I want to get that fixed like as soon as possible.
I want my teeth fixed too. But watch, when I get my teeth fixed, people are going to be on my ass after I get my teeth fixed too.
Starts barking is crazy.
Yeah, I literally got a reduction like right when I turned 18. I'd wanted one for like probably 4 or 5 years, like since I went through puberty, but like a couple of years after puberty probably, because just disproportional. I'm so happy I did it. I like don't have to fucking just like the severe discomfort mentally I had. It was so like insufferable.
I kind of want to get some inner working done on my boobs.
How was the recovery like stage of that? Because my sister had lumps in her boobs once, and like she had to get them removed, and she was like out for the count for like a fucking month.
Wait, you said she got her what removed?
Lumps in her breast removed.
Oh,
yeah. My recovery wasn't that bad. I like the only thing was that I couldn't go in water for a while, or not water, but like a
shower.
Like I could shower and stuff, but I couldn't. Like me and my friends went to like a lake, and I couldn't go there. So,
oh yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Fuck them amoebas finna eat your shit.
Some sepsis.
But yeah, I'm so happy I did that. I never have to think about it. Like I would hate to wear a swimsuit. It was like the worst thing. It was the idea of wearing a swimsuit, because also it's really hard to find one that like fit me, that I felt comfortable with. And now I have no problem.
Yeah, but that's the thing with my love lumps too. Is like I like wearing swimsuits. Like I really like where my body is now. Like I really like it. I fuck with it heavy. But it's just my lumps. Like they just don't like my waist is getting smaller, but my lumps are still the same fucking size. And I can't stand it. Like they just don't go away. It doesn't matter how much back shit I do. Like it'll help my upper back and like I do the side stuff, but like it just doesn't work. So like I just want for when I wear like a swimsuit for my fucking like I don't know, I want to wear like a 2-piece for once and not look like a fucking beached whale.
I think me personally
just doesn't look good on me.
No way. Someone said Dr. Blitz can do your lipo. He's not that kind of doctor.
He's not that kind of doctor.
Different kind of doctor.
But he can still do it though.
Like, give me 10 minutes on YouTube. I'm sure. Yeah, I'll figure it out. It's fine.
It looks pretty easy.
How hard could it be?
It looks easy.
Just get like a straw and suck real hard. Like.
Sorry.
Well, that's one way.
The place that I'm going to, like they do like smart lipo. I don't know if I want. I don't know yet.
Jordan, quit telling her to walk.
Shop back room. Walk? That doesn't help me.
I know.
If I do leg
you're too young
exercises
for a surgery, just like go walk. Like,
girl, fuck you.
Do you guys have hip dips? Cause like that's my
yeah.
I hate my hip dips.
Do I have hip dips?
I don't really know. Not a ton.
No. I mean, I have a little bit right here, but I think that's just because
I really want to get hip dip filler. Apparently that's a thing. You could just get your hip dips filled and you'll have an hourglass finger.
They just move like a. I feel like because you see how it's just straight up and down. Fuck this.
Yeah, 360.
Fuck this. I don't like how it's just straight up and down. I'm not like this. I'm not built like this for real.
I'm not built like. Damn.
This shit kind of do be fat though.
God. This should do it.
But y'all see what I mean? Like right here. I want it going.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you mean. I don't think it looks bad to me, in my opinion.
I mean,
like I don't know. I think we all have different insecurities. I have that too, but like it doesn't bother me for some reason. Like
I mean, like in certain outfits, it kind of eats. You know, I feel like it makes me feel very feminine. But I just feel like I will just feel better if they were just lessened just a little bit.
Somebody said, "What are hip dips?" It's like where some
debating Ian. Oh my god,
y'all doing tricks on it right now.
I told y'all that like 3 hours ago. I was like, y'all, he's literally debating. Yeah, that was crazy.
Wait, Ian's awesome. Oh, Ian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Thank you for the
Wait, you should play it so we can react because I know he's
live reaction
right now. Yeah. Thank you for the roses.
I was doing my grocery shopping. Y'all
we need a hand check on paleo. A hand check. What is that?
Oh shit!
Oh, no.
You got nice hands, bro. Put them on camera.
Don't give them that.
A hand check.
Handshake is like how attractive your hands are if they have like veins and shit.
That is not what a handshake is.
Is that not what that is?
No.
What is it?
His hands might be occupied. That's the,
I'm on my phone right now.
Hello?
Can somebody explain what mogging is? Because I thought it was mewing, but apparently it's different from mewing.
No. Mewing is when you're like trying to like sharpen your jaw. Mogging is when you're so attractive you intimidate the people around you.
Yeah.
Like so Dean mogs while mewing. Mewing is
to make sure you're being weird. Why would I even be doing? No. Oh my god.
Dean's been mewing since he was fucking dude. Have you seen his fucking kid photos? He's a champ. He's been mewing from birth.
He's not mewing. That's why. Because it's just natural.
Bro has superior bone structure.
I mean, he was a child like last year.
He has blonde hair. Are his eyes blue? Does he have blue eyes?
Yeah, Dean has blue eyes. I don't know what fucking.
Bro's the Ubermensch. Like, I don't know.
Parker's eyes are like
the Ubermensch.
Green,
Damn.
greenish blue. I don't know what it is.
I thought Parker's eyes are brown.
It's like a brownish green hazel. Like he has pretty nice eyes.
Oh yeah, I
They
think
have
he has said he has
girlfriends,
hazel
guys.
eyes. Actually,
Yeah.
he
They
said
have
that.
girlfriends. We don't need to be looking in their eyes, right?
First,
We don't
you
need to
know,
do that.
y'all know I be saying crazy shit. It doesn't stop me.
It does not stop her.
Their girlfriends are gonna jump the fuck out of me though, for sure.
Goes against anyone, he steamrolls. He won't let anyone.
Yeah. But like
That's like
Dean is
his whole. He could say nonsense. It doesn't matter. He just steamrolls.
Nah. Dean has like a great rhetorical strategy, where he's just like every single time platform interrupted him, he was like, "Okay, take your 30 seconds."
Yeah, no, I saw that.
It was so funny.
But the problem was like it didn't go anywhere. He just let that
But I think it makes him like look super unhinged. Wait, I mean, if you don't want to be here, I kind of do want to debate him. I think I have the.
I mean, I'll just I'll mute and I'll just be quiet for it.
Yeah. Okay.
She has to leave when I come up.
Nah.
I just don't want to. You're a
Yeah,
headache.
you're scared to debate too. So what I'm going to say to you is really quick. I heard you talking. You're talking to Q-Top and you're not understanding what this man is saying. You guys don't have the brain capacity to understand, to put yourself in this third person view or this view of God who's trying to teach man what is happening. You don't understand that God doesn't regret anything. Absolutely, God doesn't regret anything because God is perfect. But he is trying to put it in a sense for man that we need to be aware that this is not right. Sin is not okay. I don't know how you guys don't understand these things. It's crazy to me. And then I'm going to ask you this, Ian. Can science disprove God?
It depends what you mean by that. I don't think that science can like per se disprove God, but I think that it's like a question of I think it's a question of frameworks. Like it's a question of, do we want to go with a naturalistic framework or a supernaturalistic framework? And I think the available evidence would wait. Let's set the precedent of not interrupting each other. I think science would the available data. Naturalism seems to fit with pretty strongly. Naturalism is simpler than supernaturalism, and natural.
Who is that?
That's her name.
The vegan
Oh,
teacher.
that's her name. Oh.
Yeah, I wonder why she is not. I don't know. Maybe she never really tried it. Probably.
I'm gonna make some lasagna. I'm ordering all my stuff and it'll be delivered to me at 9 a.m.
Wait, what's
for my lasagna?
Wait, you're gonna have lasagna at 9 a.m.
No, it's just my ingredients.
Oh, I was like, all right.
Yeah, lasagna for breakfast.
Yes, you do eat.
You know what? So fucking what? I will. I make it.
Yeah, what?
I make a huge pan and then I just eat it whenever I want.
Yeah, what? Who?
She's gonna have lasagna and warm cereal at 9 a.m.
I don't know if I'd eat them together.
That's
Actually,
fucked up.
that's low key some shit I would do though. Sometimes I find myself in moments where I'm just like starving,
Yeah.
or just feels like I'm starving.
Same.
Pelio, back the fuck up from the mic.
Am I too close?
Oh no. Come get your mans. Immediately. Fried plantain. Ooh.
Platform just joined Ian. I
I don't think I could possibly
I forgot.
stand a panel with both Q-Top and platform on it. I just.
I've never spoken to Q-Top before, though, unironically.
Are you watching it?
I have so many mean things I could say about that duo, but I won't because I'll get canceled.
Wait, I want to listen.
I would like to. I want to have like a productive dialogue with you.
I didn't come up here.
That's not gonna happen, Ian.
Let's set the precedent. Let's set the precedent of
Yeah,
non
I'm telling you, this is how it's gonna be.
Let's set the precedent of non days in a row. You can either say, well, like it probably just happened by chance, or you could posit the existence of like the Bad Monday Fairy. Now, if the Bad Monday Fairy existed, it would be much more like. It would be much more likely that you had 10 bad Mondays in a row, but the problem is that's an extremely unsimple explanation. There's no reason to create these like metaphysical entities.
Wait, what's your point?
That
That has nothing to do with any miracles, nothing to do with Jesus walking this earth, nothing to do with him being the King of all kings. I don't understand how you don't realize he was only
Take your time.
How do I even say it? For 3 years, Jesus was prophesied, or whatever you want to say, giving messages and healing and doing what Jesus does, God. So
Jesus does God?
Yeah, that was not a coherent sentence.
Would that be gay incest?
So what?
Let me get my grapes.
Just fuck yourself on a whole
No, it flagged Abby
Damn.
for harassment and bullying. There's like I dropped Abby because I don't want to. But that's ridiculous.
Okay, but you're denying science can't deny facts.
Can you believe
about
that
who
one
Jesus
guy
is
did
and
one
who
thing
Jesus
for
was
3
and
years and now the whole world cares about him?
And God.
You know?
Right?
Yeah.
Martyrs are such an interesting phenomenon.
And that man was Joe Biden.
You can make
He did a lot of things in those 4 years, though.
So I'm atheistic towards specific religions. Like I'd be atheistic
No,
towards your
I'm just
religion.
speaking to God. If you're gonna come up, if you're gonna say, oh well, I believe that.
What should I get from the
There's a. Do
store?
you believe in the spiritual realm?
I think platform actually thinks he's smart.
Okay, so
That's the worst part.
That's so scary,
What is your
dude. Like,
but like, I think he thinks
the
he's
reason
smart,
why-
but
the reason
at the
why I
same
can
time,
make
everything
the claim
he
that God
does
real
is washed
because I
in
think
insecurity.
that supernatural or that naturalism as a theory is preferable to supernaturalism.
I think
The
he's
only causes of
experiencing
natural
religious
causes-
psychosis,
Let's
to
set
be honest.
the
I think- actually
precedent
think so,
of not
yeah.
interrupting.
When is he never?
Let's set the precedent.
Yeah, I don't think that man's
let's set
ever
the
been
precedent
sane.
of not
Why
Don't
should I just
say
take your
about-
opinion?
Let's set the precedent
that
of
convincing
not.
me?
Let's
Probably
set
is
the
a
precedent of not
podcast.
interrupting each other. So,
Sure, but now they
There is
Damn,
a
Ian.
growing.
wait.
Let's set the precedent of not interrupting each other. Like, damn.
let me say
Let's set the-
There's a growing movement to try to force podcast mics to be $100,000 a pop,
Yeah, so
and I support this movement.
Honestly,
all
I
I'm saying
support
is
that. I
naturalism
support that.
is
I agree, but
preferable
only for
to
men.
supernaturalism because
specifically
of
for
course.
men.
We need
I love
more
the basement
women.
yard, though.
Posits fewer
No,
kinds of
except for the
entities.
basement
It
yard.
posits only
That
They can
was
afford the
the-
100K a pop. That's fine.
natural
That's true.
causes
And, like, TMG.
supernatural causes.
Dude, I've been watching Joe Santagato since he first started
Just something
YouTube.
simple.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was one of my favorite YouTubers. I fucking love him.
Let's set the precedent of not interrupting each other.
His whole
And platform left. Yep, he left.
He left?
Yep, he left.
He's gonna come back here.
Let's set the precedent of not interrupting each other. He says it so smooth, like Jesus.
Yeah, Ian stays very calm.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone in the comments said if you get flagged like as a guest, it just takes a couple minutes. Like you gotta drop and come back. I wasn't even talking.
Anyway,
No, it's crazy.
yeah, I'd screw his voice. Anyway,
Sorry?
shut up.
What?
Stand up.
No! I no wanna.
So if you could just big strong man calling the 20-year-old names. Look at you. You're so great. You should not have a firearm. If you have this level of maturity, you need to get somebody get this out of this man's hand. Where the
Get this horse apple
I'm
pop
so
tart. Get him a
unique,
pop tart. Number one, yeah. So to your first point,
That's one way to put it, I guess.
Oh my God, QB just released a music video.
No!
I don't know.
No.
Is Ian
Is it for the Dean song?
No, he's not.
No.
Suicide.
Hold on.
Q-Top ran.
That's a mental health disorder.
And platform ran?
Stop for a second.
Yeah, he ran.
You guys are not going to sing it.
I'm watching it right now, actually.
I'm going to.
Ian is shitting.
He's posting all of. I don't know what it is about. I don't know what it is about like manic motherfuckers, but they always go with the black scent, racism, and a music career for some reason. Like I don't know what it is about manic people in music, but they just.
They can channel their inner. Well, I don't want to get canceled. Never mind.
Oh, I'm gonna need you to finish
The
that.
guest said they were going
Nope.
Why
I just want
not?
to personally,
Don't leave us hanging like this, man.
I wasn't
Look,
watching the live,
it's too
but I
early
heard
to
from
say
a
stupid
person
things.
who said that the guest were going to great
Too
from the
early.
live body.
It's midnight.
What the fuck?
It's almost 7 in the morning.
Yeah, he's in the
Well,
Czech
in
Republic.
real time, it is 1 a.m.
What the fuck, dude? Someone just went into Harry's
damn.
live
I'm
and said that they
adopted.
were going to grape my unalive body.
What?
Hey, what? Hey, yo, what?
The fuck, dude?
Man, that can't be
Into
right.
Harry's live?
Yeah, out of everyone.
What
Are
the
suicide.
fuck?
But again, to Harry's point, a lot of it is just.
That's not the second time that's been said to me
being
this
able
week.
Access a weapon.
Oh my
and
God.
Yeah, people wanted to
when
literally
you actually
do things
push for
to
a lot
your
of these
unalive
gun
body.
control
Jesus
measures, like
Christ,
Joe Biden,
people
like
are
executive
sick.
ordering, like going.
That's some Ted Bundy shit.
What a world to live in.
Yeah. This is a few hours ago. Ugh.
That's disgusting, man.
Ugh.
I do
Oh,
know
that
other
is-
women debaters who have had that exact same thing said to them. Yeah, so that's why I just do this to be silly.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, also I feel like people, like when men come up to debate, they literally like don't take us seriously. Like I was debating with Ian is shitting. Sorry. I was debating with Ian like yesterday and
Was he
like
shitting?
when the villain came up, he just kept commenting on my appearance and he like wouldn't stop and it was so
He was so weird.
Oh yeah, that guy. That guy
Remember-
was.
Y'all ever
Oh.
notice how he remembered everyone's name but mine?
Damn.
I was
It's
just
so
the
sus.
black girl.
Yeah, I have my
Oh.
own experiences dealing with this kind of stuff
He's
too. So,
weird.
so my platform, right? I will bring on like.
Other states do. In fact, the quartile of states with the highest rates of gun ownership have 65% more domestic gun homicides than the quartile with the last. And then we're moving.
Or what do you want me to do with this information?
So the information.
There before they even get up there, and then they'll only like talk to Dean or Parker. Or
Yep.
sometimes it'll be my own fucking live, and they'll only talk to Dean or Parker. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, like stop fucking ignoring women.
It's so
yeah,
weird.
I noticed a difference between like if like Tashika or either me are debating versus Dean and Parker, and I noticed a difference if I'm debating versus Tashika too. Like the racism is very apparent.
Remember when
Like,
that lady said that she thought that I would like hurt her?
Oh my god,
She was
Or
like,
the woman who was
I
talking
remember
to me
that,
and then
yeah.
she
She would
called
jump me, but
like,
Edith wouldn't.
I was like, I was a bit shook. I was
Yeah.
a bit shook. I couldn't believe she did
Yeah.
that shit.
People really show you who they are. Even
And
just
she
by,
said
like,
that Dean was like a good example of how to be nice.
Oh my!
Dean and Parker. So then Dean comes up and he starts being a dick to her.
Yeah,
And they
he
still were
Yeah.
talking about me.
He'll
And
literally
I
be
can't
like,
do it.
"Oh, do you think like, are you pro-life?" And they'll say, "Yeah." He'll be like, "That's embarrassing." And that's like the first thing he'll say to them too. And then people are called Tashika mean, like, what?
People make no fucking sense to me, but hey, I you kind of get used to it. I just ask for my reparations, and as long as I get them, that's fine.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, and just keep it moving.
You know, I don't know what you guys are complaining about. As a straight white male, nobody ever ignores me.
You guys are clearly awful people. Where the? Oh, this is a cute set.
Pickling Dean. Someone said
Where is
Pickling
Dean? He just kind of left.
Yeah, he was only up here for a few minutes and just dipped. That's crazy.